Good morning, Mr. Kapoor. Good morning, Mr. Madhavan.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you clearly. We can see
Oh,
you very clearly.
I'm glad.
Yeah. So we are all set.
Super.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah. See you. Yeah. Bye bye. Good morning, Mr. Vempati. Shashank. Shashi sir, can you hear us?
Yeah, claro.
Good morning, Mr. Vempati. Can you hear us?
Hi शशांक, आप सुन पा रहे हैं?
Hi, Shashi, morning. Where is my phone? Shashi. Hi, Shashi. He's on mute.
Yes, sir.
Shashi. Hi, Shashi. How will you know?
Yeah, it's you see a red line.
I know. This one, no?
Yeah, yeah. All are muted.
Yeah.
Use unmute and
Shashi. Hi, Shashi.
I think they are
Testing.
yeah, maybe switch the video and they're working back in. That's what.
Good morning, Shashi. He's not here. Can you hear me? Shashi. Good morning.
Hi,
Good
hi,
morning.
morning.
Morning. You can hear me, no, properly?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll chat.
Can I switch the mode?
We will chat. Okay. Thank you.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Hi, good morning.
Morning,
Good
Elja.
to, good to see you. Morning, KM.
Morning. Shashi, what's happening? Where is your report?
The conversation, that is the first.
First, correct. Should we pump in the equity shares or not? That is the question. Big question is. Should we wind up the buck or should we?
Uh, KM, sorry, we are live actually, so just thought I'll let you.
All right, all right. No, no, it's for common purpose. Don't worry.
Okay.
Nothing
Okay.
private. Nothing private. Whole world is discussing.
Okay.
What did that say?
No, I said that my lips are sealed.
So that was literal and figurative. So both.
No, the good thing is, Shashi, I checked up with all news channels. They are doing very well without rating. So, revenue is intact. Everything is same. Life is same. Normal.
No, I think that's a very valid point.
Yeah. Correct. Correct.
Hmm.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to the 9th CII Big Picture Summit 2020. We will begin as per schedule at 10:30 in another 5 minutes. Ahead of that, may I request all of you to kindly log in, to please be with us patiently as we wait the arrival of the minister, and also a few housekeeping instructions for all of you. We will request you, for all the panelists for the inaugural session, to kindly switch on their videos. It is wonderful to put a face to the voice that we hear. We will also request any kind of static devices around your system, logging in system, to be please switched off or in the silent mode. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Khare. So, with your permission, should we start, sir?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to the 9th CII Big Picture Summit, Big to Bigger Creativity, Technology and Innovations, Reshaping Consumer Experiences. CII presents this 9th edition of the Big Picture Summit in partnership with the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India. We will begin with our inaugural session. Please join me in welcoming our eminent dignitaries for this panel. We will be joined by Mr. Sri Prakash Jivarikar, Honorable Minister for Information and Broadcasting Environment, Forest and Climate Change and Heavy Industries and Public Enterprises. Mr. Amit Khare, Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education. Mr. Shashi Shekhar Vempatti, CEO for Prasar Bharati. Mr. K. Madhavan, Chairman, CII National Committee on Media and Entertainment and Managing Director for Star India Private Limited and Disney India. Mr. Siddharth Roy Kapoor, Co-Chairman of CII National Committee on Media and Entertainment and President, Producers Guild of India and Managing Director, Roy Kapoor Films. And Mr. Biren Ghosh, Vice Chair, CII National Committee on Media and Entertainment and Country Head, Technicolor India. May I request Mr. K. Madhavan to kindly deliver the welcome remarks and set the context. Over to you, Mr. Madhavan.
KM, you need to unmute, please.
Good morning to you all and welcome to the 9th edition of CII Big Picture Summit. Even though this is the 9th edition, there is something here that is happening for the first time. The fact that it is a virtual event which makes it difficult, different and unique. We hope that we are all able to meet physically to celebrate the milestone of a decade of the Big Picture Summit next year. 2020 has been a year that has taken a toll on most of us. In my many years in the industry, disruption on this scale had never been imagined. Content production was halted, live sports and events were cancelled, cinema halls and theatres were shut down, demand for services got reduced, and major cuts in advertising spends. The pandemic enforced a long pause across the entire industry. However, the entire industry, the media and entertainment industry, came together to engage and entertain millions of viewers while they were homebound. In these times, entertainment consumption surged across the mediums such as television, gaming, and digital streaming platforms. Television and video streaming increased to a peak of 37% higher than the pre-lock level. Live sports made a stupendous comeback with the IPL 2020. Not only was the IPL the biggest live cricketing tournament to be held during the pandemic, but it was also a beacon of hope and normalcy for the nation. The tournament broke all previous records with a 23% increase in viewership over last year. The response from fans and advertisers were heartening and it set a positive tone for the festive season. It acted as a game changer for the sector and helped revive the media spends for the whole industry. In the new normal, film industry adopted the direct-to-digital model, which helped launch new movies across the digital streaming platforms. Cinema halls has taken a longer to reopen, but I am confident that fans will soon be watching their favorite movies on the big screen, of course, in safety mode. Over the next 3 days at the Big Picture Summit, you will get a soak in the words of more than 100 speakers from both government and industry and also from several overseas speakers. A special curtain raiser for the upcoming India International Film Festival in Goa in Jan 2021 will be presented by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. This summit should give us a chance to discuss what has worked and what hasn't, and how we can put India's media and entertainment sector on the global space. As usual, CII report on Big Picture Summit will be released soon, which presents a panoramic view of the Indian media which presents a panoramic view of the media and entertainment industry. How it is fared in 2020, what were the viewership trends, what was the impact of the pandemic on advertisement, which medium got an edge, and going forward, what would be the role of content in the global arena. 2020 has been a year which has taken a toll on all of us, industry, business, and most importantly, people and livelihoods. Especially in the media and entertainment industry, the losses were immeasurable as several glittering stars left us forever. CI Big Picture Summit pays homage to the stars of Indian cinema who we lost in 2020. Can we have the film, please?
Mr. Madhavan, I'm being informed that there may be some sort of a technical glitch. So
Okay.
may I request you to continue, please?
All right. Before I conclude my remarks, I would like to add that the industry has the potential to grow from the present $25 billion to $100 billion by 2030, which is what is our vision is and target should be. The potential of the industry is untapped. The pandemic has driven customers to adopt technology as never before. Yet seen in the growth in e-commerce, online video, and digital gaming and the AVGC sector. This can drive the sector to new heights. To achieve this potential, we need a light touch regulation and a much simpler governance structure in place. There are various kinds of restriction that the sector is being subjected to, although it has within it to make India truly Atmanirbhar. We can increase our exports, increase the number of jobs being given to the young talent, and most importantly, make India a global leader. If policies are shaped to meet the requirements of the industry. We have senior representatives of government present in this session today. I urge them to look at the requirements of the industry and facilitate its growth on priority. Thank you once again. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Madhavan, for your address. May I now request Mr. Siddharth Roy Kapoor, please deliver his remarks. Siddharth, you may have to unmute, please.
Thanks so much. Just a bit of housekeeping before we go on. If I could request everyone to go else to go on mute, whoever's not speaking, then there won't be any feedback loops at all. Thank you. As KM said, this has been quite a disruptive year. It's been an incredible year in terms of just the fact that we are talking to each other in this format, which we would never have imagined possible. I'd like to thank CII for organizing this and to make sure that we aren't skipping a year where we can exchange thoughts and ideas. It's very important. So even in the middle of a pandemic. I think one thing that this year has told us, especially considering we're talking about media and entertainment, is that whatever might happen in the world, one of the basic needs of human beings is to be entertained, especially in times that are tough, especially in times that call for tough measures, especially in times when they're being asked to sacrifice and being asked to being asked to take measures that they would not otherwise take. Now, the modes of those entertainment might change from time to time, but the fact is that people need their entertainment. They want to be, they want their mind to be taken off the day-to-day drudgery whenever they're going through periods like this. What we've seen in this time is that while that need exists, the modes of distribution of where that takes us will change from time to time depending on what's happening within society. As KM said, TV and OTT in this time have seen a massive, massive jump. And that's because people were not able to go into cinema halls. They were not able to go into recreational places. But the fact is that it's moved from one distribution channel to another. The need for entertainment did not go away. And I think that once again is something that we've always said over the years, but this pandemic has actually proved it. And that is very, very heartening. I think when you look at the fact that we have seen live the disruption that something like this can cause to lives and livelihoods, and to our favorite modes of entertainment, it's important for us as an industry to realize that we need every form of distribution to be able to take our content to audiences. Coming from an audience standpoint, audiences want that ability to be able to watch what they want to watch when they want it in the place that they want to see it. So whether that's a cinema theater, whether that's a television screen, whether that's an OTT platform, and therefore on their mobile phones or on their TV screens, on the go, in their homes. And I think it's very important that we ensure that we're firing on all cylinders with regard to our modes of distribution, which comes to the sector that I think within the entertainment industry, at least, that has been the most impacted, and that really would be the cinema theaters. Thousands of single screens have had to shut down over the last few months. It's been quite a carnage within the industry. And I think it's very important for us to be able to figure out whether there are ways in which we can support the single screens to be able to either reopen or be able to continue business. Whether that means them being able to access loans, which at easier rates. They need easy access to capital. They need a light touch regulation in terms of the measures that they have to take. I think that's very, very important, because otherwise single screens, unfortunately, will shut down, and then we will lose a massive heritage as far as our cinema is concerned. I think when it comes to what we can do to really give the theater industry a big push, it really would be if we can look at some sort of tax incentives for the sector, the way that in the 2000s it happened, where they were given tax subsidies in order to be able to set up new screens. I think that is a need of the hour right now, and we should really work with the government to see whether there are ways in which we can make that happen. It will really be a very small loss to the exchequer in the short term, but in the long term, it will help to energize the industry and be able to take it forward in a very big way. We've seen some very positive moves by multiple state governments to be able to incentivize shooting. That is laudable, and that is only to be encouraged. It is wonderful that that is happening, and we would hope that that continues to happen in the future. With regard to the OTT sector, we've seen a massive growth happen over the last few months. There have been massive investments from many foreign as well as Indian companies in that sector. I think we really need to look at a light touch regulation within that. Now that it has come within the ambit of the I&B ministry, we are hopeful that we will continue a dialogue in that regard. Our content is now being able to be nominated for Emmy Awards. It's winning Emmy Awards. That's a huge, huge fillip for the content creators and for audiences who are now able to enjoy all kinds of content from around the world. And it's important for us to be able to support that and be able to give that a concerted push to make sure that we don't have a regressive regulatory scheme there, and we ensure that we have a very light touch regulation there to make sure that our creators and our audiences are given the very best of content that the world has to offer and that India has to offer. Today, at the click of a button, you can access all kinds of content from around the world on the internet. So I think our regulatory scheme should really be able to reflect that and make sure that we give the industry a massive push. In summation, I'd just like to say it's clear, and this pandemic has told us, that when any one mode of distribution dries up in entertainment, there are others that bear the weight. The fact is that the need for entertainment continues. As content creators and for audiences, we need to ensure that all modes of distribution of content are given a fillip, that theatrical distribution, OTT, television, all kinds of modes of content are given the right impetus to be able to give us a playing field that ensures that audiences can enjoy whatever they want to watch, wherever they want to watch it, at the time that they want to watch it. So I look forward to a very interesting 3 days, and thank you all for being here in these conditions. Look forward to a great sharing of ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roy Kapoor, for your remarks. We were scheduled to launch our 2 reports, but we are experiencing some technical glitches at the back end. So in the meanwhile, I will request Mr. Shashi Shekhar Vempati, CEO, Prasar Bharati, to please deliver his keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. And good morning, Honorable Minister for INB, Prakash Javadekar ji, respected Secretary INB, Amit Khare ji, and all of my colleagues from the industry. This is my 4th time at the CII. And as Madhavan rightly pointed out, it is unique and different that it is happening online, virtually, during this very challenging pandemic. COVID-19 posed challenges to all of us in the media industry, and the public broadcaster was no exception. We've not only had several challenges over the past few months going, we also unfortunately lost some of our colleagues. So I pay my tribute to all of them who were working for the cause of public broadcasting to keep the services on despite the lockdown. DD News and AR News kept informing and reporting on all the developments. The various channels of Doordarshan and All India Radio created content to create to ensure that the precautions were being taken, be it the Mask Up campaign, be it the various infomercials that were aired on sanitation and precautions and safe distancing. In fact, it is a sign of the effort that the public broadcaster took on behalf of the entire nation and the industry. Is that I saw some reports that the Doordarshan was amongst the top social advertisers during this period. So it just goes to show how much of effort the public broadcaster put during this very challenging few months. Interestingly, this was also the period when the entire nation reconnected with brand Doordarshan. These days, thanks to whatever is happening in the industry, most conversations steer towards TRP question. But I'm going to highlight a different aspect of the TRPs, and this is where the ratings that Doordarshan achieved through the airing of Ramayana and Mahabharat during the lockdown weeks, which national record, but also went on to underline that there is still an audience for wholesome family content, and the public channels continue to be the channels that bring families together. Content. I think it was a phenomenal experience, and it brought the entire industry on a nostalgia trip. You saw old serials being aired again, a lot of nostalgia being experienced, and the past being relived. The period also saw a very interesting aspect of what is unique about public broadcasting in India. When schools were closed, universities shut, the channels of Doordarshan and the stations of All India Radio started carrying educational classes across states in multiple languages. We had tele classes going on for several and radio classes. And this was possible largely because of the free-to-air DTH platform that the public broadcaster has created, DD Free Dish. DD Free Dish is a very unique that no public broadcaster anywhere in the world operates a free-to-air DTH platform of this nature. And given the phenomenal reach of Free Dish into 35 million homes, the ability to keep the classes going despite the constraints of online classes or not having access to computers, not having access to good internet speeds, the free-to-air channels kept education going. That saved a number of students from missing out on a school year. In fact, this point was highlighted by several international newspapers that India was amongst the few countries which was able to put broadcast to public use during this pandemic to keep education going. And it's a very uniquely Indian phenomena that helped us during this very crucial period. And that also leads me to my next point, which is that innovations like Free Dish are possible not purely because of the public efforts, but because of the public-private collaboration, because it is the private channels on this platform that have created this massive reach of 35 million plus households. And for India, the opportunity exists to take this kind of innovation in broadcasting further to leadership. These days, there's a lot of talk of 5G and emerging technologies. India is one of the few markets, largest markets for mobile phones and smartphones. And the opportunity exists for in bringing broadcasting to smartphones directly, just in the way we brought satellite-based broadcasting to homes all over India in a very similar model. That is today possible. Technology is being developed, and very interestingly, this technology is being developed in India by startups in India. So it's a great opportunity for Atmanirbhar Bharat, which the Prime Minister has been championing, where not only develop these emerging technologies in India, but we also establish a global leadership position by ensuring that it is Indian patents, Indian intellectual property across the globe. And once again, this won't be possible by the public broadcasters' efforts alone. We have tied up with IIT Kanpur. IIT Kanpur has been doing a lot of stellar work in the 5G space. Some recent standards globally are out of those efforts. And so even in the case of 5G mobile broadcasting to smartphones, we would look forward to all our private sector partners to work with us, bringing this to the market and helping India not only become self-reliant in this technology space, but to also become a global leader. So once again, I want to thank CII for this opportunity, and my best wishes to the summit over the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vempati, for your keynote address. We have with us Mr. Amit Khare, Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education. Secretary, sir, in your presence, we would like to release and launch two of our reports. The first being the CII BCG Big Picture Report on Lights, Camera, Action. The show goes on. May I request for the slider? The second of the reports will be the launch of the Summit FX report that captures key outcomes and highlights from the AVGC Summit held earlier in September this year. This is an important document for policymakers as it carries 50 recommendations for the improvement and growth of the sector. Thank you so much for standing by. May I now request Mr. Amit Khare to please deliver the keynote address.
Mr. Madhavan, Mr. Siddharth Roy Kapoor, Mr. Shashi Shekhar Vempati, all members of CII, it's indeed a pleasure to be associated again. Virtually, earlier it used to be, I recall participating in the summit physically a few years ago at Mumbai. It's Nevertheless, in the time of pandemic, new technologies and new normals have emerged, and one of them is these meetings through video conferencing, which I find far more useful than traveling all over the world as it used to happen in the past. I would be very brief, and I would start by what Mr. Siddharth Roy Kapoor had mentioned about the OTT platforms. Now, the idea behind the change which was done in the month of November was to bring content at one place, that is Ministry of INB, and platforms at another place, that is Ministry of IT. I'm just clarifying this because in the past summits, in various media circles, particularly in the print circles, there used to be discussion that online and offline content should not be treated differently. The same content, if it is online, it is treated in one fashion. If it is offline, it is treated by some other ministry in some other manner. So in order to bring some sort of not parity, not uniformity, but some semblance that all content should be at one place and all platforms should be at other places. And let me again mention, which I had mentioned in the previous summit, that the role of government in this sector is mostly as a facilitator. Because I keep telling my colleagues within the ministry and outside that with a budget of around 4,000 crores, this ministry is one of the smallest in terms of budget, but largest in terms of influence. And that influence comes only through the private sector, because all the filmmaking in this country, except for, say, a few films made by NFDC, that is entirely private. The broadcasting, all the channels except for Prasar Bharati, they're all private. If you take the OTT platforms, they are entirely private. Of course, Prasar Bharati is now considering to have some platform of their own. NFDC is also thinking of that on those lines. But we must realize that media and entertainment are entirely private driven, just like the IT industry has grown. Media and entertainment has also grown as a private industry, and we must focus and facilitate that private initiative. So it's not so much of regulation, but more of a facilitation. And this pandemic, as very rightly remarked by Mr. Roy Kapoor and also by my friend Shashi, has opened new avenues. And one of them is the educational technologies. And now there is no going back. The way children are getting used to studying with the help of technology and devices, it has opened a new sector altogether. Another would be the online gaming, not in terms of gambling, but the various games. Earlier, the games used to be from different countries outside. And now we are focusing on Indian games, because that will be another sector which will not only promote the industry within the country, but it also has an export potential. Given this overall scenario, I think there are two messages which I would like to pass to the members through the CII summit. One is that 2022 is the 75th year of India's independence, and that is going to be celebrated. All of us will be part of those celebrations within the country and outside. And I think with CII, with all the members, it could be a great initiative if we can project, and definitely media and entertainment has tremendous soft power to project India. So in the 75th year of independence, starting from, say, 2022, if we can use our platform of CII to project India's soft power through media and entertainment. And secondly, about education technologies, about gaming, that would be another sector which is a growing sector, and all of us can work together. A small point, just that is an immediate point, which I'd like to remark is that the Honorable Finance Minister is going to have the budget discussion next week. Some of you have already sent the comments. You have been invited there. You have sent your comment. So if there is something further, you may like to make that presentation to the finance minister and also keep us informed, because she would be taking inputs from you as well as from the ministry. And I think in this year, from the print side, we have received certain suggestions from media and entertainment also. Those suggestions would be very useful, because many of the things which you desire or which you feel are necessary, perhaps if they are there in the finance minister's budget speech, it would be very helpful to all of us, whether in the industry or in the government. So I would again thank you, and hopefully we'll meet next year in a physical format. And I also take this opportunity to invite all of you to the India International Film Festival that is in Goa. And Goa is going to have two festivals in 2021. One is the 50th, the current year's festival, which is in January. It's going to be in a hybrid model. I think in the afternoon, there is a session in which our officials from IFI would be speaking more about it. So you all are invited. It's in a hybrid mode. The inaugural and the closing ceremony would be physical, and some films would be screened in the theaters, others would be in a virtual mode. So with this, I once again thank CII, and hopefully we meet again next year in a physical mode. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khare. We will now request for the inaugural address by Honorable Minister for Information and Broadcasting, Environment, Forest and Climate Change and Heavy Industries and Public Enterprises, Shri Prakash Javadekar.
CII Big Picture Summit. More people through virtual video conferencing, and they join in the large number. There is programs are crispy and in a way more tasty. What is more important is that we are a country where the growth of communication technologies is phenomenal. We have now 1.2 billion mobile phones in the country, and we have 600 million smartphones. It's huge. In the world comparison numbers, mind-blowing. Therefore, what I am feeling is that there is tremendous scope for all kinds of entertainment and information business. So, I will just say, the sunrise sector and our experts have been providing back-end support to top filmmakers of the world. It is time that we start doing more of this for our own film industry, so that the use cooperation with IIT Bombay, where the courses regarding all these will, but currently there will be other options and other various initiatives will be taken to promote the industry itself and promote the entrepreneurship and the startups. Center of Excellence. As far as films are concerned, I will definitely request all of you to participate or join us for the EFI 19 in 2020, which will be held on 16th to 24th of January. Please festival from our point of view. The 75 years of independence will be celebrated. Visit is very easy. Everybody need not travel. He can get the comfort at his home. Therefore, Toronto Film Festival held in September this year, and India will host a global media and film summit next year. So, with all these packed programs, I think the big picture initiative is very important, and I wish the deliberations all the best. Give your suggestions. We'll definitely consider them. Thank you, and all the best.
That was Honorable Minister's message to the sector. Thank you so much for that, sir. We are lining up the commemorative film for a tribute to all the Indian cinema artists that we have lost in the year 2020. Just give us a few moments as we line up the film on screen.
Being who the Shankara. जीवेश्वरा जब मैं अच्छा लड़का हूँ क्या हम तुम कमरे में बंद हो I remember it all day. Remember, now I made it.
कितने दिनों से आप मेरा पीछा कर रहे हैं?
बस मैं हमेशा कोई किताब पढ़ती रहती.
Accepting the Costume Design Award for Gandhi, Banu Akia.
It's too good to believe. Thank you, Academy, and thank you.
Is leaking the news to the media. You tell me, sir, how is my team supposed to trust me? A captain is only as good as the team. And secondly, sir, अगर आप लोग मुझे मेरी टीम नहीं दे सकते, मुझे कैप्टनसी भी नहीं चाहिए. Sir, I have no interest in the captaincy because I can't be a puppet.
कभी यार कभी पार लगाती है नजर की हर अरे भूत बदमाश है मगर हमारा नाम भी सूरमा भोपाली ये नहीं है. अब आप समझो कि पेड़ पका के सूरमा भाई माफ कर दो.
Action.
గోదావరి திட்டுக்கு குறுக்க கோடு வந்து கேள்வி அன்னி சீதைக்காக லட்சுமணன் போட்ட கோட்டமுடது சக்தி கூட இருக்கணும்
कहीं दूर जब दिन ढल जाए सांझ की दुल्हन बदन चुराए चुपके से आए
गुंबरा गुंबरा श्याम रंग गुंबरा 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 श्याम रंग गुंबरा आए हो अगिया
ನಾನೇ ಭಾಗ್ಯವಂತ
પણ હેતથી પ્રજાના મોઢે કોળિયો મૂકવાને બદલે હૈયું પથ્થર કરી રાજમાતા કોળિયો છૂટી લે પછી દીકરો માની મર્યાદા કઈ રીતે સાચવે
ଦେହ ଭଲ ଅଛି ଛୁଟୁ ଭାଇ ଆଜି ଆସୁଛି
Thank you so much for that short film. Indeed, it has been a sad year. We have lost many stars of Indian cinema, but I believe that we've had many opportunities which have also come up. I will request Mr. Viren Ghosh, Vice Chair, CII, National Committee on Media and Entertainment and Country Head for Technicolor India, to please come in and deliver the closing remarks. Over to you, Mr. Ghosh.
Honorable Minister Prakash ji, Honorable Mr. Amit Khare, Secretary, Honorable Shashi ji from Prasad Bharati, Mr. Madhavan, Mr. Sidroy Kapoor. Thank you for a wonderful inauguration to what's going to be a spectacular summit. We are in the process of refueling, resetting, and reimagining what's happening in media and entertainment next. I'd like to start by paying a tribute to the Indian talent that has kept our revenues and has kept the employment as safe and as productive as possible. No doubt we have been hit with the absence of live action shooting, but the digital sector and Digital India has managed to pivot our industry, which hitherto was considered to be purely a face-to-face, creative, interactive industry, to a new way of working. And I believe that the quality, the security, and the delivery excellence we have shown during this pandemic is actually a remarkable feat and opens the opportunity for us to continue to extend media and entertainment production to become more inclusive, where people can continue to work, if you like, in a virtual cloud in tier 2 and tier 3 cities permanently. The hybrid model, I think, therefore, is now very well established, giving us a greater opportunity to go 4 times our current size, as Mr. Madhavan so clearly pointed out. I'd like to respond to the minister's comments, which were inspirational and energetic, in that we have now got the platform to create this growth. Amit ji, as always, we've been inspired by your participation in our events. We appreciate you and your department following up diligently on the proposals that you so willingly accepted in our last meeting. And we have submitted to you ways by which the center and the state can work together in a council. And we have also submitted to you the ways by which we can create the facilitation that you talked about through the establishment of hubs in the country, which I think would really help the MSME and sectors in a period where capital expenditure is going to be at a premium. The Big Picture Summit is therefore taking place at a fantastic time. And no doubt we are kind of handicapped by distance, but I think most of us have probably seen the program as being one of the most spectacular collection of people across every sector. And I think it's going to be really rewarding in this period of reset. I'd like to talk about the fact that we are looking at going beyond connectivity and information to embracing the things that the minister spoke about and Mr. Khare spoke about, and we also have been talking about, where we're moving beyond just connectivity, the reach that we heard about from Prasad Bharati and Shashi ji, and the ability for us to drive our messaging to more homes, both at a social level. But I think what is really important now is that we are coming into a new experience economy. We have young people that are tuning into our content, and I think they are going to experience some things that are even beyond conventional storytelling. It was referenced that education has changed forever. And I believe that today the tools and technologies and the practices, that protocols that we have created are going to be influencing every industry that we can come across. In conclusion, a couple of comments. This conference will very clearly bring out the fact that technology has moved from being purely an enabler to storytelling to becoming very much center stage. And for India to be a global player and the soft power that was referred to in the earlier sessions, in the earlier conversations today, I believe that the way in which India can innovate with digital technologies is going to put us in a really good position in the competition that's going to happen between countries as we aspire to take market share on a global basis in the media and entertainment sector. And I believe that the conversations we are having this afternoon on convergence and through many other panels during these 3 days are going to throw light on that. I'd like to end by saying that I really don't understand what is new and normal about the present situation. I'd like to call it the new abnormal. And I think where we are headed now is to define together the new normal that will come about through the participation and the collaboration between government and industry. We will certainly come back to you with more recommendations, both at the time of the budget next week. And so we would also like to continue that discussion, because we know now that government does not only create new initiatives and policies during the budget session, but the budget is really a 365-day conversation. So welcome to the CII Big Picture. A very big thank you to this fantastic inauguration. There are 2 amazing reports that have been released, and I believe that these will add value to all of our members and the community at large. It will also help us in branding and marketing and presenting India on a global stage to invite more people to come and participate with us. With these words, a very big thank you, and enjoy the CII Big Picture 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Thank you to all our distinguished panelists for making the time to join us at the inaugural. We will begin with the first session at 11:30 today. This is going to be an overview on the CII BCG report that was launched earlier at the inaugural. I will request everybody who's attending and joining us to please stay with us till 11:30 so that you may join us for this particular session. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vampante. Thank you.
Welcome back to the session. May I request Kanchan Samthani from BCG to please share an overview of the Big Picture Summit report, which we saw launched just now in the inaugural session. Over to you, Kanchan. You're on mute. Kanchan.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. Sorry about that. So I think we are getting the presentation up. As we do that, I just wanted to start by setting the context for what kind of a year this has been. I think this has been a tough year on so many dimensions, and businesses across the board have had challenges, and I think so has the media and entertainment sector. So we wanted to start the discussion and the conversation today by talking about what this year has looked like so far, and what are the expectations and what are some of the green shoots we are starting to see on the recovery front as we move forward towards 2021. Media and entertainment continues to be a strong contributor to the Indian economy. I think that fact has not changed. But there has, as we've been discussing over the last 2 or 3 big picture meetings, there continue to be a set of imperatives which have changed a little bit this year on what all stakeholders have to do to continue to grow the sector and realize the full potential. So that's really the, what we'll try and cover over the next 10-15 minutes as we go into the launch. From a consumption standpoint, this year, on the back of the COVID-19 crisis, while many other things have changed, the one thing that has changed positively for the sector is there has actually been a spike in terms of the total consumption. And this has been seen across platforms being on digital, on television broadcasting, and it's been universally true, particularly at the start when people stayed home a lot more. But actually a lot of that spike we expect will also continue going forward. And some of the drivers for that has been non-prime time viewership has actually been a major driver of growth. OTT has been a major driver of growth and has also actually seen a lot of growth in the rural and next tier cities from a consumption standpoint. And for the first time in India, on the digital platforms, we are actually starting to see a very meaningful inclination from consumers to pay for content directly on the digital platforms. So there has been a fair amount of change from the standpoint of consumption this year. And we do expect that some of that will sustain, while of course the viewership levels on television are not where they were at the peak of the crisis, but they've started to stabilize still at a 2-3% growth over and above what it was pre-crisis, which is a strong story for the sector at this point in time. I think overall, India's growth story on media and entertainment continues to be very unique and continues to be multimodal. And what I mean by multimodal is digital has not been growing at the cost of necessarily the traditional media. I think what digital has done is added many more use cases for consumption, which didn't exist in the pre-OTT, pre-digital days. Some of these use cases involve taking short breaks, short form video, creating a second screen and third screen in households which have only one television set, and many others. And so as a result of that, over the last 2-3 years, if you continue to see the growth rate, television consumption is actually continuing to grow at 6, 7, 8% in some years, while digital continues to grow at more like 15%. Some of the other sectors have started to flatten a little bit, but I think overall, our expectation is that this will continue to be a high growth story across the board and will be multimodal in nature in terms of the way that it actually takes off. This is also akin to many of the other emerging markets like China, for example, where where some of this has also played out in the past. So that's on the consumption side. I think where the sector has had a tough time this year is on the ad spend dimension, particularly just after the first quarter, over April, May, June, there was a pretty heavy dip as all sectors went into lockdown. Actually, if you look at the more recent months, some of the recovery is already starting to be evident. But overall, the sector will show lower growth this year compared to the past, just driven by the strong dip that we saw early in the year. In general, I think if we move to the next page, past crises have shown that advertising does seem to recover and there's been a lot of talk about V-shaped and U-shaped recoveries. But advertising, at least in the past crisis, has actually seen a V-shaped recovery. Of course, it's very linked to GDP growth and growth of all the other sectors in the market. But I think the past crises give us some comfort that not just in India, but in other parts of the world as well, advertising has been closer to a V-shaped recovery in most of the past crises, and we can hope to see that here as well. On the next page, and you'll see this in the report as well, we started to notice that some sectors are actually starting to show that V-shaped recovery in terms of ad volumes already. And that's what this chart actually starts to show us. Even on television, on the left-hand side, as you can see, between July and October, we actually saw a 23% increase in ad volume. And some sectors, particularly sectors like durables, food and beverages, personal care and accessories, really saw a much sharper recovery in the months following the lockdown. And some sectors continue to be very resilient. Education is in that, and in some ways, pharma and healthcare has been within that. And that continues to be a strong story, and we do expect that the future growth will continue to get driven by some of these sectors as well. On the next page, this year has also been interesting in terms of new advertisers coming into the fold. All of you would have seen some examples of some of the tech players, for example, on the edtech side, who've used actually television and digital in a very interesting way to try and increase television as a medium to grow outside the top 10 cities and to use digital in a different way, and actually are being able to combine the power of both types of platforms to enable their own marketing recovery. We've seen as many as 1,300 new advertisers coming up, in the last couple of months. And a lot of these, as I said earlier, have been from education and healthcare. And some of the marquee events this year are starting to surpass 2019 as well. So I think overall, I would say, while it's been a tough year, we are starting to see very strong signs of recovery. I think the one thing to note on the next page is that digital has, accelerated this year. If I look back to as much as December 2019, which was just about a year ago, most published sources you would have seen would have reported that we expect digital advertising to be maybe 15% of the total by 2022. We've actually touched that this year itself, and most people have revised their projections to start looking at more like digital being 20% of the growth of the advertising pool over the next couple of years. And this has been driven by the fact that because ad dollars have been lower, advertisers have wanted to target customers more specifically with improved, using analytics to target customers in a more focused way, asking for return metrics and specific ROI calculations, which digital has been able to offer to them in many forums. And I think that is what has accelerated this shift, along with the consumption shift to digital at a much faster clip than what the pre-crisis spend growth in digital was. And just the last point before we move on the next page, I think the one other place where digital has benefited this year is on the pay TV, on the pay OTT models, where we've actually seen as much as 50 to 60% growth in consumers who are willing to pay for subscription services online compared to the past. And on the next page, we see those numbers. Both AVOD as well as SVOD will continue to coexist in India, just as it has in developing markets. China is the best example of that, where quote unquote premium has actually been growth anchor for OTT. And we do expect that that's going to be closer to how the Indian market evolves on the digital OTT front as well. So that was just to give you a quick flavor for what has happened this year and what we expect going forward. I will move relatively quickly through the rest of the discussion. I think in this forum and with the set of participants we have here today, it is well understood that the Indian M&E industry has actually been contributing both in tangible as well as intangible ways very significantly to the Indian economy. This contribution in tangible terms and direct terms has been through employment generation, contribution to GDP, which is almost 1%, and then a lot of impact on upstream industries such as advertising, travel, so on and so forth. We had done this exercise with CII and the Media and Entertainment Committee a couple of years as well. And on the next page, we've repeated that this year to look at just what has been the contribution of M&E industry to the GDP. If I take together the direct, indirect, as well as the induced, our estimate is that the contribution that M&E is making to India's GDP will be in the range of 3–3.5%. And some of the subsectors that have really grown faster have been OTT, gaming, digital. These are, of course, now coming off a small base, but they are actually starting to become more visible in the overall contribution that media and entertainment is making to the economy. And the one other thing I'll say is that the employment generation has actually continued in 2020, despite some of the challenges on the revenue and advertising front. And we expect that to accelerate even further. And this is going to continue to remain a very important contribution. And it's very difficult to measure the actual number of jobs created in the sector, driven by a lot of off-role kind of employment, part-time employment that gets generated. But it's very significant what the sector is contributing, and that will continue to be the case. We do expect on the next page, if you look at the benchmarks, we continue to believe and see that there is a lot of headroom for growth in terms of the contribution to GDP. And this will get driven by all of the measures that the industry is taking, that the government is taking, and we don't expect this growth to slow down in the short term. Additionally, on the next page, and I just wanted to just call this out, is there is a lot of intangible impacts that the media and entertainment industry is creating by taking Indian culture outside, right? Whether it is to the Indian diaspora who's now global, but also Indian entertainment and Indian content is actually starting to get recognized by non-Indian audiences as well outside. And it has a lot of pull-through effect on sectors such as travel, food, classical music, and many others. And this soft power, which is always hard to quantify into numbers, is very important to recognize and acknowledge. And I think particularly now with the growth of OTT and all the platforms being available globally, this is starting to accelerate even more. So that's really, what the media and entertainment industry has been about, and you'll find a lot more detail in the report. The one last point I wanted to cover was, we talk a lot about the headroom for growth and the ability to really realize this potential. On the next page, we have noted what we believe are 5 pillars that will really help us grow the impact of the Indian media entertainment industry on India and globally. I think there needs to continue to be the investment in content, and particularly original content and local language and vernacular content is actually what is really provided an impetus for growth and increase, and that continues to be a focus area. On the advertising side, we talked about the ROI and some of the other elements that advertisers are starting to look at more sharply this year. And that will continue to be a focus area going forward. And that's what will actually unleash the next level of growth from advertisers and bring more and more smaller advertisers into the fold who are able to then leverage the power of media for their own growth. We talked about the broad reach of Indian content to global audiences. This helps us create indirect value through induced sectors such as travel and so on and so forth. But we do believe that there are also places where India can be made the export hub, for example, for VFX, animation, and so on, which actually starts to create many more opportunities. So these are, I would say, three new sources of growth. And what you see on the slides in front of you are what we've noted as, these are the three areas which will really create growth for the industry. There are two enablers that we need to think about, which is creating the right talent pool as well as the investment in technology to make all of this happen. So on the next, and you'll find a lot of this detail in the report. So we'll not go through it in a lot of detail right now. But if I take technology, for example, technology can be the one big enabler to really grow the power of media and actually grow the core revenue pool on the advertising side. So the use of technology to actually personalize the content, get content out to audiences who might be hard to reach, helps you grow consumption. There is certainly a very strong use case on the advertising side, which allows for hyper-segmentation, very specific targeting, and more standardized impact measurement across platforms, which can really help us improve the advertiser value proposition, and I said bring many more advertisers into the fold. And lastly, it also helps us create new sources of revenue for the industry, whether it's through creating export hubs, for example, for video editing, sound engineering, content generation, as well as using AI to actually curate the content supply and once again impact both consumption as well as advertising. So these we believe are really important elements of that. And maybe if I move to the last page on the skilling side, I think we've talked a lot over the years about what it will take to grow the media and entertainment sector. And one of the core enablers has always been talent. Now, the need for talent has always been there. But over a period of time, the requirement for the type of talent that the industry needs has also started to change. We need a lot more of technology upskilling. We need a lot more in terms of soft skills where, for example, advertising teams are able to work with marketing teams in the companies to co-create solutions on how to leverage cross-platform upgrades, etc. Some of the classical skills continue to be the case, and actually, if you look at the volume of content that is now getting produced between the digital platforms and cinema and television broadcasters, the need for this talent has just continued to rise exponentially. So we do think that there is a role that the industry needs to play in the form of maybe public-private partnerships, helping set up specialized training universities, having industry input into very specifically what does it take to actually upskill for media, as well as global mentorship and cross-pollination as a way to start bridging the skill gap. And this is one of the follow-ups that I think the committee would like to do as well to ensure that we continue to advance this agenda. In summary, we've talked about creating diverse content and the fact that we are starting to provide more personalized viewing experience, more strategic reach out to advertisers that really enhance value. The skilling agenda, which actually starts to get the best talent into the industry and makes this an industry of choice, and the investment in technology and advanced analytics to continue to grow the business and be an important enabler. That's really what we wanted to share in summary. Thank you for your attention, and hopefully we will continue to engage on some of the topics here outside of the event as well. Thank you very much to CII and all the participants for listening.
Kanchan, thank you for that very detailed and comprehensive overview of the CII BCG report. With that, we this presentation. The next session will be at 12:15, which will be on preparing right talent for a bigger picture. The session is going to focus on education and what do we need for creating the resource pipeline for the sector. And we'll have several eminent people joining us as panelists in that session. I request you all to please stay tuned with us. We'll be back at 12:15. Thank you.
Z brings magical cinemas to humans across the country. Introducing Z-Plex, India ka naya multiplex. Remember heading out to the cinema on Friday nights to watch the latest movie release? And slurping soft drinks in the cool and dark movie theaters. Well, leave you reminiscing. Let's see the return of Friday movie nights. Or a staycation. You can watch the last anticipated releases right in the comfort of your homes. Everyone. Pick between two movie choices. Choose your showtime. Book your ticket. Lights. Because the show is about to begin. C-Plex is a multi-platform pay-per-view service. Family and friends. Only at the price of one cinema ticket. C-Plex will be available on OTT and media platforms. And that your choice. Turn your every screen into a movie screen. C-Plex. Cinema time. समोसे बने चलो कोई बात नहीं आज बहुत सही काम चला पॉपकॉर्न के पैसे और आइसक्रीम के पैसे
Namaste, sorry. Namaste for that.
Yeah, hi, good morning. This is Shrikant. Just wanted to know if
We can hear you perfectly well, Mr. Sinha.
I'm getting a terrible echo.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Yeah, that's much better. Much better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to confirm if the session is running on time or
Yes, it is on time. We'll start at 12:15.
we'll start at 12:15. And
Yeah.
all the panelists who were supposed to be mentioned in the mail yesterday are there, or how is it now?
All of them are there except for the director from the ministry. She will not be able to join. Other than her, we have all the panelists in the session who will be joining.
Including Mr. Paresh Rawal?
No, his name was not there in the final program. So he is actually out at a place where there is a shoot going on. So he'll not be able to join.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, again, it's not letting me do the camera thing. Too weird.
Welcome, Dr. Pant.
Morning. Neeta, how are you?
Morning. Yeah, fine, thank you.
I mean, you may want to check with some of the other panelists because I had a problem. It was talking about the email ID not matching.
We're just checking. I think Chaitanya is facing some problems, so just checking.
It could be the same issue. Okay, I can see some of the others.
Dr. Pan, good morning. This is Shrikant Sinha.
Hi, Shrikant. How are you?
Very well.
I understand from Anuj that you have an old association with Aptech.
Yes, of course. I put in about 16 plus years with Aptech.
Oh, wow. Awesome. You must have been there during Atul Nisar's times.
That's right. Yes, I was there till 2005. In 2005, I quit. I joined in 89. So long stint. I was heading Middle East and a lot of other operations for Aptech in those days, including the arena centers there in the Middle East.
Oh, okay. Because they're doing well now. I mean, Middle East is doing extremely well for us.
Yeah, I believe so.
And Vietnam is flying.
Yes. So I was also responsible for higher education and setting up centers in Latin America.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Chaitanya. Finally,
Hi. Yeah, finally. It kept giving me the email ID is whatever, not registered or something like that. Then,
I had the same issue, Chaitanya. I mean, I had the same.
Then I think Karan or Neetu sent me the new link. Apparently, there's a new link.
Yeah, me too.
Hi, Nandita.
Hi. So I also had the same problem. Okay.
Yeah, so almost everyone had the same issue.
Yeah.
Who's the host? Do you need to just enable sharing for me?
Sure, we'll do that.
Yeah. Hi, Shekhar. How are you?
Very well, Chaitanya. How are you doing?
Bust. Very good. I've been coming to campus regularly, so hopefully, walk around the campus a little bit, lose some weight.
So since we have all the panelists of this session with us, we'll formally start the session. I welcome all the dignitaries to this plenary one on preparing right talent for bigger picture, especially in light of the new national education policy. This session holds a very special place in this entire conversation on media and entertainment. I welcome the moderator of this session, Mr. Chaitanya Chenchlikar, Vice President and Chief Technology Officer of Whistling Woods International. We have panelists with us here, Mr. Shrikant Sinha. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Telangana Academy of Skills and Knowledge, in short, TASK. Dr. Anil Pant, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Fabtech Limited. We have Ms. Nandita Abraham, President of Pearl Academy, and Mr. Shekhar Mukherjee, Director of National Institute of Design, Andhra Pradesh. Welcome all the panelists, and over to you, Chaitanya.
Hi, hello, everybody. Good morning. It's after the lovely inaugural that we had. It's important that the first session that is immediately after it, we try and kind of match up to some of the things that were said and make sure that, we take that conversation forward. Now, I had no idea what they were going to say in the inaugural, but it turns out that the way that I have tried to structure the session is actually very similar and along those lines. So it's a good coincidence. So before we start, I want to, just do a very quick presentation, a few slides, just setting the situation and the scenario for what we're going to talk about today. So if I can just share. Just to kind of start talking about media and entertainment education. First 4 slides are just going to set it up, and then we'll have a couple of slides where, where we talk about some of the issues, and then despite the issues, some of the successes that we've had, and then a solution going forward, which then we can discuss and talk about other things as well. So, this is the world that we are in, right? We are in we have gone past the information age. We are in the immersive and intelligent age. We also have the most challenge because we now have to train the most number of people ever in the history of the world that anybody has had to deal with. So these are some of the key numbers of our industry that we need to look at. We have over 1,800 films, about 3,500 plus hours of original content, over 1,600 hours of original fiction OTT content. This was 2019. This year, we'll probably be doubling that. We have over 2 lakh hours of original television content and over 12 lakh hours of digital content. This is again, because this is for 2019, it includes YouTube and TikTok. That has come down a little bit since TikTok is no longer with us, but a lot of the OTT content has taken over. And a lot of this sits on the base of 700 million plus internet subscribers and 500 million plus smartphone users. We've also had 40% growth in online gaming just in the past year, with basically 1 in 4 Indians today being a gamer. And that's something that should not really be, it should not really be something that, that is an also. For a long time in India, gaming was an also, right? We would say we have a film industry, we have a television industry, we have an animation and VFX industry, and we also have a gaming industry. I think that also needs to be taken away from gaming now. We are also blessed with volume. I mean, it's almost criminal that we haven't been able to take full advantage of the volume that we are blessed with. If you just I've tried to kind of break it down broadly between people and how they access content through the prism of digital. But essentially, if you look at our mass consumers, we have over 316 million mass consumers as of 2019. Just our mass consumers are more than the entire content consumption population of the US. I'm not even looking at the free consumers or the ones who are taking the bundled digital content or tactical digital or digital only, right? So this is a huge opportunity that we have in this country. Now, just one slide talking about some of the issues, actually the main issue about on media and entertainment education, which is that a formal institutionalized structure has been missing. As you can see from the graphic, even though film, media, and entertainment education sits under the INB ministry, it is not really like an MOE, a Ministry of Education subject. It has never been. Unlike the other ministries which run education, INB has never really set up a nodal body, a nodal agency, which will actually lay out a framework for media and entertainment education in India. So we don't have a framework like medical education or law education has. And what that has done is it has made it almost impossible for the private sector to participate, because the government has set up institutions which have their own kind of way of operating, whether it's the FTI or the SRFTI or the NID or the IMC or several others, JJ School of Arts. But if, say, a private player wanted to get into it, there was no standard framework that they could follow. Just like you have government medical colleges and private medical colleges, all of them follow the same framework that does not exist in our industry. Now, what that has caused is that's caused fragmentation and warping of the M&E education space. Fragmentation because, a lot of the technical areas have actually moved away from trying to be part of the larger creative arts industries and kind of try to find their way into IT and ITES and under that domain to see how some kind of formal certification and structuring can happen. Similarly, a lot of the other areas have taken refuge under the BA umbrella to try and kind of get some formal certification, and that has taken away from the fact that our industry is a composite industry of creative, technical, and commercial, and that unique nature of the industry has gotten diluted a little bit. It's also severely limited codification of Indian way of storytelling or a lot of our ways and means, right? If you ask anybody what, say, just take an example of screenwriting, right? Everybody immediately talks of the 3-act structure because there are books written on it. It is well documented, well structured. However, historically, our stories and the epics and a lot of the historical narrative content that has come out of India is a 5-act structure. Now, this has never been codified. This has never been put down into structured screenwriting, academic text like the 3-act structure has. So, that, or there is, if you look at a lot of our fashion, a lot of the way that our textiles are weaved, a lot of, the way that our, traditional clothes have been either made or draped, a lot of this needs to be codified into deciding and to kind of giving out to the world that, if you so choose, you may decide to go down this route of education or of application in your respective industry too. So that has not happened. It's also led to a disparity between India's position in the world and the position of India's filmed entertainment industry. So for 18% of the world's population and 12% of the world's economy, we have less than 2% of the world's M&E industry market share. 70% of US's money comes from outside the US, the US's media and entertainment industry. Only 10% of our film revenue comes from outside India. And, I'm not saying this as a thing that, despite these things, we have seen evidence of content that is made in India and sold to the world, and the world has taken it up. So, we have evidence of that. There is Mighty Little Bheem, which in the last 18 months or so has become the #1 preschool series globally on Netflix, not just, India. 2 out of 3 viewers of Sacred Game Seasons 1 were from outside India. Inside Edge was nominated for the Emmys in 2018. Delhi Crime actually won the Emmys this year. So it's not like we don't have evidence of it. The problem is that these are few and far between. These are not the mainstream, right? You need the mainstream, the normal, the average. Almost every single piece of Indian content needs to go global. That's important. Have evidence of that in films as well. Again, in films, the reason why that we are very easily able to identify 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 films Indian made which have gone global is because there are so few of them that the majority of the films still make 90-95% of the money inside India, right? So is there a solution to this? This is all fine. So yes, there is a solution for it, and thankfully the solution, while has been thought of for a while, has presented itself through the structure that the NEP allows us, right? So before that, we just have to look at how complicated media and entertainment education is. Our industry is a relatively flat industry. There are just 4 levels. So you have executors, you have managers, you have creative managers, and you have ideators, right? And yes, training is needed at all these levels, whereas most of the new entrants come in here and here. But you do have lateral entries coming in here as well, though not as many. Right? It's structured on 3 axes. So there's theory education, practical, there's foundation and specialization. And academically, there's choice-based credit system education, and there's conservatory education. Now, with these 3 axes, you also have 3 teaching areas, which is the art, craft, technology, and commerce business. And now you have the complication of the content viewing platforms, because every platform brings with itself a unique content characteristic. So in a way, this complex nature of education is very, very similar to medical education, and we need to codify it. We need to structure it. We need to create a framework for this. So essentially, we need to set up a film and media and entertainment education expert council, right? We need to fill that box which had question marks in it. Or you empower the media and entertainment skill council to play the role. Or some agent, somebody needs to do this. Somebody needs to be this creator and holder of this framework. Yes, the industry can do it, and the industry should be a part of it, but it has to be something that is independent on its own and continues forever. Right? And then you're able to, through that, offer mainstream degrees, offering specialized output-based education. While we do that, we also have to have a continuing education paradigm set up for training and retraining for existing working professionals. So, we are structured education for fresh entrants, like the NEP says. You can do a 4-year UG and a 2-year PG with an exit at each year. And, one of the more important bit is this. What the hell is happening? Is this so that we are actually able to enable scholarship, R&D, publishing, teacher training. Right now, it's very difficult to find a good teacher training module or a good teacher training mechanism for educators in the media and entertainment space. And the last bit is that it has to be a by the industry, made up of the industry and for the industry solution. You can't leave the industry out of it, primarily because as of now, the industry are the cutting edge, right? They know significantly more, and they've got significantly more experience and expertise in this. There have to be some kind of funding for media technology development labs, either through state funds or incentivizing corporates for the same to include it in their CSR. And we have to ensure that foundational education in media, entertainment, creative arts is delivered at the high school level. So this is basically it. All of us are educational institution we are part of it and we run it. And, these are the 3 things that we do. We do education, we do training, and we enable ideation. And these are the 3 things that we have to enable our alumni to do, which is, we need to enable them to work. We need to enable entrepreneurship with them, and we need to enable them to do research. So how we do this, how we build this is what we're going to talk about. So thank you for that. And I'm going to stop sharing. Okay. So, for further to that, I'm going to open up the questions. I hope everybody got some of the broad questions that I had sent yesterday. Okay. So So, let's get started with Shekhar. So, Shekhar, given the long history that you have had with media, entertainment, creative arts, education, what do you see are the various needs of the training education at various levels of the industry pyramid, right? And what are the 2 or 3 specific steps that we can do to cater to both the fresh talent as well as the multiple levels of the industry?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm proposing, thank you first of all for this lovely panel, and on a right juncture of this, just before we are passing through this last month of this amazing and crazy year, and hoping, hope is the only hope. So 2021, we hope that will get into much more breather stage. But yeah, I mean, definitely, I mean, quickly looking back my journey also as a animation designer and then communication design and into animation film and all, and mentoring students. The whole idea of working, I worked in the industry where it was an outsourced industry. Heavily, India was relying on like a back-end job, like in animation industry. I'm talking about early 2000. And then I went back to NID, which is my alma mater in Ahmedabad, to the department to teach, because I felt that it also gave an opportunity to encourage the students to discover their own stories, like which will build identity, unlike Indian cinema, which is so rich, like both Bollywood and regional cinema. So in animation cinema, which was about to happen. And today we see there are definitely, thanks to independent film and also digital platform, lot of things are coming up. So just to fast forward now, my new role as a director of new NID, National Institute of Design. Of course, there are different disciplines to look at, but at the same time, what I see that, an opportunity to go for a new kind of curriculum approach, what I call best practice from the past and relevance of today. And you have to bring both online and offline experience, and little more liberation in terms of coming from just generally in a public setup. What happened, you most of the time bound by too much of as if it's not possible. You grow up listening to that it is not possible. So at the same time now, I can tell you that, there are winds of change, there are attitude of change, and whether it's public or private, there is a kind of a desire to come together and getting into a collaboration. So what I am looking at a model for our institute that, first 2 years students should go through solid basics, and we have a long tradition of visiting experts that many of our graduates are working and many other friends are familiar. And looking at undergraduate program, what you already talked about a model in your presentation, it is almost similar on that line, similar thoughts, that it really doesn't matter anymore whether it's a public or private. It is the mind, it is the individuals coming together and build a solid strength and a culture in this country. And what we're looking at, being a public institute, we have a certain advantage of getting basic fund to run it, and we are not under the pressure of making profit. So we can also go for different government schemes of getting people from different economic background. So talent doesn't get bound by one particular age group or economic group and all these things. So undergraduate program where I'm looking for, the school leavers, those who are coming as a raw talent. And at the same time, postgraduate program, what we're looking for, which is yet to start, instead of running another set of program and see them as a student, you make it a little more open. Like, you remove the age group, you remove the age restriction, and where their job will be, they can come back and contribute to the undergraduate and do one project of their own under the mentorship of much more senior people, and what we call professor emeritus culture. Yeah. And they will be also growing up as a future educators. It's like because generally in NID, I'm touching upon that teachers training program was always not very successful, because students often become much more talented than the teachers, those who come to be a teacher. I mean, you have to, it's like you evolve with the journey, and these subjects needs professor in practice. The teachers should never stop practicing. because it is not a gallery-based thing, no. And our institute come under Ministry of Industry and Commerce, so I call it a studio school. It's not an university. So,
Correct.
anyway,
Nice.
This is what I can start with. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Nandita, and this is something that I've had long conversations with film people too. But if you look at fashion, right? Indian traditional fashion is probably as old, if not older, and as rich, if as not richer, than any of the European or American or any other fashion trends. But a lot of those styles, a lot of those cuts go global, and they've gone global very, very easily. Whereas, relatively, given the age and richness of our fashion industry, we haven't gone as global when it comes to academics, when it comes to research, when it comes to styles and cuts and that kind of stuff. So, do you have some understanding as to what is needed to make that push? How do you make it as commonplace for something to be like an Indian style of wear all over the world? I think you're on mute.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you, Chaitanya. I think that that took me off because I was going to answer about film, but let me try to combine fashion, design, film, etc. I think number one is we need to be proud of what we have and really understand it. So even if we're talking about film and now we're talking about Beam, not just look at our culture and what we have as something which is secondary, but really there should be enough or value the research that there is in there. So that's number one. Second is we have to know the correct way to offer it to the world, because the world is not interested unless they're going to benefit from it. So we have to understand the levels of research, the levels of professionalism that is expected the world over, the levels even of just presentation and how do you sell that pitch. The third thing I want to talk about is really collaboration, because we can go out there and say this is what we have, but if we're collaborating with international partners, we do research with international partners, our students do research with students from other countries, this is also a way really for that understanding to happen, and students learn then how to be as good, whether it's a media and entertainment student or a product design student, but how to be as good as any other student or professional anywhere in the world. So it's not just in the terms of the quality of work, but also in the ethics of working, in the ethics of the profession. And that's how we actually make our students, our research, and what India has to offer as good as anywhere else. The rest of the world is very interested in India, but if they see India as something which is only about sadhus and magic and all that, then we're not representing really who we are. So
essentially, are you saying that we maybe need to codify, we maybe need to structure the academics of how our media, entertainment, creative arts industry has progressed, to actually do some backward distillation of that and put out structure which we can show to the world?
Can I give some one or two examples just within that? Because, and I'm sure everybody else does this here, that benchmarking education internationally and really looking. So some of the things that we've done in that direction is, one is to create in the senior levels multidisciplinarity. So a media student doing a project with a business student doing a project maybe with a fashion, because that's how you work internationally. And I mean, that's how you work when you get into the industry. You have to be, or an event student, and that's how students study internationally also. So that's one thing that has become quite important. Another interesting thing that we started to do is a compulsorily 10-week international module. So either students have to travel or we create projects. So students from Manchester Metropolitan University and Pearl together work on solving some issue that there is. So you're making people think in a more mature and more equal way. Then they learn to talk with each other and learn to understand. And the third really is the industry. Just like you said, industry is what we say is leading edge, but actually it should be educators.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
So
should be actually globally, if you look at it, it's the universities that are the sharp end of the stick that break through and give guidance to the industry. But because again in India, it hasn't been mainstreamed, so there isn't that body that of work and enough people that can actually do that breakthrough and showcase to the industry that what this workflow, yes, you've been doing it for all these years, why don't you try this new stuff?
But that's what education is supposed to do,
Supposed
lead
to
the
do.
industry.
Yeah, I agree.
And in some
Correct.
areas, we do, like, I don't want to go back to fashion because Pearl gets named as a fashion college.
Yeah.
In some areas like textiles and fashion, the industry comes to us. So we do trend forecasting for them. We do ideation. We train the industry. We train people in visual merchandising, etc. This has not happened in the media and entertainment sector so far. But I think that's something that we need to be able to equip ourselves, equip our faculty members to do. And as soon as we take that step, of course, we have to be able to contribute to the industry properly. I think we're then getting to be as international as we can. Yeah.
Cool. Nice. So, Anil, it's a good segue from the word international because AppTech is at this point of time significantly international academic operation. So, could you just talk a little bit about, we are talking about, our education going global and both in terms of geographies metaphorically and physically. So quality as well as presence. So a little bit about some of your of AppTech's learnings from your steps to go global.
So I'm going to answer this in with about 3 or 4 points, right? I'm going to start by saying Mahatma Gandhi about 100 years ago had made, there's a very famous quote. He said, if God came to India, he would have to take the form of bread. This is the time when India used to go through a lot of famines and people used to die of hunger. I'm sure if Gandhiji were alive today, he would have, rephrased that by saying, if God came to India, he would have to take the form of jobs. And if you look fundamentally, the philosophy for us, whether we operate in India or the 40 odd countries that we operate in globally, the key message that we give to our students is that you will become employable at the end of this program, whether it's a 1-year program, whether it's an 18-month program. And honestly, they say diversity in thought is what makes things grow. And one of the things that I strongly believe in is that if you look at the media and entertainment industry, both in India and globally, I can talk about Vancouver, where we've just set up a partnership with some people there. The number of jobs is just exploding. Okay, and yeah. I like to sort of draw a comparison between what the IT industry was in 2000 and what the media and entertainment industry is today. So we are at the same cusp that the IT industry was in 2000. Now, what does this mean for people, right? And Chaitanya, you and I were on another panel just about a week back with Brain. And we were talking about, see, a lot of the things that you say has a lot of relevance. What you guys at Whistling Woods do, for example, you bring out creators, okay? You bring out guys who are artists. Now, the media and entertainment industry needs them, sure. But for every artist that it needs, it probably needs 15 or 20 technicians.
Yeah, so if you see the pyramid that I showed, generally the ratio is 1:40 at each level. So one ideator, you need 40 creative managers, one creative manager, 40 managers, one manager, 40 executors.
Absolutely. Now, what we have made our forte, right, is the bottom 2 layers of the pyramid. And having said that, interestingly enough, I've got data for the last 5 years. People who passed out from my centers, there are almost 200 of them who are entrepreneurs, employing almost 5,000 people.
Nice.
Now, so that is something which is absolutely incredible when I see the opportunity in India, right? Now, I think Shekhar was talking about when he started his career. You know, Shekhar, I'm sure you were talking about the $10 per frame kind of work that used to come to India, right? And that's how business was built here. Now, $10 a frame to actually original content getting created in India. You talked about Bheem, you know, Mighty Little Bheem being exported. One of the other children's programs which is extremely popular on Netflix is Troll Hunters. Now, Troll Hunters has been completely storyboarded, conceptualized, filmed, created in Mumbai by, I think, Studio 81 or I there's a very large studio there. Now, when you have such a large number of jobs, okay, and such a huge requirement, how do you meet this? And that has been the underlying philosophy that we have used in AppTech. Two things. One, your content has to be what industry is using today. At least about 20% of it has to be experimental in nature. So, you know, things that are not even being used, we are already teaching them in our, it's already part of our curriculum. And unlike universities, one of the things that we don't have to bother about is having an academic senate through which we have to pass a course and getting it approved by a whole layer of people. I mean, our Industry Connect Alliances team comes back, says, hey, this is what is going to be in the years down the line. And that becomes a part of our curriculum. The biggest thing that I believe, which is probably lacking in our education industry, is any effort on innovation. So, for example, I see the 4-year, 3-year courses that are being offered by universities. Honestly, I'm not impressed by them. Okay. Yeah. Just not impressed because the quality of content is probably 5 years, 10 years old there. And again, if you look at UGC, what does UGC do? It says that if you have to teach an undergraduate program, you need a postgraduate teaching it. How many postgraduates are you going to get in animation, VFX, or gaming in India? I mean, you get a handful. So, firstly, if you want to formalize education in that nature, you need to first say that anybody who's an expert in this field, it does not matter whether you have a degree or you have a postgraduate degree.
I completely agree with you. But that is actually what I was talking about when I was talking about building a framework. Like, for example, in medical education, nobody says that the teacher has to be a postgraduate. They say a teacher has to be an expert in a particular area of medicine, right?
No. I disagree, Chaitanya, because if you look at a MBBS guy, cannot be taught by a professor who's less than an MD.
Exactly, right? But the criteria for that is the expertise that the MD has, not necessarily the educational level, right? So that needs to be built out in our industry as well.
So, right, Chaitanya. And you know, the one thing that is lacking in India is predominantly, I've been talking to this Vancouver Center for Entertainment Arts. Okay, I mean, we've just tied up with them. Interestingly enough, their entire faculty is composed of people who are from industry. So, for example, Tyler Weiss, he's the producer. Tyler Weiss is producer of Game of Thrones. Now, tell me, you can do this, okay? But I mean, at AppTech, I can't get in a Subhash Ghai to come and take a course for me. I don't have the you have that privilege. Yeah. So we don't. So what do? We engage with industry people to use technology to give industry perspective to students globally. Now, whether it's in Vietnam, whether it's in Nigeria, whether it's in Qatar, whether it's in Russia, whether it's in Honduras, I mean, anywhere. I mean, any of the 40 countries that we are present in. So it is extremely important for any education setup to have a very, very strong industry connect and alliances team. And you tell me which college is going to invest the kind of money that you need to invest to build this kind of a alliance and setup.
Only one that is kind of set up by somebody who's as crazy as Mr. Ghai.
Yeah. So you guys will do it, but you have the advantage of Mr. Ghai, yeah, the ultimate showman.
And we have the advantage of the fact that he had the vision to kind of give us that leeway and give us that scope of, you know what, go do it. We'll see 5 years down the line what happens. Sorry, Nandita wants to comment.
Sorry, I want to completely agree with you, Anil, because just your faculty member and the students and the building and the studios is not enough.
Not enough.
It's very strong team that works with the industry, very strong team that creates alliances, very strong team that looks at student outcomes. If we don't create that, then we're never going to be where we want to be.
So I want to one thing.
Every college has to either have or start putting this into place.
And Chaitanya, I want to bring in one thing very strongly here. I mean, if I look at AppTech, one of the reasons why we've got 35,000 students at any given point of time in media and entertainment is in the last 3 years, we've invested more than $5 million in creating original content here. I mean, today, for example, if I have an 800-hour program, I don't teach that on, I mean, yes, it's completely digital in nature, but the entire 800-hour program is available in augmented reality. Just like you see that guy in Iron Man, Robert Downey playing with the things. My kids, I mean, sitting at home, all they need is a smartphone. They play with the characters. They see what a character looks like in real life. So we believe in creating great technicians, okay? And I believe that this media and entertainment industry, probably in 5 years down the line, is going to employ about 300,000 plus people per year, which is as large as what the IT industry is doing today.
Yeah. So on that bit, right, that's a good segue again. I mean, I'm getting nice segues from everybody. So, Task has done a lot of industry outreach, a lot of industry connect, has built in and been kind of at the point of a lot of upskilling and upgradation of industry professionals. So let's hear a little bit about, what has your experience been? How was it when you started? There was obviously a particular idea of what Task was supposed to do. And then how has that changed and how have you adapted to bringing in industry professionals?
Okay, thanks, Chaitanya, and thanks for the organizers for helping me share my views over here. I agree with what Anil said, and in fact, if I look at it today, thanks to COVID, we are practically akin to the same situation as it was in Y2K situation, right? And here I'd like to point out and agree with Anil that it was the AppTechs and NITs of the world who actually created the workforce to actually support the Y2K itself. While, of course, the engineers were coming out of the IITs, etc., but the workforce was generated by democratizing actually computer education. If I look at it today, the need for the media industry is also the same. Media and entertainment industry also needs to democratize education and bring it down to the same level. I also like the example that you gave about equal to the medical education. I will probably step back one step and say, look, if it was being run by like engineering education, if medical education was being run by engineering education, anyone could say, look, if you were lying on the operating table and your stomach has to be operated for removing some ulcers, and the doctor needs to remove the spleen or put it on the side, well, he'll say, I left it as an option, and do it. And that's precisely what cannot happen today
in our field. Jack of all, but master of one.
Absolutely. And the thing is, if you look at it, you need good musicians to create music, right? But you cannot avoid the Beethovens also. So research is very important and you need it. But for fueling the growth of the 300,000 people that Anil was talking about and others have also been saying, and in the previous session, the number of jobs that we were talking about, that's how the whole thing has to happen. If we look at the industry today, of course, I'm happy to note that everyone has spoken about Chhota Bheem, which is the product of Telangana itself, and that is our flag bearer for Telangana. But having said that, I think what is also most important is that the state itself, and of course, the Honorable Principal Secretary will be talking about it on, later on 18th, about the infrastructure that has been created over here to help organizations get exposed to the latest. So the image tower is coming up, which is a huge investment. We on our end are looking at what are the skills. Today, a lot of, if I look at the digital platforms itself, the media and entertainment industry, I think the thing which needs to also change is we have got, an opportunity to change education. It has not changed for the last 2000 years. Ever since the time of Socrates, it has been more of classroom education. If we try to bring the same thing online, it doesn't work. And I commend, Anil, and of course, AppTech was in one of my peers at Tara, I used to be a part of AppTech and Arena, etc. But yes, getting augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, extended reality into the field of education is probably where to go. If we look at how we have been, skilling our people, right? Colleges is one part of it. We want to bring in this education right to, and in fact, myself and Biren are talking about it. How do we take it down to the districts? Because that's where the potential exists. That's where creativity exists at the best. And to Nandita's point, just to promote handlooms, we in Telangana, all government officials wear handloom on Mondays. It's just to show that, yes, this is something which exists and that is how it can be promoted. So sorry for a long answer, but coming to the point, I think what is most important is, as Anil also said, try to understand the industry trend, work very closely with the industry, see where the industry demand is. If we are producing people who are not there for the industry, then it won't help. So we will start at bottom of the pyramid, and probably today in Telangana, we have the first two layers on which we will be concentrating on. But having said that, it will be important that once they have wet their hand enough, they have dirtied their hands enough, that they get back into a formal industry-led, practical-oriented program where they start moving up the value chain, which is most important.
Interesting. So let's kind of come to the other important question, right? So communication is a big part of all verticals of the media and entertainment industry, and that seems to be one area where I don't know, maybe we've not done as well, right? Because for like question I sent, essentially, there was a joke that in India everybody becomes an engineer and then they decide what they want to do, right? So while it was kind of, and it was a joke, there was some seed to it, right? When do we will we ever reach a point where somebody jokes that in India everybody becomes a media and entertainment undergraduate and then they decide what they want to do, right? So that communication which our industry should be doing about how well it is, how big it is, what is the potential, what is the scope, etc., 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 is that missing somewhere? Has that been missed historically in the last 30-40 years? Because till date, despite, if you look at the US, the largest export is arms, the second largest export is content. Despite that fact, a lot of parents still consider media and entertainment education as quote unquote risky, which I don't know, because 99% of our students get jobs and only 25% of engineering students are getting jobs. But engineering is not considered risky and we are. So is there a big communication hole somewhere that we haven't got into? So, Anil is very vigorously raising his finger, so I will start with him.
So this is something that I'm damn excited about, Chaitanya, because, for me, like I said, I churn out about 25,000 kids and they all have 2.5 job offers. So obviously the question I keep asking my team, or I used to keep asking my team, is why the hell aren't we double of what we are? Because there are so many jobs. And Chaitanya, very interestingly, about 2 years back, we did a huge exercise involving a few hundred focus groups, people, parents, asking them, look, why are you not putting your kids into this media and entertainment space? The two big reasons that came out, one was the SAD principle. The SAD principle, they equate the media and entertainment industry with sex, alcohol, and drugs. This is unfortunately a reality. So this was the first thing that came out. Second thing, they still don't think that entertainment is a career option. They believe that entertainment is a hobby.
But why? That's the core.
But the key thing that came out was, बच्चा वहां पे जाएगा, बिगड़ जाएगा. Okay. Right? And that's why we got this guy. We spent a ton of money on getting Rahul Dravid in as a brand ambassador. The whole idea was that give a message out that this is a great career option. You can't get a better person than Rahul. Now, what I think industry needs to do, what government needs to do, what every person in the education space needs to do is to actually educate parents more than the students. The kids are interested. The children want to do or pursue a career here. parents are the ones who are killing this damn thing.
Mm.
And that's what I have. And this is based on scientific, focus group discussions. It's come out across segments. We had people right from auto rickshaw drivers to industrialists participating in these focus group discussions. And invariably, this was one thing which came across all spectrums of society कि बच्चा इस industry में जाएगा तो बिगड़ जाएगा.
So, ironically, and I will come to everybody, but I just want to add to that. Ironically, it is another vertical of the media and entertainment industry itself that has created this canard that the media and entertainment industry is about SAD. Because the media is part of the same industry. So why are you destroying yourself? I mean, why are you whatever? Anyway, that's like a rant. But so yeah, I mean, I completely understand where you're coming from. So Nandita, Nandita, do you want to say something?
Yeah, sure. I agree on the parents' point. But I think we also need to, or we as the industry also need to reflect on what are the things we want to talk about. Who are the role models? How do we make people understand that it's an industry, not some one person, not only couch casting, casting couch, not only, it's not considered as a industry where there are many layers of jobs. What are those jobs? Do we talk about it? Do parents really know and understand? In the IT sounds like it has jobs. Engineering sounds like it has jobs.
But it's been sold like that. It's like McDonald's is good food. It's been sold like that. It's not.
So I think we need to find. I mean, if there was a way for the media and entertainment industry to get a strong, and you were talking, Chaitanya, about having a body kind of it, but some kind of PR story building about what the industry is, what are the various levels of jobs, talking about these numbers, and so that people start seeing it as an industry, not just as really hot and sexy or really something.
We need a mutual fund sahi hai type of campaign, right? Which is essentially everybody coming together and saying, you know what, this is right, this works. Which is exactly what they did, right? Everybody came together and kind of said, yes, there is risk, but it's still right? So,
strong role models. I think strong role models are important, and also this whole maybe through independent cinema, etc., or experimental cinema, showing how this industry influences society. In a positive way, the role that is played, not just about glamour. I think that's something that's important.
Good. I mean, we've got a couple of nice. Sorry, I will come to Shekhar and Shrikant, but just I want to add into that. So, what what we were talking about jobs and the potential. So, we used to work with a particular NGO. I won't really name them. They used to take street kids and make them do things like wicker basket making and this, that, and all that. Essentially, the conversation we had was that, yes, you're doing a great job and kudos to you. Well done. We'll support you. But honestly, wicker basket making is not going to take the child from a slum to a flat in Mumbai in one generation. But being a focus puller can. And we've seen it. We've actually had somebody who was so street kid that he didn't know what his last name was, right? Literally was taken in by the NGO off the street and kind of taken to a point where we put him through a 1-year focus pulling program, like a modified program. We got special permission from university, etc., etc. And today he's just 3 days ago, he informs me that he's bought a flat in Kanjurmarg. And I'm like, dude, this is rocking. Literally from the slum. Now, these are the kind of stories that we need to put up there.
No one even knows these careers.
Exactly.
Right? What are the careers?
Focus pulling is a 5,000 rupee a day job.
Yeah.
A good DOP and a good focus pullers combination people don't start films if their focus puller is not available.
Yeah.
Right? So, these are things that we need to just maybe communicate better. So, Shekhar, any kind of you've been in this industry for a really long time. Any understanding, any thoughts on how do we fix our communication so that we make our industry the standard, the norm? When will people make jokes about our industry that everybody does a media and entertainment undergrad program and then they decide what they want to do? How do we get to that
think,
point?
Yeah, I fully agreed. Like I myself is like I left my commerce and jump into it.
Yeah,
And
CA.
of course, so it's kind of being outcast for quite some time. And even today, in a larger family, I feel outcast because, I recently left my 18 years confirmed job and came here on a 10-year basis because I know that, nothing goes waste. But I fully agree with Anil saying that, we need a awareness program for the parents, because this is an aggressive combined awareness program. Here, I think public and private is not important. Online platform can be one area, some kind of communication strategy. Because I'll just tell you one thing. In NID, I just study a pattern, like, NID, before it started giving degree, and after it started giving degree, the admission form selling is gone up.
Yeah, same here.
But we got more, like Arnab Chaudhary and all these people belong to Dhiman Vyas and all, Vaibhav Kumaresh belong to
older.
Completely, they landed into because of passion, because of, But yes, of course, it was a different time, pre-internet era, like people somehow, it's like happy accident, people land there. But today, I think we have rapid communication options and channels. I fully agree that we need a school for parents, but children are already doing good enough. They're beautiful. Like this is, and also that is something I was telling that children learn from each other and they're learning faster. And you need good mentor. And also we need some communication, and communication is the thing. Like, conversation is only the thing. But that we need to multiply because it's a crazy job. It's I don't know, Chaitanya. I have no answer, but I say again, Anil, about it. We need to communicate with parents again and again and again. And these micro areas. Just now you said that the job of a DOP, how beautiful and how responsible job it is.
Yeah. No, it's focus puller. This is just the guy when the camera is, on a track trolley sliding, moving in or out. You need to shift focus on the go. So that focus puller.
So the world is not only depending on UI UX. That is my.
Oh yeah, of course. And the world and the film industry is not only direction and acting, right? So that seems to be a thing. So Shrikant, I mean, having had a active and aggressive role within a state kind of supported and state sponsored in a way program, have you faced some of these communication issues, and how have you seen the reaction of the state to it?
See, I think if I look at Telangana, it's a dinner table conversation when people say, okay, so when are you starting your engineering program, right? There are cramming schools in different cities where they prepare you for engineering. But the fact, as you rightly said, for any manufacturing job today, people prefer ITIs than to engineers.
Yeah.
Right? Second thing which has been happening is it has to be multidisciplinary. So today the NEP at least provides us that opportunity. For example, if I look at engineering subject itself, mechatronics is a program which is mechanical and electronics put in together, which has got huge potential. Today, if I look at graphics itself, which is a small element of what you do, if that can be incorporated into the various engineering fields, it opens up a complete different paradigm, right? Yeah. And tomorrow, as soon as the field starts growing, you will need people from the domain also. So one of the ways of making it more sexy for people is looking at these collaborative models also, where you combine some portion of media, bringing STEAM instead of STEM only. So the arts part of it should also be brought into that. So that is one way of doing it. Definitely communications are a challenge today, and you are right. In fact, my daughter did media and communications from Pune, and that's where it is. So today, one thing which I have also seen is that this industry, while some portions of it is open for newcomers, right, you have to struggle and prove your worth for the others, which is happening, which also gives it some kind of a thing that, look, if you go there, you will be spending time and not being able to achieve much. Having said that, I think it's important for youth to realize where their passion lies. We should have more films like, The Three Idiots, where it spoke about only one thing: do what your passion desires. And our youth need to understand that till they reach 30, that's the time when they can put everything at risk, conquer the world, fail fast, fail hard, but get up and start running again. And this industry, Indian entertainment, is a wonderful industry for those kind of entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
And
so just to add to, sorry, carry on.
Yeah. So that's the communication that should go out, reach out to people. And of course, as everyone said, we need more mind space of the parents than anything else.
So just to add to what Anil said about focus groups, so we've now had approximately 5,000 or so students that have either are studying or have gone through this language, and we've done a loose kind of thing. So the way we look at it is there's the 20, 60, 20 structure, right? So there's the top 20% who are passionate. They wanted to do this since they were like 10, right? They're the ones who show up at 7 a.m. on campus every day and don't leave till midnight. You have to kick them out, literally. Then you have the bottom 20% who are here because, it's cool to be in media and entertainment, right? They like the idea of being a media and entertainment professional. They actually don't want to do the hard work. So them, pretty much. It's the middle 60% that actually defines how well, what the culture and how the institution kind of moves forward. Because if the middle 60% are more on the positive side, they spur the top 20% as well, right? And they also encourage the bottom 20% who are there just to kind of pass the time to also see that 80% of people are actually doing well. So maybe, let me put in a little more effort, I may be able to do it. Right. So it's this middle 60%, and it's the middle 60% whose parents are the fence sitters. It's the middle 60% who are the ones who have chosen media and entertainment as a profession over other professions and are continuously evaluating, did I make the right choice? Did I make the right choice? Did I make the right choice? So it is this communication that you have to kind of do to the middle 60%. And we've been trying to now formulate different ways of doing it, trying it directly from the top. So whether it's the PM of the country or, at that senior, super senior level, right down to the student telling 6 of his or her cousins and nieces and nephews of their daily experiences on campus, right? So we have noticed that both actually have similar impact, but the on-ground grassroots student telling their cousin and other people actually has a bigger impact because that is real. It's felt, and the student conveys it with passion. So and that's just what I want to tell you now. The last kind of question that I have, and this is something that I have a division within my organization that's part of the industry, Mukta Arts. We have a cinemas business, we have a production business as well, and I'm sure others have too. So between industry success and the industry valuing trained talent, right? So once upon a time, the industry, film schools used to be like, theek hai, film school wala hai, so, whatever. Now what we've seen over the last 15 years is they actually value it. So in your respective industries, where do you think the industry is when it comes to an appreciation of how much the academic institutions actually contribute to the industry? So, if we can start with Shekhar.
Yeah, I'll tell you that, I came from Ahmedabad and now in a new school setup. It's called NID, but National Institute of Design, I call it New Institute of Design, because a certain paradox we all have. Life is a paradox. But I'll tell you that recalling my student is in NID, why I really take pride of being NIDian. We used to have a lot of industry project inside.
Sorry to interrupt, but I've been told that we have to wrap up in 5 minutes. So just keep your answer short.
I won't drag it. So in short, I'll tell you, lot of thing will depend on the mentors. mentors can play a crucial role than just a person who will come for confirmed job but doesn't produce anything. So I discourage only certificates. Academic certificates is not going to work. It never worked and it is not going to work. So this is something I'm looking for.
Thanks. Anil?
So I'll just take 1 minute, not even a minute maybe. So, we've created this platform called Creo, where our students, 30,000 students, post almost about 140,000 of their projects. Now, what this platform does is it enables students to know how they fare against other students, but more importantly, it gives the recruiters a chance to take a look at the quality of work done by the student over his timeline. And we've got almost about 600, 700 recruiters who hire from us, on an annual basis. Now, my own belief is that the more you encourage students to create a portfolio, that's what's going to help the recruiters, and that's what is our core focus.
Cool. Thanks. Nandita?
So we also have a platform where students upload their portfolio, and that's really important. But one of the trends I'm seeing now is that whenever students go out and work, do projects with the industry, work on some events that's happening, they're just getting picked up.
Yeah,
So really
that's got more impact. That's what.
Yeah, exposing one to the other is something that's really useful.
That's what we've noticed too, right? Just students going out there and being on set and they kind of doing a good job. 6 people ask, who is this kid? Right? Where has this person come from? And when more and more students, when they say I'm from Whistling, they're doing a good job, then it kind of becomes mainstream. Shrikant, do you have any experience? I mean, I know you don't really deal directly with between industry and students, but any experience you have in this? Is he on mute? I think you're on mute.
I didn't realize I was on mute. As I said, yes, definitely for placements, they definitely look at it as to what kind of projects you have done. And we encourage the industry to come forward and help our students get some kind of summer internships or apprenticeships, which really play a huge part. Because thing is, how well you can do a thing. People don't want you to know the definition of a screwdriver, but actually have used one.
Correct. Absolutely. Good. That's an excellent excellent statement to end on. So thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Had a great time. So thanks. Karan, do you want to say something? I saw some chat popping up.
I think we're getting a polite message that already the next panel is there.
I can see that. Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Neerja. Thank you, CII, for putting this together. And let's hope that we're able to structure a good framework for media and entertainment education in India.
Chalo, chill.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Chaitanya. Thank you, all the panelists, for that wonderful session. The important takeaway from there is that we need sensitization. We need to create awareness about the job opportunities in this sector, and to tell parents especially that this is not just sex, alcohol, and drugs. There's much more in this sector than that. With that, we come to the end of this session. Thank you, all the panelists.
We need a framework body. We need a framework body.
Yes, we have taken that message in CII. We are already working on an action plan, as we had discussed last. So thank you, all the panelists of this session. We now move to our next segment, which is, thank you. Thanks, everybody. We move to our next segment, which is an In Conversation piece. And we have a very world-renowned guest with us, Mr. Sameer Nair, Chief Executive Officer of Applause Entertainment. Welcome, Mr. Nair. We have an In Conversation, and the host of this session is Ms. Vanita Kohli-Khandekar. She is the contributing editor of Business Standard. Over to you, Vanita.
Hi, thank you so much, Neerja, and thank you, CII, for inviting us for this. Hi, Sameer. I don't think we've met in a year, but this is how we meet now. Okay, I've known Sameer for 20 years now. So I've known him in his TV avatar, and then the content avatar, and now in content, when I say I mean Balaji and the other things, and now, of course, in this. Sameer, many years back, and this is also more for the audience's benefit than yours, frankly. Many years back, we used to talk about the crossover film. Every time a Karan Johar film or Shah Rukh Khan film did well, we said, oh, we've arrived, 40% revenues, 20% revenues from overseas. But overseas was always a tough game. $1,500 a print, the whole jingbang of distributing and marketing overseas was a big thing. And crossing over was a dream that we always had. So you'd had the odd Dangal or you'd had the odd Three Idiots. But really, it didn't happen till streaming came. And streaming gave us that particular platform where the windows dropped. Sorry. Is somebody trying to say something?
No.
Okay, I kept hearing some hissing on the... streaming gave you that platform. And look at where we are in the last 4 years. 2016 is when I would say we took off on as far as streaming is concerned. And 4 Emmy nominations last year. Then this year Delhi Crime is one. So have we crossed over? I mean, has Indian content got global resonance already? And with our own stories, with our own idiom, what do you make of it? First of all, given the trajectory of your sense or your nose for this thing, I mean, from 94 to now, whether it is Star Movies, KBC, Star Plus, everything, and applause. I'd like your perspective.
Well, it's interesting. Thank you, first of all, CII, for having us, and thank you, Vanita, for doing this. It's interesting you say this. The great dream of the crossover film or the crossover series. Really, in all honesty, India is such a big market that historically, all the content we've made have been directed to India, to look towards India, because it is such a big market that you don't really need to crossover, in that sense. We also tend to make content which is, looks at ourselves and, tells wonderful stories. We have our own idiom, we have the song and the dance, we have the two roses kissing instead of actual kissing, we do all those things. There have been, of course, the whole parallel cinema movement, built a complete separate theory about, showing the other face of India. And often, that is what became the international sort of, the image of India. So, selling poverty, if you will. And so that's been the sort of story in that sense. Ditto, the same thing happened with TV. When TV came along, we were focusing on the very big market that we have here. And also, all of this technology, whether you take film or you take TV, all of this technology is often limited by both the technology and the geography, right? Okay. So when you take a TV channel, you have a very successful TV channel in India, then you have a very successful Hindi TV channel in India, right? Because that's the nature of the medium. You cannot have a TV channel which has some programs in Hindi, some in English, some in Tamil, some in Telugu. For that you have separate channels. Ditto, what happens with movies is that we tend to be, skewed. That's why we have a very strong Hindi industry, where we have a very strong South Indian industry. We have a very strong Bengali industry. They are distinct languages and different things happen. And there's never been a single home for all these things. What has happened is that with the streamers arriving, is that the streamer does not have to say that we are a Hindi streamer or an English streamer or a movie streamer or a series streamer. The streamer doesn't have to say anything of the kind. The streamer says we are a streamer. We are like, like the ultimate candy store. And all you kids can come in here and get whatever candy that you want of any kind. And, domestic, foreign, Hindi, English, Scandinavian, whatever you want, movies, series. So I think that is the big thing. And what this is doing is that, of course, in the past, some of our movies have broken through, some of our series have broken through, but they've been few and far apart. And I won't say because we aren't doing great stuff, it's because it's never been a big focus for us, right? It's not been like we are not making things to have the world applaud. We are making things, to do business, to have Indians love it, all of that. And once in a way, of course, Dangal goes and becomes a wild hit in China. Shah Rukh is very popular in Germany. Rajnikant is the king of Japan. Things like that have happened in the past. I think now the big thing that's happening is that because of the lockdown, because of the streamers, because of this, the global sort of, content that's available to us to see, and when Indians watch Money Heist and Narcos, The Crown, and and things like that in large amounts, it emboldens us to think that we can also make sure we can create content which the world can now watch, again with the same ease, right? I think it's that ease, the technological ease of the streamers that has now made crossover content possible for everyone, including us, right? Previously, it used to be a lot of effort, as you said, so much for a print. You got to go there, you got to market. You have a few theaters that are, designated for Indian movies. It's a struggle, right? Now suddenly the struggle is gone. If you are putting a series or a movie on Netflix or Amazon or Disney Plus, technically it is available to the entire world instantly, right? And that's how things break through. That's how things break through.
That's interesting. Very interesting. It is, I mean, it's true that more than 80% of our domestic box office is Indian films. I mean, finally, India is the biggest market for its own films, and you cannot ignore that. And when you talk crossover, one of the things, it was one of my later questions, but since you brought it up, even within streaming, when I speak to a whole lot of the brands, they say that a whole lot of consumption is happening in home markets for that language. So, for example, Amazon says that 50% of the consumption of a Tamil movie will happen outside of Tamil Nadu, for example, non-home markets. So the crossover is happening within India also. Do you find that?
It is true, because also, like recently, we've done a show called Scam 1992, which is the Harshad Mehta story.
Fantastic show, by the way.
Thank you. And it came on Sony Live. But the biggest sort of happiness for us has been the number of different people who saw it, right? Usually you have what you call define as a OTT audience or a streaming platform audience, or that kind of thing. You keep hearing those kind of terms. With Scam, we've got like a uniform 6 to 60 male, female, SEC-A to SEC-E. It's a uniform kind of thing. Everybody of different types of people have seen it and liked it and enjoyed it. And that is actually what the streaming business is doing, that it is allowing you to explore new things, right? Because it's all there. So like when you put something on an Amazon or any of the streaming platforms, what happens is that if you hear about it, word of mouth is important. You hear about good things. And importantly, unlike TV, it's not tonight at 9. So it's never gone, right? It's not that, I missed it today and it's gone. It's there. It's always there. In fact, it'll be there for a week, 2 weeks, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. So it's like, it's building out that catalog. And as we hear about things, as we get accustomed to watching things with subtitles, as we get accustomed to watching international content, then we think we might as well watch other Indian content. And the same thing sort of goes across the world. So if we can watch a Mexican show, technically the Mexicans can watch an Indian show, right?
Absolutely.
It is that appreciation of content, of storytelling, of art. And that is what I think is going to happen. As we go forward now in the next 5-10 years, this world is going to shrink. We are going to become an even closely connected community. And we are going to tell more and more stories. And, like I think Bela Bajaria of Netflix recently said that there's no such thing as international content. It's only content, right?
Correct.
It's just that. And I think that's true, that, when we are watching shows and, a certain section of India watches a lot of these international shows, right? But when we are watching it, it is not our culture, it is not our actors, it is not our milieu, it's not our context, but yet we are watching it, right? And in the same way, it is the universality of the story that draws us to it. Otherwise, what are we doing? So, and I think the same thing can then work reverse everywhere.
Absolutely. For example, even Netflix and Amazon and a whole lot of these people, they have ratios like 1:3, 1:5 for how many people outside of India watch Indian shows. So I mean, I'm not ascribing specific ratios to the OTT right now because I can't remember them, but it's anywhere from 20 to 30% of their viewership is coming from outside of India for Indian shows. But having said that, Samir, if you and I've been seen that milieu of the trying to do the international film or trying to make some money from the overseas market. This time, what I find is that it's our stories told our way. And do you find, for example, Applause is doing a whole lot of adaptations. I mean, and I'd like you to take the audience through that. But is that also in search for a universal story, or is it because you think these universal stories will apply to India? I'm just curious. So,
it is actually that when we do an adaptation, our sense is that first of all, 1,000 shows get made globally, right? We pick 3. So the first filter, of course, is that can this be adapted? Is there a resonance to it in this market? KBC was a British show. It was called Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? But when we did KBC in India, we made KBC our own. Amitji was
Oh, that's
our
your
own
first
voice.
adaptation.
And it was our first adaptation. We did it, we made it our own. And in India, nobody says that, oh, KBC is either a rip-off of a foreign show or a copy of a foreign show. It's neither. It is an adaptation of it's a licensed adaptation, and we made it our own. All the little bits and pieces that come into it, the poetry, the way he talks, the whole the whole scenario of the show is unique to India. No other country does it that way. So when we do adaptations, we do it in that context that we've got to tell a story that makes Indians resonate with it and makes it their story. It's our story. Criminal Justice, when we did, we took the HBO show The Night Off, right? You see The Night Off and you see Criminal Justice, the same story. But then when you see The Night Off and you see Criminal Justice, they're totally different stories. They're totally different context, the milieu, the flavor, everything is different. So I think the adaptation works both ways. And I think increasingly what you're going to see is that a lot more unique Indian stories that get made may also well get adapted abroad. See, we've always, so far the Indian market has been that we adapt something from the US or from the UK or anywhere. But I think in the next 10 years, there may be stories coming out of India that will get adapted in other markets. For example, we recently did an original story on Netflix called Hasmukh with Veer Das, right? Where he is this small town, very geeky and kind of thing, stand-up comic who is not very good at it. And then he kills people, and if he kills off stage, he can kill on stage. Now we are looking to remake that and adapt it into different markets. Because I think that the stand-up comic story and this sort of, this kind of a unique take on this whole stand-up comic universe can be done anywhere. I can do this in China. I can do it in Turkey. I can do it in any country where there is, a weak, vulnerable, a character who's being oppressed, who then proceeds to kill and then becomes a great stand-up comic. I think it resonates anywhere in the world, So I think a lot more of that will happen. And we will tell stories that will go across the world. We will make stories that come to India. We do both.
But tell me one thing, one of the things which fascinates me in this is the mechanics. Now, in most cases, the OTT owns the IP. So they are taking the story globally in any case. If you produce a story here in India, for example, you've made Hasmukh, I don't know which brand Hasmukh aired. Was it Amazon? Hasmukh? Netflix, sorry. Netflix. So does Netflix have the right to look at it, or are you, when you talk about adaptations as a, is it different from TV? Because I find a whole lot of the IP is owned by the OTTs in this ecosystem also.
It works both ways. In our case, we own the IP, but either way, what we do is we tell Netflix about it. They have a first right of refusal. So we work with the platforms, and in any case, our sense is that as these stories get told and as new opportunities arise, so even if a streamer is taking a story across the world, still there could be an independent take on it in a country, right? And we are happy to work with the streamer on that and figure out the revenue mechanism there. Sometimes you have holdbacks, sometimes you don't have holdbacks. But honestly, I think the future is going to be telling stories. And you cannot tell. I mean, this thing about telling the one, the only people who got away with it was Hollywood. When Hollywood made the big, sort of the ultimate blockbuster that became a global hit, right? So that happened in that age because obviously, they are essentially when colonialism ended, what it continued with was the soft power colonialism of the big movie, right? So by 1945, the classic colonial era had ended, but then we've had the next 75 years of the soft power era of continuing to dominate the world with the white man's movie, which is fine. And wild hits, big movies succeeded everywhere. But I think now with the streamers and as we grow forward and doing other stories, there will be a lot more. I mean, in fact, India has always had its own very, very vibrant movie industry, despite the fact that there's such a strong, powerful Hollywood that exists.
Absolutely, absolutely. If there are questions, this is to the CII team, Neja. If there are questions, please, people can start posting them. I'd like to take them on. Yeah?
Yeah.
Applause, if you would share some of Applause's approach to choosing a story, that would be nice. Because I find a whole lot of programming people talk about the universality of story. And I understand that nuances may be local, mannerisms, attitude, rituals may be local, but there is what is this universality? And how does it, if I took specific Applause shows or specific shows, and some of them you mentioned just now, How does it work? I mean, if there's something you can share there.
You know what, when we approach it, our sense is really that every story that we tell, we are telling, making it for the audience, right?
Okay.
And the audience, the way I see it, is a mass of niches, right? There is no one audience, right?
Okay.
So therefore, there is no one universal story, and there shouldn't be, right? So there are different stories for different people. Some stories sort of cut across and, touch many hearts. Some sort of touch, hearts and minds of a few. There are different sort of strokes for different folk, and that's how best stories are told. Within that, India has this advantage, and the world has this advantage that when you say a mass of niches, you're talking about very large cohorts of people, getting into millions of numbers, like 20 million, 30 million, 50 million, 100 million, who would like a type of thing. So we do different types of stories. We do crime, we do romance, we do comedy, we do drama, we do action, we do homeland security. We do dark drama, we do revenge stories. Now we are doing biopics. Scam is a classic financial biopic in that sense. And each of these stories, our approach is always the same, that we have to tell you a story in which you are drawn to the uniqueness of the story and then the real colorfulness of the characters, right? Because that's what you actually watch. Recently I read one very interesting sort of quote, which says that showbiz is the only business in the world where we don't, we make a product which we sell to you, you pay money for, but the product still remains ours. We never sell you the product. All you get to do is take away the memory, right? And I thought it was, and I thought it was like really sort of unique to say that because, we never sell the product. We are only selling you a memory, right? And
Inception.
It is your, and the success and failure is connected to your memory. It's not yet connected because the product is still the same. Whether it was a hit or a flop, it's still the same thing. But the success of it is connected to your takeaway from it. And that is a sort of very intimate relationship. So I think when we are telling stories, we are looking to do that, make that, that intimate connection with an audience. Try to, either tell stories of ordinary people in extraordinary circumstances or extraordinary people in ordinary circumstances. When you look at the story, you must it should be either something new, unique, different for you. So you say like, wow, I wish I could be like that. Or conversely, we hold a mirror to you and you see yourself in it and you realize that, oh my God, here's how horrible or how nice I am. So I think that's what storytelling is. And that's what we try and focus on, all the time and try and get that. I mean, it has to be, the relevance is very important. The question always to be asked is, why are we telling this story? And there will be a reason. So even if you say that, listen, there was this puerile piece of action that was made. So what was the point of that? There is a reason. There is an audience that at a certain downtime wants to watch puerile action. There is a reason for why those movies get made globally. There is a reason why you make a dumb comedy. Because, if you're making a dumb comedy, then make a dumb comedy, Then we should not get too clever about the dumb comedy.
Now, I feel like taking names here.
No, but there is a reason why content gets made in that manner, and there is a way that stories are told, and that's what we.
And there's a market for everything.
There is. It's a huge market. I mean, it's wrong to think that everything should be, intellectual or disturbing or meaningful. I mean, you also want lighthearted stuff. You want different stuff. Sometimes you want to feel patriotic. Sometimes you want to feel goofy.
I have one last question before I take. There are a couple of questions coming up. Is there a language barrier fall away completely if we are talking about Indian content going global? And in India, we always had these little segments of the market which we all behave like different industries. So there's a Hindi film industry, and there's a Tamil film industry, and there's a Telugu film, not a film industry necessarily, entertainment, Bengali, Marathi, whatever. But does that fall away when you're looking at streaming? You're just looking at a story which resonates with, let's say, 150 million Amazon homes or 193 million Netflix homes, or your, whichever platform you are on, or with our audience. Does the language barrier fall away completely when you?
I think the answer will be yes and no. Logically speaking, and to use a television term, there is reach. So obviously a streaming platform will deliver reach. So if Netflix says that we've got 197 million subscribers, then technically and theoretically, if you put something on Netflix, 197 million homes could see it, right? Can see it because it can be found. I think what comes up in this is obviously discoverability. as in people still got to find you. You still got to make content that genuinely resonates with a variety of different audiences. And then finally, something which India still has to do some catching up on is the discipline of making this, that I think at the end of the day, America has been doing this for 25 years. The golden age of television started with HBO and they've been doing it now for 25 years. So, we've just come into the zone where we've started to make our Sopranos and our Wire and our House of Cards, right? These guys have been doing it since the late 90s. So I think what we have to do is to improve the quality of our productions, improve the quality of our writing, improve the hard work and discipline that goes into it. And I think we'll do it. I mean, there's nothing to say that India won't do it. We will do all of that. We are being exposed to this kind of content, international content. So, and Indians are fast learners, as you know. So we will get there. We will do it. But I think we will have to do that. For Indian content to become truly global, it'll have to be more than just the reach. Just because a platform has reach doesn't necessarily mean the content has reach or the content has relevance.
And in fact, one of the questions is that how do you define success? And here in this case, I remember you telling me that how much completion rate, the completion rate of a show time. So what are the parameters you look at and how much does the platform share with you? And does that influence the way you look at things?
Well, honestly, more than, platforms obviously don't share direct numbers, but these are from all the conversations I've had, there are some really interesting learnings I've got. One is obviously the number of existing subscribers who came on to see the show. That existing subscribers, how many finished seeing the show? So that is a true parameter. And the third one is then how many new people came onto the platform because of this show, right? So which is subscriber addition. And that when you take these three sort of numbers and you measure up with how much you spent on the show, how much you spent on marketing, and the math is like, nowadays in the modern streaming world, much more than TV ever was. I think the math is really up there in your face. There's no getting away from the fact of, how much you spent and what did you get as a sort of a return. So, like obviously you say that all my existing subscribers watch this show, which is good. But then they should have all completed the show because then at least that's a satisfactory thing. But if there were no new subscribers and if the existing subscribers didn't even finish it, then that's not such a good outcome, So, these are the key metrics, and in a sense, it's the same metric, honestly, all that the new technology has done is that it measures it more minutely, more sensitively. So you get even more detail. But otherwise, even in TV, we had the same thing, right? Time spent, reach and time spent.
Does it take away serendipity from the whole process? Is there too much data driving the process sometimes?
No, actually, when you talk about data, what does data tell you? Data gives you broad guidelines. Like I call experience data. I call my life of 20 years data. So when we say everything that we've read, seen, met smart people like you and whatever we've got is data, right? So what do we call? Like we say that, listen, everyone loves crime. You don't need any data to tell you everyone loves crime because you've got 30 years of crime shows being done again and again in different formats and in different things. And you know that human beings love crime because it's something that we can't do ourselves. Why are we drawn to crime? Because we love seeing bad guys because we are too scared to be the bad guys ourselves. And then when we see the bad guys fail, we get some redemption, saying, oh, thank God he got arrested.
It's voyeurism at its best.
That's what it is. Now, what data helps in doing is that what you can get to know is there's a glut of too much. Now we're just following the herd. This is not unique. Many times a new show will get like, say, Scam. Scam is so unique and that it's done so well. But now there will be a herd mentality to Scam because everyone will want to do a financial biopic, right? And that happens as well. But you could also argue that would somebody greenlight Scam to start with? Maybe not. Because they say, I don't know whether this kind of thing works. Can you take a bunch of Gujarati actors and put them in a mainstream Hindi show? I don't know. Maybe we should look for some safer options and that. So
Did you have trouble with it? Did you have trouble with Scam? Did you have trouble putting the Scam?
No, from the beginning, we decided we wanted to do Scam. We had signed up Hansal. Hansal said that he wanted to work with a lot of Gujarati actors to get the right flavor, which we made back. We had already done this once before with Nagesh Kupnur on City of Dreams, where Nagesh wanted to work with a whole bunch of Maharashtrian actors, which we did. Nice. So I think that makes complete sense. And also on a streaming platform, if you are having any difficulty with the language, there are always the English subtitles to fall back on.
Absolutely.
So, I think these are the chances to be taken. We must take, and this business now must make us tell new stories. We must take India to the world. This is there's never going to be as good an opportunity as now
To do
to
that.
genuinely take India to the world. I mean, Bollywood has done a lot of it, but they've taken a certain version. Either the parallel cinema took poor India, and Bollywood took song, dance, and festival India. There's an opportunity now with the streamers to take the real India, the new India, to the world.
Absolutely. Lovely. Okay. There is a question on, I think we covered this somewhat. How do you select stories for adaptation?
Actually, it's pretty, we must like
Oda,
the
you had criminal justice.
We are
Which are
doing
the
Fallout, we are doing Luther, we have done Criminal Justice, we've done Hostages, we've done The Office, we did Your Honor, so we've done quite a few. Really, it's always, we must like the original story. The original story must have a compelling, unique sort of proposition to it to start with. And then we must be able to imagine it in India. We must be able to set it somewhere in India and then imagine it and, sort of make it our own. So if it sort of checks all those boxes, then we give it a try. So there are many times we come across shows which are very, very unique to that market and cannot be adapted here. It can't be done. So then we don't bother with it.
Okay. Okay. And sorry. Again, when maybe this is. Do you find that you are interacting more with more with the international creative ecosystem also now than you did earlier? Does that also?
Well, it is actually it is increasing now and in a good way. And in many ways, the pandemic has helped and accelerated that process because now that we were all locked down and we were all on Zoom, we all got acclimatized to this. We got acclimatized to doing a conference like this, right? The same way, we got acclimatized to actually having conversations, Zoom calls, and conversations with writers abroad, music composers abroad, different other people, which otherwise would have always been, oh, you got to get on a flight and go and meet them, and nothing to beat a face-to-face meeting. So at least that's out of the window. That whole face-to-face physical meeting is not now no longer a necessity. That being said, obviously, working with international streamers and working in such close proximity with them and all the data and the knowledge they have, it's bound to rub off on us. There's bound to be, we learn things. It doesn't take away from the sort of sheer nativity of it all. It doesn't, sort of take away from that instinctive storytelling gift that, people have. But yes, there are disciplines, there are global gold standards to follow. And we are getting more of that. So I mean, see, in a sense, for example, when we did KBC, we did get the information from Celador, we did follow the drill, we did that, and then we made it our own. But a lot of the drama that got done in India, in 2000, if you remember, along with KBC, which was the gold standard of reality television, we also did Kyunki and Kahani, which is the daily soap opera in prime time. So in a sense, we both took India forward and took it backward, right? At the exact same moment. And it was a wild cocktail that worked brilliantly, right? But in a sense, the daily soap opera is not necessarily premium storytelling, right? It's more of a staple storytelling in that sense. And we excelled at doing that, and we did that very, very well. So while India produces, super international quality reality television, we also serve, very, very staple dal chawal with it, done very well. So that's been the story of Indian television. I think in this case now with all the premium drama series and the new movies and all of that being made, there will be a lot of learning. We'll get to learn a lot.
One of the things, I think this will, I don't know how my time is, Nija will probably tell us.
You need to wrap up now in another 3 minutes, Vanita.
Yeah, I thought as much. One question which keeps coming, I mean, I've experienced it more, I think, ever since this Emmy nominations and everything has happened. And scaling up is happening as far as programming goes. I hate using the word content, but programming, we are making more and more shows. TV plus OTT plus films, everything sab mila lo, so we are making a lot of stuff. One of the things which keeps coming up is how much money is being spent, and Netflix had a 3,000 crore budget, and Amazon spends more on Indian originals, and blah blah blah, and they have $1 billion budgets. I mean, Netflix global budget is 15 billion, Amazon is 7 billion. But the thing which comes back when I talk to the international guys is infrastructure is a problem. That scale will get hampered. When you're talking about addressing the global market and being able to produce that much content and produce that much content at quality, at the film-like quality which we produce, and we are producing it at excellent quality. to raise that up and to do more stuff? Do you see, are there challenges there, and how could India sort of address them?
Well, actually, in a sense, India has always had a vibrant production market because we've been making
Especially
films.
post-production, these were the two areas which kept coming up.
Yeah, see, I mean, see, sports production in any case has been excellent in India, right? Because we work with, international companies and we've been doing that really well. We've been doing film production forever. We've been doing TV production forever. Now the question is only, sort of improving on the infrastructure part of it and improving on the writing part of it, right? And these are two challenges which face us, and we will address them. I mean, it's a process. The market's just started, money is being spent, and I think a lot of the international streamers and the domestic streamers are spending a lot more money on writing and development as compared to just getting into shoot straight away, which is a good thing. It's good hygiene and good discipline to do that. And I think in the next few years, as the market keeps growing, because see, the size of the Indian market is also so exciting, right? The next 100 million for everyone is going to come from India, right? And then the next 500 million are going to come from India. So it's a supremely exciting market,
Absolutely.
Really voracious appetite, a giant, market of, audiences waiting to consume more and more stories. It's like super exciting times, and we'll get better at it. I am very confident.
Yeah, great. So on that positive note, thank you, Sameer. Thank you so much for talking. And thank you, CII, for inviting us. Thanks, teacher.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nair, for that wonderful conversation, wonderful stories, wonderful insights. Thank you, Vanita, for hosting this session and asking all those exciting questions. Thank you, both of you. We move on to our next session now, which is the second plenary. In a way, we had pointed in this session towards the next conversation, which is coming up on intellectual property. We are starting with plenary 2, which is called Indian IP for Global Audience. I will quickly introduce all the panelists of this session. Welcome, Mr. Saha. Mr. Saha, who is Senior Advisor Intellectual Property Rights with CII. He is moderating this session. And we have the panelists from Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Deputy Secretary, Mr. Karan Thapar. Welcome, Mr. Thapar. Mr. Uday Singh, Managing Director of Indian Motion Pictures Association. Welcome, Mr. Singh. Mr. Ashim Samanta will shortly be joining. Welcome, Mr. Bharat Lakshmipati, Senior Vice President of Green Gold Animation, and Mr. Anil Lale, who's going to join us shortly. He is the General Counsel of Viacom 18 Media Private Limited. Over to you, Mr. Saha, Mr. Ashim, and Mr. Anil Lale will shortly be joining. Over to you, Mr. Saha.
Okay, thank you, Shalini, and good afternoon to all the panelists and also the audience. It's a very, very interesting topic, Indian IP for global audience. It tells us that how our vision is changing every day, especially in the context of IP. And if today we are talking about how do we protect our IP when we go to other markets, is a very, very interesting thought. Now, coming to IPR for this area of media and entertainment, I think there are many different forms of IPRs, which are important. There are copyrights, there are trademarks, the design which you develop while writing your stories, and trade secrets, and also how to write your contract when you want to put your product on digital platforms like Netflix or Prime or some other platform, because that's an area where my knowledge says that we have certain gaps to fulfill. The other part is while we are talking about IPR and the global audience, I think it's also necessary that within our own country we avoid copying and also train our people who are involved in creating these assets to see that IPs of others are honored. Because if we do these kind of things, then the reciprocity from other countries is also going to be better. And India, especially after joining the internet treaties and our present copyright law, We do have a good backup for protecting our contents and whatever related things are there. But when we go to the foreign markets, I think our association with foreign treaty also becomes extremely important. So this is something. The other aspect which I thought I would just share very briefly is the kind of economic sense it makes if you have a better protection for your content, in this case, copyright. The number of studies, the WIPO studies says that copyright industries contribute something like 5 to 8% to GDP. And of course, these figures are not based on Indian industry because in India, such a study has not been carried out so far. And it contributes about 5% to the national employment. Such studies, then again on trademark, the contribution of trademark, which people have found in neighboring countries like Malaysia, Thailand, and also in European countries, it could be as much as something like about 30%, 35%, something like that. And the European study suggests that the IPR intensive industries in Europe contribute 30% to the employment and 45% to the national GDP. And the contribution of copyright in that is something like about 8 to 9%. So we have an attraction for generating revenue, which can go on to contribute to GDP. This is an aspect which needs to be looked into carefully because in our policy making, we often sort of these kind of things go in the background. Now, coming to the last point which I would like to mention is that when we are talking about finding new markets for our products, I think in the media and entertainment industry, our own country with so many different languages provides a big avenue for generating, using our assets in new form and generate more revenue. Shalini has already given an introduction to the panelists, so I'm not going to make a detailed thing, but still I would like to say Mr. Bharat Lakshmipati is known for making some very interesting animation films. He's a senior vice president of Green Golden Animation and has a long experience of dealing with global markets. Mr. Ashim Samanta is a film director. He has been directing films in Hindi and English, and he also has made many television films, and also he is quite engaged in Hindi dubbing and mixing of Hollywood films. We have Mr. Anil Lele, who is the General Counsel at Viacom 18 Media Private Limited, has a good experience and long experience of working with groups like Sony, Zee, etc. And Mr. Uday Singh, he's the Managing Director of Indian Motion Pictures Association. He has a long experience of dealing with IP and other laws of the entertainment industry for a very long time. Presently, he is with the MPA, and earlier he had been with many agencies like PVR Pictures, Sony Pictures, etc. Mr. Karan Thapar, he is the Deputy Secretary in the Department of DPIIT, and he is working in this area. So I would now go on to Mr. Karan Thapar to give his initial address and comments for this session. Mr. Karan Thapar.
Thank you, Mr. Saar. Thank you for the introduction and the initial remarks. Thank you, Nirja. Thank you for inviting this prestigious summit. As we are all aware, India's march towards a robust protection for and enforcement of IPs took a big leap with the introduction of the National IPR policy in 2016. This is also the time when the copyright regime was transferred from the Ministry of HRD to DPIIT. And since then, the department as well as the government has been very focused in carrying out significant reforms in this arena. The impact is for all to see. The number of copyright works being registered has gone 4 times in the last 3 years. If I recall the numbers, I think there were around 3,500 copyright works being registered 3 years back, which have come up to around 16 to 17,000 annually last year, as per the last year statistics. This has been complemented also by the fact that the government of India has been very focused on its anti-piracy drive and protection of copyrights for the copyright users. The main legislation which Mr. Sahat spoke about for protection of art is the Copyright Act. Copyright Act was also amended in 2012 to bring under its umbrella provisions for protection of piracy, especially online and digital piracy. The Section 65A was amended, which protects owners of copyright materials in case of a breach. Also enabled the government to align itself with the international treaties of WIPO in this domain, which Mr. Saab briefly mentioned, the WIPO Internet treaties which are WIPO Copyright and the WIPO Performance and Program Treaty. These treaties put a lot of protection on the rights of copyright users in the digital environment. The theme of the session is the outreach to global audience, and the media and the entertainment industry in India has huge potential to go beyond national boundaries. And this framework enables the authors and the copyright owners to take their work outside, and also for any works coming in India to ensure protection of their copyrights. The Indian legislation is now in sync with most global legislations. We have also TRIPS compliant, and we have also been member of the Berne Convention for many years. And the similarities in the laws and legal frameworks enables the authors and copyright owners to move forward. I would also like to take a little bit of time to speak on the steps that have been taken to fight piracy and bring in greater awareness among the users of works, especially the audiences, to not go for counterfeit products and counterfeit movies, especially. The Cinematographic Act was also amended for incorporating penal provisions for illegal duplication of films. The Cinematographic Amendment Bill was introduced in the Rajya Sabha by the Minister of State for Information and Broadcasting, which has introduced anti-camcording provisions in the Cinematographic Act. This prohibits a person from using a recording device to make a copy or transmit a film. There's been a lot of awareness drives that have been carried out with the help of leading faces of the Bollywood industry as well, on emphasizing on the need to respect the works and not go for pirated content. CII personally has also taken a lot of such initiatives in collaboration with artists. The Indian Performers' Rights Society, the IPRS, has also given registration a couple of years back, and it has now been recognized by the CSAT, the International Confederation of Societies of Authors, as the fastest growing copyright society. Their revenues have jumped 200% times, which is quite significant, which means that there is greater acceptance of the copyright regime among the users, and the licensing regime has matured. The singers' rights have been protected through the registration of the Indian Singers' Rights Association. ISRA was also registered as a copyright society in 2018, and the government has been quite proactive in supporting their cause and in protecting the rights of performers and singers. The judiciary has also been very supportive and has given certain wonderful judgments in the past few years. Something that comes to mind is the dynamic injunction order, which was passed in the UTV motion pictures case, which allows the mirror rogue websites to also be brought down. Then the John Doe orders, which are also called the Ashok Kumar orders, they also the court granted an injunction against anonymous persons to protect the rights of IP owners. All in all, this shows the intent of the government as well as the different institutions in the governance framework to enhance the rights of the copyright users and to ensure that the Indian industry can also capture the global audiences. The both in the OTT platforms has also been quite significant, and there are several issues that have been taken up in that domain as well. Today's streaming landscape, piracy again has a substantial revenue impact. With illegal downloading and streaming of movies, the cost is quite significant. So this is well appreciated, and steps are being taken, and we are ready to engage. We have already we are coming out with another set of rules under the copyright amendment, under the copyright rules, wherein There have been several significant reforms which have been planned, and the reform agenda is being taken forward. Thank you. Thanks so much. Over to you, Mr. Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Thapar, for your intervention. Now, good news for our panelists is that organizers have given us a little more time, 10 minutes extra, as we saw earlier. So you have a little more freedom of extending your intervention beyond 8 minutes also. So now I would like to invite Mr. Bharat Lakshmipati for sharing his idea, experience. And while he does that, I would appreciate if he can throw some light on the human resources requirement or availability in our country, especially in the area of animation. Mr. Bharat Lakshmipati, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Saha. I hope I'm audible to everybody.
Yes.
Good afternoon, panelists, and good afternoon, viewers. My name is Bharat. I'm the Senior Vice President with Great Goal Animation. We are a studio over 16 years in business, and we are specifically located, we're headquartered in Hyderabad, but we also have branches now all across India. Thank you for inviting me to this panel, and I would love to, elaborate further on what we've been doing, specifically in the case of IP generation, IP creation in India. I'm going to tell you a story of a nappy-wearing Indian boy with super strength that has now been watched by over some 27 million households worldwide. Yes, I'm talking about Mighty Little Beam. This is Little Beam's journey from being an underdog to a global phenomena, and that could prove like a game changer to the Indian animation industry. How did Beam become an alternative to the Western-dominated storylines? The story started when Netflix plunged. Into India's vast market with its first original animated kids series. It turned out that the curious baby known as Baby Beam, who crawls across rural villages in India, overcoming challenges to nab the perfect white flower to complement his mom's purple sari, would be probably embraced by Indian audiences. This was the thought process that Netflix had initially, but they were so pleasantly surprised when the series became, the most popular original program to launch after DreamWorks' Boss Baby. It saw a phenomenal rise of close to 27 million households in the first 3 weeks that Netflix launched on its platform for about 190 countries. Where did the story start? Okay, Green Gold has been in business for 16 years. We've dominated the scene in India. We've had the longest running show, animated series called Chota Beam. And then we've been wanting to reach the international audiences. And we found a partner in Netflix who wanted to expand its reach in India. For years, we've been trying to, reach out to international TV stations to get our content ahead. We mostly were very successful in the South Asian, Southeast Asian regions, but not so much in the Western Hemisphere and not certainly in Northern America and Southern America. But we could not get any traction with the domestic or the regular broadcasters. They just kept telling us that your storytelling is different from us. Our kids will not watch the program. And I've been to many of these markets where I've learned to listen to the no that these traditional broadcasters told us. Then came a global platform, Netflix, and they said, let's do something that, we want to do specifically with an Indian IP. And then we started working with them. And when they worked closely with us, they told us how to expand the broad appeal of our series. And we brought about a lot of changes, in how we did the treatment and made it more global. As I promised Mr. Saha, one particular example that, I will talk about is, when we were constructing the story, and one of the elements in the story was a fight between two children. We originally planned a fight for a cake, and it was and it would seem seamless for anybody watching in India, because we kind of see these disputes among small children where they are looking at food and how they perceive food. But when we took it to some writers and we had Netflix also weigh in, they viewed it from a global perspective and said maybe the story construct that you're doing might not be so favorable for somebody in the Western world, where probably some obesity or children's obesity would be a problem. So here is a case in point where I'm trying to say how we construct an Indian IP and with sensibilities for the global world went a long way in making this show, worldwide. Clearly, the program is very Indian and distinctly Indian, and the absence of dialogue and the universal themes make Beam a very loving character. But when you look at it, some of the love that it's received worldwide, I can give you a small example. It is the highest performing video on Netflix YouTube Kids channel, doing a more than 1 billion views. And most certainly all of those are not coming from India. They're coming from good part of Latin America, Northern America, Europe. And lastly, this has been because of the relentless hard work our team in Green Gold Animation has put. It has taken the content and risen it to be not only the top layer in the country of origin, but across the world. And I think one more key element that I would like to emphasize is that we had the eminence of Indian culture that we embedded in the show. I think ensured that the beauty of Indian culture came through emphatically, and then it was praised worldwide. So, talking about the second part of your question, Mr. Shah, is how the Indian animation industry is growing and what are the key challenges. Indian animation industry is a very strong industry, but largely focused on exporting or doing production services for the Western world, not so much so in the Indian IP services side. We've had some very excellent talent who work from the Indian animation industry on global shows, whether it's Marvel or any of the Disney shows or any of the top shows in Netflix also. But they're not really working on the whole Indian IP, their own IP per se. So to answer your question, I think we need to drive more focus towards studios experimenting with their own IPs, and this could happen when there is a power structure change where the content that the IP owners create have some secondary utility, and people who want to utilize those content, it could be gaming, it could be comics, it could be films, all of them come together and have a co-ownership in the IP, and then make sure that the risk factors that go along with IP creation are mitigated. And I'd like to close my discussion here. Thank you, Mr. Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Bharat. I hope when you're talking about going to markets in Latin America and other places, you are conscious of protecting your copyrights and other rights in those countries. Because if you don't do that, what could be the thing, and all this protection for a very, very long time, copyright protection, other things. So just being member of Berne Convention does not help automatically unless you take a conscious step toward protecting your copyrights. Thank you very much, Mr. Lakshmipati, for your intervention. I would now like to move to Mr. Ashim Samanta for his intervention, and he has got some interesting experiences in the entertainment industry. Mr. Samanta.
Hello, everybody. This is Ashim Samanta from Shakti Films and Aradhana Films. We have been in the production of films since 1958, and we started doing localization. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yeah. And we started localization from 1993. The first film we did was Jurassic Park. That was the first Hollywood film that was localized into Hindi, Tamil, Telugu. And ever since, there has been a lot of localization work, and especially in the last 3-4 years, there is a lot of work in other languages, other Indian languages too, like Marathi, Kannada, Bengali, Malayalam, etc. And I don't see any reason why Indian content should not be localized across the world in different languages. And not only in across the world in different languages, but also in India, all the languages should be dubbed in other languages so that the market improves. And there is, of course, one should, the production company should see that the localization idea comes into their mind right in the beginning, so that the preparation is done from the beginning, and so that they get a simultaneous release all over the world or all over the country in different languages. Because a new product always has a tremendous amount of interest with the audience, and that could definitely increase a lot of marketability and demand and revenue. And we should also look at co-productions. Like we had done a co-production with Bangladesh with one film in which Mithun Chakravarti was there, and there were some actors from Bangladesh. The model of that was very good. Whatever was spent in Bangladesh while shooting there was invested by them, and whatever we the shooting done in India, the expenses of India were done by us. They had the Bangladesh rights, we had the worldwide rights, except Bangladesh. So that's another very good model for co-productions. So just as Korea, Japan, Turkey, Mexico, Spanish, all these languages are being dubbed in several languages of the world, and including quite a few of the Indian languages. We should definitely look at localizing our products into different languages of the world. And today with Netflix, Amazon, Disney Plus, etc., we have so many platforms where we can display our products. So this is what I wanted to convey to the people, the production companies. And this is the best way to combat piracy also and protect our IP, because once it releases all across the globe, so there is no time for anybody to do piracy, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samanta. But at the same time, we know that while going to different geographies, the copyright laws are going to be different. So one is the content part and translation. Another part is, as I was mentioning earlier, what you normally do for protecting your IP, legally. IP is fine, but do you take any conscious step, proactive step to protect your IP in other countries?
No, we have not so far done that. But I mean, yes, that risk always remains. Yes, we have not looked into that, of course. Yeah.
And so in the digital world, as you know, copying and other things and transmission, everything is so fast. By the time you realize, it can be very late.
That's a fact. Yes.
So since we are talking about the IP, IP has got up. It's not only creation. I think if you're talking about wealth generation, is the protection and management of it is also very, very important. Maybe you like to consider it a little later.
You see, my idea was that once it releases all over the world, you see, the main revenue is generated when it releases, and if it's available to the audience across the world in different languages. So there is very little to protect the IP in the short run, at least. Yeah. So that was the main idea, that if you release it across the world, you don't have to wait for it to release later and all that. Yes, in repeat runs, it could hamper because some other country could, but then they would be too late. It would be already available to the audience across the world.
No, but the person who has seen your production today, after 10 years, the generation is going to be different. They will not even realize whether it is a copied material or not.
Right.
So
yeah, that. Okay, let me think about it. I'll get in.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Samanta, and then we will, if the time permits, we'll come back to you again. I would now like to go on to Mr. Anil Lele, who is the General Counsel at Viacom 18 Media Private Limited. Mr. Lele, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Saha, and thank you, CII, for the opportunity to be part of this summit. I think I have to bring in the perspective as a lawyer and who has been representing platforms for the past so many years. So of late in the last mainly 6 years, what we have seen is OTT as a platform has opened up the borders for content economy, making the world its audience, whether it is content made in Spain being consumed in India or in. So that's the beauty of OTT. And earlier, internet as a platform was primarily used content, like the origin of Napster through music sharing, torrents, which even continues today. But there was no actual legitimate competition to these pirates. Now OTT legitimate platform, opening up new avenues of revenue, which otherwise was monopolized only by the pirate service providers. But unfortunately, along with the advancement of OTT platforms like Netflix, Amazon, who bring legitimate content, the pirates also transformed. What they are doing presently is that they are becoming super aggregators of content and using OTT platforms as the source for good quality content. Earlier, the content which was available on pirate sites was and maybe copying from television channels and all. Now they have availability of Super HD contents. Super HD and Ultra HD content also is available. For example, there is a service called Top TV, which is an app which provides content from all platforms, including Amazon, Netflix, Hotstar, Voot. Every one of them is available on this app, and also some 300 pay channels from across the globe. So how can a single OTT platform like a Netflix, which has different subscription models, compete with such super aggregator pirates who aggregate all this platform's content and gives it free to the people? So this actually robs the content creators of legitimate revenue and leads to failure of the subscription model of OTT platforms to reach its true today. Apart from this, film piracy, as in film piracy, continues to be a huge threat to theatrical revenue. And it is, in my view, it is not practical to look at the simultaneous release on all platforms if a producer is targeting theatrical revenue. First, it has to be theaters, and then the other models and modes will have to come behind it. Now there is a new producer more and more looking at OTT releases. Because of a COVID situation where theaters are closed or something. This is also because of the genuine risk a theatrical release is posing to films today. Because the moment it is released in theaters, camcoding happens, and next day after the theatrical release, or within a week or less than that, you will see movie being put up on torrent websites and even streaming pirate websites. Even with categorization, as HD camcorder, all available. I mean, for choice to audience. And this even theater owners have to wake up and realize that a safe environment for content release in the theaters is required for as an existential requirement for themselves as well, especially when they are competing with OTT platforms. In my view, there are two measures that has to be deployed simultaneously. Saha rightly pointed out, and the other is a so this proactive and reactive measures have to go hand in hand, and for this, a combination of technological and legal measures are required. So for proactive measures, technology like fingerprinting to identify call or digital delivery through satellite directly to the call, and even research is underway for blockchain technology to track the transfer of content from one part to the other. OTT platforms have deployed content protection technologies like access control, rights management. However, all these things are effective only if there is a strong regulatory framework to support it and enforcement mechanism to support it. And people who does camcoding in theaters, people who circumvent technological measures of content protection, all has to be brought to the book. That is the only way the content economy is dependent on this. These are the proactive measures I'm talking about. And the government, yes, government has brought in the amendment to the Cinematograph Act, which is a very important piece of legislation, which we are looking forward to that bill materializing into an act and actually being enforced on ground as well. Similarly, Section 65A has been brought in, where effective, circumvention of effective technological measures has also become a penal offense. However, there also we would like to see, a definition of effective technological measure being brought in to include or to expressly include even access control as an effective technological measure. So, if even that access control, like all the pirate websites who is using OTT platforms as the source of the content, is evading or is circumventing that technological measure of simple access control that has been put on the platform. And apart from this, there is another threat that we have been facing is the IPTV boxes which are being imported from China and other countries, which comes into India, where they are plain boxes but with detailed tutorial available on YouTube on how to turn that into an IPTV set-top box which can access pirated content. So somewhere this manufacturing, importing, dealing with this kind of circumvention devices also has to be brought under law and has to be prohibited, because these were available even on major platforms, major e-commerce platforms also for buying. So that is something also that we need to look at. As part of the reactive measures, it is timely acknowledged that piracy is simple infringement, like one content being infringed by a legitimate player is infringed. But a piracy is predominantly the business of infringement, where the content infringed apps or pirated apps. That definition of piracy has to come under law, and more stringent action and more stringent provision has to be brought in against piracy. Face territorial boundaries, while our laws and enforcement mechanisms are restricted by local and international jurisdictional boundaries today. It is almost impossible to identify even blocking the sites, like we were talking about genre orders. We have evolved that into dynamic injunctions. All these things we require to take recourse from court and send notices to ISPs to block these materials. And this is becoming a very, it's an effect. And moreover, this is again a private player acting against piracy. It's a single action against piracy between two, by a private player and a public enemy. So to So basically, to ramp up the fight against piracy, effective policing and enforcement mechanism needs to come in. That in the is a central nodal agency which focuses on enforcement can actually do wonders for the fight of piracy. We have MCU, which is established in Maharashtra, which provides a model of public and private partnerships. If this is taken to the central level, where there is central nodal body with state level monitoring mechanisms, which can act against piracy swiftly, then as a reaction mechanism, this can become more and more effective. Also, today between countries act against online piracy which originates from other countries, because site blocking and all those things, while is okay, once you block a site, the pirate just brings the site back up with an alternate link. That is what we are facing today. So there has to be cooperation between bodies of different countries to pirates to justice, and to make the fight against piracy effective. That's all from me. Thank you, Mr. Saha.
Thank you, Mr. Lele, for your intervention now. And somebody has got both. I know you have hooked on to two devices, so if somebody can switch it off one of the devices, either your mobile or laptop, or you can mute your mic because it's creating some disturbances. So I'll now move on to Mr. Uday Singh for sharing his views on this specific topic.
I'd like to start with two things. First is I apologize because of some technical problem. My video seems to be not working, so I will be only able to join by audio. Second thing I'd like to correct is that I represent the Motion Picture Association, earlier known as the Motion Picture Association of America, handling the Indian office, not the Indian Motion Picture Association, which is a separate organization. Hearing all the speakers before me, it basically talks to how do we, in a global atmosphere where piracy is on a global scale, what could be the best way of dealing with it? And there are some of the problems that have been brought up, like the shape-shifting monster, so to speak, of piracy, which keeps changing and morphing and coming at you in multiple ways. Built on the experience, decades of experience that the Motion Picture Association had with law enforcement across the world, the MPA created an organization called ACE. Now, the ACE represents 35 top content producing companies in the world. The latest member who joined us is Apple, which was about a couple of months ago. So they represent the 35 top entertainment producing content producing players across the world. ACE was built with the idea that how can we, given this environment, how can we, when they become multi-jurisdictional and they are extra-jurisdictional, how do we deal with the problem of piracy and its centralized way of dealing with piracy on a global level? Part of the activity as ACE required is also to ensure that we have global resources to be able to tackle this problem, and to be able to see how on a 24/7 basis we can monitor and have very targeted enforcement, and also build on the relationships that we've had with law enforcement across the world. So there is enforcement which is backed with data and research, which shows that over a period of time we've seen that as illegitimate consumption goes down, legitimate consumption goes up. There have been a lot of research and studies to point in that direction. And based on that data and based on those facts, we have been seeing how we can look at reducing piracy. It cannot be eliminated, but how can we kind of come up with a way of dealing with it, looking at enforcement strategies, looking at outreach to intermediaries who basically enable these processes. And in addition, in September 2020, the MPA and ACE signed an MOU with the US IPR Center, which enhances global cooperation and the idea of a joint fight to reduce piracy across the world. The enforcement operations of ACE basically are an all-inclusive approach, and they have what we call the enforcement operations, the voluntary initiatives, criminal referrals, and civil referrals. basically, the non-litigation strategy is based to maximize through disruption through cease and desist notices and work cooperatively with responsible members online in the online ecosystem to see how we can reduce the levels of piracy. A lot of these players in the ecosystem are the advertising networks, the payment processors, the domain name registrars and registries, the search engines, and the social media platforms. We have seen some great stuff coming out of our relationship or our cease and desist notices to Telegram, for instance, in the last few months. I think the impact of the CND notices and the notices that go to these standalone sites has also been very impactful. So the last but not the least, part of the strategy is also to look at permanent injunctions. They're having very successful permanent injunctions across Asia Pacific, with some of the major pirate sites like Vader Streams, the Set TV, now Dragonbox, Tickbox, so on and so forth. But more specifically, coming to India, and as was mentioned earlier by an earlier speaker, the seminal decision in the UTV motion picture case of 2019, which was built upon, and over a period of time, I think we've had several rounds of several waves of these dynamic injunctions, which have led to blocking a lot of these sites. One of the most noteworthy sites, which is Tamil Rockers, has been blocked. And coincidentally, soon after we blocked, there was an announcement that they will no longer be continuing these sites. The problem, as you said, are the hopping sites, because these sites keep going to other sites. And I think the dynamic injunction provides for us to just go to the registrar and file another application and to be able to deal with the hopping sites problem as well. So to some extent, I think I'm kind of answering how ACE is trying to organize itself and to deal with this global problem, and how to see how we can address it in certain jurisdictions specifically, and how to deal with several strategies in the enforcement process. That's all I have to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Uday Singh. Do we have any questions from the audience?
I'll share with you shortly, Mr. Saha.
Okay. In the meantime, I was just wondering. I come back to my point on training the staff which are involved in all types of creation. So, for example, in the animation industry, you start with the storytelling board, you make the character, you design them, and so on and so forth. A whole lot of steps are there, and I wonder whether the industry is aware that all these things which you create, they can be independently protected under the law, and that gives you a lot of leeway for checking whether one is the piracy is taking place or not. Number one. Number two is also the honor or the prestige which the creator feels of after that. That okay, look, I have created something and my company has gone and protected it, whatever it is. So I would like to have your opinion again. That what is your feeling about your staff being trained in the area of IP? Maybe even if you are getting it outsourced, that is also fine. So how do you handle this kind of situation, and what do you propose? In fact, that is very important, for protection of your rights, because this is all about protection of your rights, because we keep hearing a lot of stories coming in the newspaper that somebody has pirated this in the film or this, or some music director, some Indian have pirated the music from some, English song or something like that. So I think that is something which is inherently to be looked into in our system. Would anybody like to comment on that? Any of the panelists?
Sure, I can come on it. Can I make a comment, or is anybody?
Sure.
All right. I can precisely give you an example, because Chota Beam is one of those very rare intellectual properties which has gone 360 degrees. When I say 360 degrees, we are in content, we are across 4 formats, which is shorts, TV episodes, TV movies, and theatrical films. But apart from content, we are also in licensing. We are We have over 100 brands that license Chota Beam. We are into merchandising. We have about close to 300 SKUs. We are into musicals. We are into amusement parks. So on and so forth. So we pretty much adopted the Disney model of how it went about exploiting intellectual property for Mickey Mouse. But on the ground, the reality is very clear. The non-licensed, illegitimate merchandise sells more than the legitimate merchandise in India. And truly, we cannot really, go and take action against all of the people who have infringed on intellectual property. What we have within the company is a legal team that constantly endeavors in raiding people who infringe on our content or infringe on our merchandising license or licensing. But we are still at the basic level. So even if we do raids every periodically, it does not cover the extent at which it's been infringed. We have caught lakhs and lakhs of people who have produced illegal t-shirts to illegal notebooks. We are very serious when it comes to food products because that is something that is consumed by children because they look at the brand Chota Beam and they feel that it's genuine. So we are extremely serious about those aspects. But we have a lighter hand when it comes to other things. You will find a lot of people selling balloons, which are not obviously commissioned by us. But it's a left-handed compliment, they say, right? Like a fake item.
It helps your marketing also, perhaps.
Yeah, but for the international markets, it's a very different scenario, especially with Mighty Little Beam being success in North America and South America and Europe. Now there we find a very, very organized, very mature setup. So there you have to go through registered distributors, agents who then take you to licensing fairs, then licensing fairs. If you're able to pick up a toy license or a master license, then you start your journey. In our business, we have realized the extension beyond the content creation is one aspect. It keeps the engine running, but it's the paraphernalia of other things that we have found success that actually puts the additional plus in the company. So India, it's a challenge, but internationally, if you are able to find success like the way we found success in content, I think our size will, multifold increase.
But that's not very encouraging that Indian market you're not able to manage. I just wanted to share because I think once I was talking to the president of the Indian Music Society or something like that, and we were having discussion on trade secret. He said we don't even know what trade secret is all about because in your company or your industry, the attrition rate is likely to be quite high. People will be moving from one place to the other. So that's another important dimension of intellectual property right, which you may perhaps like to look into. Shalya, is there any question? Otherwise, I will go ahead with my questions.
Yeah, please, sir, go ahead with your questions.
Okay. So the other thing, Mr. Uday Singh and Mr. Lele, it's addressed to you. You are playing in the international markets, other countries. Do you face any problem from the competition law side? Because in Europe, I think there's a lot of emphasis on competition law. It's a slightly divergent topic, but since we have time, I would like to have your opinion on that.
So, Mr. Saab, from a competition perspective, we as Indian content providers are not in any dominant position in any of those markets. So competition provisions apply when you occupy a dominant position and you abuse that dominant position. While in an Indian market itself, we are not, I don't think any of the content providers can claim to be in a dominant position. Outside India, there is no such issue at all. And then the only thing that applies would be kind of anti-competitive contracts and all those things for content distribution, if at all, which you can. That also, the kind of distributors that we deal with are very wary about the local laws, because that is going to affect them more than a distributor of content from overseas. So competition per se is not a big competition laws per se is not a big challenge as far as maybe piracy or other things are.
Okay. Any of the panelists would like to make any final comment?
I'd basically like to second what Anil just said and say that the globe is a very complex and fragmented place. And I think the issue of competition and dominance is a very difficult one to answer, because I think no one company has that level of dominance across the world. And I think various jurisdictions are looking at it through their own lens to be able to ensure that no one party has that level of dominance. So I think we are not that's not an issue as of now for at least.
As of now, there is no issue. We have, because in the earlier session, some expert was saying that we have got minds of creativity and minds of creation, content, and everything. So that actually prompted me to ask this question: that if we are so rich on this side, then obviously its impact at other places will be felt, and then these questions may come up. So with these things, I think we come to a close of this session. I would like to thank all the panelists, starting with Mr. Karan Thapar, Mr. Bharat Lakshmipati, Mr. Ashim Samanta, Mr. Lele, and Mr. Uday Singh for very active participation. And also, thank you very much, the audience. Thank you. To close the session.
Thank you, Mr. Saha. Thank you for that wonderful session on intellectual property. From there, we move to convergence. In the next 5 minutes is coming up our next session, which is on future of operating systems in entertainment convergence. In 5 minutes, we'll be starting that session. The panelists are joining. We'd be welcoming all of them in the next few minutes. Thank you.
Hi, Karan, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Hey, is this the right thing I'm in? This is Srikanth.
Yes, you're on the right.
Great.
Yeah.
Let me just check my video. Can you guys see my video?
So we can't see you, Mr. Rao.
Am I audible? Can you see my video?
Yes. Now it's perfect. We can see you. We can hear you clearly. Great.
Hey, Viren.
Hi. We can see you now.
How are you doing?
Thank you.
Mr. Manoj Vidwans is just joining, and so is Mr. Vikram Sahai. So we'll wait for a few minutes and then we'll start the session.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Hi, Biren. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to have you on the call.
Pleasure.
We have all
We're
the
just
three
waiting
panelists.
for.
Yes, we're waiting for Mr. Vikram Sahai.
Yes. Please let me know when to start and we'll go ahead.
Yeah, Manoj.
We are at 2:45. I think we should start the session. Let me formally welcome all the panelists. We have this on future of operating systems in entertainment convergence being moderated by Mr. Biren Ghosh. He is the Vice Chairman of CII National Committee on Media and Entertainment, to the country head of Technicolor India. Panelists in this session are Mr. Vidwans, Global Head of Cable Media and Entertainment at Tech Mahindra, Mr. Srikanth G. Rao, Associate Director of Media, Software and Platforms Industry Practice at Accenture. Shortly, we will be joined by Mr. Vikram Sahai, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. But I request Mr. Biren Ghosh to please start the session.
Thank you. Can I get a thumbs up if I'm audible to everyone, please?
Yes, you are.
Wonderful. So this is a wonderful panel, and really honored and delighted to welcome my fellow panelists. We've had a brief conversation in the last couple of days, and I can tell you that I was both excited and inspired about they're looking at the future from the lens of where we are in 2020, which has been a year that's made everybody think about everything that they're doing and act differently in what I would call a natural state of disruption. So we've had at the big picture many events over the last 9 years of its existence. And in that time, we've been talking about creativity and we've been talking about technology. And I think this is a great moment in the journey of media and entertainment when we're no longer going to be talking about and or because everything is kind of coming together in a indistinguishable way as we move forward. So without further ado, I'm going to request Srikanth and Manoj to make opening statements about what they are seeing in their world, both as captains of industry in their own organization, but also besides that, the people who have a kind of a pulse, a ear to the ground on how these blurring lines can actually become something that we should leverage for the next paradigm. In the morning session, Srikanth and Manoj, Mr. Madhavan, the chair of our committee, the National Media and Entertainment Committee of CII, and of course the head of Star and Disney, made the bold statement that we should be looking at a 4x growth in our revenues in our industry over the next 5 years. And from that perspective, I think this is a great conversation of where the platforms and the enablement that technology is providing can help to catapult this industry, both in the conventional sectors, but also we're seeing a huge new emerging paradigm that I know Srikanth, you and Manoj are going to cover. So if I can please kick off with Manoj to make a few opening comments about what he's got in store for us in this conversation, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'll come to Srikanth, right? And thereafter we will wait for Mr. Vikram Sai or carry on and bring him in as he comes into the
He's just joined. Biren has just joined, Mr. Vikram.
Excellent. So Manoj, why don't you? Let me just see if I can see. Mr. Sai. Mr. Sai, very good afternoon and welcome to this session. We just introduced the subject and really delighted and honored to have you here. The morning started off with the notes from the minister and from the secretary, and we spoke of the role of facilitation by the government. But I think this session is going to change that role. You are no longer a facilitator. You are a part of us. We are talking about where creativity and technology are facilitating each other. and all of us are contributors, to that stream. So with those words, if I might invite Manoj to make his opening comment, and followed by Shrikant, then so you'll get a little bit of a context also in terms of where this panel is coming from, and we'd love to bring you into the conversation and get your vision and your views. I know you come from deep experience in this convergence space, so thank you so much for joining us again. Yeah. Over to you, Manoj, just to make those opening comments, and then to Shrikant. Please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Brain. Hope I'm audible enough and perfect. Thank you. That works. So can't echo more the comments you made, Brain, at the opening, and hugely appreciate this opportunity, and also trying to use this as much as a learning as sharing my views. Appreciate Mrs. I taking the time out of his schedule and joining us in this session. So hopefully we'll get to hear some interesting comments and get some value addition from that as well. But just to kick off my thought process, Viren, I think you did mention something which is probably convergence, which is the headline message of this plenary. I would just expand the definition into including, while there is convergence happening at the rapid pace, we are also seeing collaboration and competition like never before, right? So what I mean by that, convergence is, while it's taking its time and it's happening and is obvious, I think collaboration with completely new ecosystem players, somebody who we would have not thought to be a part of this larger industry being involved going forward. At the same time, competitive forces. I mean, we keep hearing news, and I just want to touch upon a very interesting nugget that you and I spoke of, is something that a large studio like a Warner Media has decided to stream all its blockbusters as they go to the theaters. Now, something which, and we lived in the world of windowing, theatrical followed a year to be, etc. This is a different world suddenly, and the sort of joint at the hip theatrical owners and studios are actually competing for that same share of time, share of wallet, etc. So that's going to be very interesting as it plays out. So the other comments I'll reserve for later, but I think we are seeing a definite and a dramatic change as we're going forward.
Thank you very much for those words. I think one of the signs of maturity in any industry is when the actors, the players in those industries learn to come together, particularly in addressing the government and policy. And they learn, the maturity shows when they can compete at one level for market share, but on the other hand, they can collaborate in order to make their pie larger, to make the country share larger, and in that competitive nature. So very, very great, very good opening comments. Thank you. I'd like to come to you, Shrikant, for your opening comments, please, and then we'll go further from there. Thank you.
Thanks, Viren. Trust I'm audible. Good afternoon to you, to my fellow panelists, and everyone who is, watching this virtually. Like the times, we might have been in a physical environment like a CII event, much larger space with much larger infrastructure. But right now we've been forced by pandemic. But what is also amazing is it's also enabled by technology, which has helped us to work without having to stop, without having to collaborate, without having to converse and come together for an event like this. Right? So in a way, like the technology enablement has extended further, and that's probably the biggest thing that I see playing out with the theme of convergence, where there is multiple level of convergence that's happening as we speak. For a media entertainment, there's a convergence between a last mile connectivity provider like a telco and the media. There's a convergence of how do you take from a typically like a B2B to C, from a typical broadcast environment to more a direct to consumer. Now, with this direct to consumer comes a really paradigm shift, of how do I really not just provide entertainment, but additional services? Can I be like a additional service provider? And what more apart from delivering my content? And there are multiple levels of convergence that will happen, whether it's happening, whether it's gaming, whether it's interactivity, and education, right? It will extend and play further. I think it's an exciting space of convergence. The jury is still out, of as to how many levels of plays this will have, but yes, the convergence really is at play. And talking about playing together, we have already seen how telcos are coming together to really make it friendly for the users to consume, at the same time enabling the businesses, the OTT players to bundle together. So definitely convergence is going to go much bigger, and the ecosystem and this pie is going to get much bigger. And connecting back to what Madhavan would have said, I'm not at all surprised that this will be quadrupling in the coming years.
Thank you, Srikanth, for those opening comments. And I think the viewers should know that that Manoj and Srikanth collectively represent two major powerhouses, Tech Mahindra and Accenture, and they are as large as they are. Even if you talked about media and entertainment, there are many flavors and different parts of their business that address. And I had this wonderful conversation, with Srikanth about Accenture Technologies versus what they do in interactive versus what they do in other areas. So it is actually the reason I bring that up of these companies and how they address the market in different ways is just to show that there are so many different flavors that it's even impossible for one company to address the entire convergence space or the media, entertainment, telecom space through one lens. This brings me to our honored guest, Mr. Vikram Sai. Thank you again. So we see that you have a very difficult task in government of being the accelerator with one foot, but sometimes also having to put a brake with the other foot for good reason, for the fact that you represent the interests of the citizens of our country. And hopefully in this conversation, we will also be together pressing a clutch and gearing up and gearing down, because I think that's where we can control the thrust and the power that we require for the engine under our hood to move forward in the direction of the 4x growth that we are looking for. On this note, sir, I'd request you to make some opening comments, but may I just put a few points ahead for you to look at? When we now look at enabling policy, sir, when we're looking for the fact that there is more and more user-generated content, it was okay if a censor board has to censor as 800 films, the task, what you have to do and who has to do it. And then when we get into other forms, like in the advertising world, I think the regulation has been a self-regulating body where the government keeps an eye on the AAAI, the association, saying, okay, we want you to take note of the fact that you kind of have crossing the line here, and we will bring issues to you, or vice versa. But now we have the new world of the streamers, as we call them, the OTT and the streaming platforms, and we're trying to figure out, as Mr. Khare said this morning, how do we keep all content should have a similar playing field, etc. So I think that's one point, is about how do you press the brake and accelerate on that. And the other is, as new forms of media evolve, sir. I mean, right now we are seeing the lack of clarity, if I may say so, because our country is new to gaming versus gambling versus in-app monies in games versus esports coming up and so on. So maybe forums like the CII, and this could be a topic for an entirely separate conversation, but I think your views on this from the point of view of the government and how we could provide with you with inputs, white papers, panels, committees, regulating mechanisms is something that would be love to hear from you.
Thank you so much for inviting me. As always, Nirja, I'm always confirming at the last moment. Sorry for that. Even till about 10 minutes back, she was not knowing whether I'm joining in or not. But that is how we are. As you can see, I'm sitting in my office, a lot of papers behind me. So I don't have the pleasure of the big CII banner behind me. which was in the last 2 years. But we all here in office and things are a bit busy. And well, it's not that the industry is keeping us busy. We are busy for several reasons. And I was happy when you made your initial comment that our honorable minister and our secretary talked about facilitator, and now you want me to be part of you. So for a change, I thought I'm not going to speak anything on government policy and regulation. But in your last part of your comment, you expect me to speak a bit on that. Well, there have been, I mean, we have been discussing this OTT thing and self-regulation now for quite some time, more than a year. And frankly, all of you who are aware have been following what government has been doing. We started the conversation in the month of November last year. And we started with a very open mind in Bombay. And when we said that, well, let the industry come together, make up its mind, how they want to self-discipline themselves. And that has been the underlying theme and substance of what we have been saying since then. And that has not changed. Even after this the so-called allocation of business rules which came in, and that created a bit of a concerns, etc. But really, that is only to put in place some internal functioning within the government. It has nothing to do with the industry as such. So we still believe, and we are, I think I can say that industry, and I have spoken at a few forums as well, that industry has behaved very responsibly and taken into account people's sensibilities when they looked at content coming on OTT platforms and even on other digital media. So we are very closely following what's happening. We are trying to work upon certain models, but we are also very conscious of the fact that digital world is a universal world. It is not a physical geographical world bound by boundaries of a state or of a geography. So what happens in India affects what happens abroad. We would not like anything which creates apprehensions for our businessmen to grow out or to create apprehensions in the international level. So we have to be very compliant in terms of and consistent with what's happening globally. And that is what we are trying to look at. What is happening in the global sphere is something which we are trying to understand. We have, in fact, I have also requested a few people in the industry to let me know what are the global practices and what we as industry, we as government, and as regulators learn from that. So these are my initial remarks. And as the time goes, I'll discuss a few more things, our concerns, etc. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sai, for those opening statements. We'd also want to not just to talk about government and policy, but we treat you as a shoulder-to-shoulder partner in talking about convergence itself. I spent many visits going back many years in your office during the time of Mr. Pramod Mahajan and Sushma Swaraj in INB. We were discussing a convergence bill. And you can see that now we are, many years later, about almost 1.5 decades, 2 decades later, we are seeing convergence having arrived without any bill. And now we are talking about how do we make this happen even further. And it's not about whether we should fall between those two chairs. I think the important thing is that we have actually created two very powerful forces. I think in a sense, if you look across all of these spaces of media entertainment, we have 7 subcommittees in the media entertainment, committee of CII, from broadcasting to print to OTT, etc., right? Music and so on and so forth. And more importantly now, the new digital sectors like, animation, visual effects and games and so on and so forth. And I think the important thing is that while they have different priorities, different issues, and CII is a great platform to engage with you, but at the same time, the one thing that is common across everyone is looking at 5G, or everyone is looking at cloud computing, or everyone is looking at storage, everyone is looking at delivery. So the creep of technology happens even with these very isolated or slightly disparate functions from one another. And to that point, I would like to bring in, this time Shrikant to talk a little bit about this experience differentiation and the things that are happening in the world that he's looking at. Yeah. You're on mute.
Hope I'm clear now. Yeah. So experience differentiation itself is a very big theme and an area, right? And when we talk to our clients and in the market, when we go and look at experience is disrupted not just by your competition but also what we call perceptual competitors, right? Today as a consumer, when he's looking at experience, he's not just comparing an ott with an ott, he may be comparing an ott with a like a ride hailing uber, right? So experience really matching up to customer experience really becomes very very important, right? And here, where we've seen that some of the people who have gone digital have had the advantage of not having any baggage, and hence, they've adopted much more naturally to technology and they have sped fast, right? That's where there is always a comparison with, hey, how do I do it like Netflix, right? But at the same time, someone who is traditional, if he needs to match up to that customer experience, they also carry a baggage of their existing systems. How do they, carry that along? Because they cannot just throw away everything that they have. And hence, comes, how do I grow a step up approach? And you spoke about several different sort of aids, I would say, right? And technology is an enabler here, right? And plays the vital and pivotal role here to bring in that experience. And when we talk about experience again, it opens up, different pieces here. Now, whether it's about cloud, whether it's how do I leverage machine learning, AI, and when we look at these enablers, the way we sort of advise to our clients is don't just look at cloud or technology to merely say that it's going to get you cost savings, right? Or as a capex to opex. It's not merely one lens, right? It has to look at how do you really future proof your business models as well, because the technology has to enable to go multi-fold, right? When we look at every single digital native player, they're not bringing in technology for the sake of it. They are bringing in more from how does it enable those business models, right? And hence, we look at these technologies to not just power the experience layer, but experience layer will have several sub layers to it. One of the layer being the ecosystem, right? And this is a topic that you spoke earlier on. How does really opening up or open ecosystems really enable a much bigger model and a play for users? I mean, we've seen that when you enable a much more open platforms, really not just brings in a way to harness what you have, but also what the partner brings with, right? Or all the players around the ecosystem bring with. And a very good example here is TikTok. Although for various reasons it's not in play, but truly that's one learning that we can take, is that how it carved out a completely new area of short form content to really engage with customers, right? So I would say definitely experience is enabled by technology, but this will have several sub layers, like how does a cloud really play a role? How does cloud enable the ecosystems around you to make it much more open platforms, and thereby it's like a circle, and thereby adding in back to experience to bringing in rich experiences. And all this definitely when I say cloud, it's not just about microservices or particular one or two services, but really a gamut of technologies that comes with it, whether it's the machine learning, artificial intelligence, the way you will manage your large amount of data. How do you securely with privacy, handling the privacy well, how do you really reach your customer and ensure that they get the experience but without having to compromise about security?
Thanks. Those are two really good insights and snapshots into the experience economy and therefore what that means, and the ecosystem as well. If I might come to you, Manoj, telcos have always been the ones that have driven the connectivity of, if you like, enabling at least voice or data to move between points, and all the statistics of how many mobile phones we have and how we are connected in India are now oft quoted as one of our strengths, right? A question for you is, I remember walking into the office of Orange, at that time called Orange, in Mumbai, and Balu Iyer was their first CTO. And I was at UTV trying to talk about interactive and streaming at that time, thinking broadband will come in a year or two, and it's still arrived much later. But Balu told me we are all about voice, and we don't really understand why you want to put games and streaming media and content on this stuff. And later they had a manager value-added services after 4 or 5 years, not very senior, trying to do this other stuff than voice, right? Now, how things have changed since those days. But more to the point now, with 5G, that is going to be a game changer for sure. Where do you see the opportunity and the playing field at large with telcos who so far have had not been content players, right? They've been more the pipes. And I would like to come later on to request some comments from Mr. Vikram Sahay also on how we can use this platform now to make India a scalable platform for huge international reach and opportunity. But would you like to talk about that, and allied to that, anything else that you believe can actually expand the pie?
Sure. I mean, that's not just a billion, but a billions-dollar question, right? I mean, it's something that how the future plays out depends on how a lot of these players sort of start owning up content, so to say, as being front and center as a part of the strategy. And it's almost like a 180-degree from the time that you mentioned where it was value added. Now it's value. There is no addition. It's core value, right? So that to me is a fundamental difference. Nowhere better in the world do we have an example in the form of, say, a Reliance Jio, where, to again use another quote, sometimes the consumer doesn't know about the need, right? The need is there, the need is latent. And Steve Jobs said that, and he proved that with the entire iPhones and the allied ecosystem. What we see similarly is Jio doing that, and what we would continue to see that is also happening in the 5G world. I think one fundamental thing to this, and the point you also alluded to earlier, is probably a lot of them missed the bus earlier by not anticipating the pace at which the digital natives would move, right? Which is the point Srikanth was making earlier. They were caught, to use the word, napping, and didn't realize that, lo and behold, suddenly the consumers' pie has been taken away by somebody else who's actually using their entire infrastructure end to end. And to me, it's an opportunity. I mean, these are cycles that keep coming by. So as 5G unfolds, and it will take different shapes and sizes, I'm sure, there is the one entire enterprise side of 5G, which is a completely different set of applications and how that would go. But from a consumer point of view, even today, if you look at it, probably almost all the telecom operators know their consumer inherently better than anybody else can claim to, right? How much are they leveraging that even today is a question. But if we put that in, say, almost Netflix box, they already have that ecosystem. Now, the question is, before 5G comes in, or as it is coming on, can they re-architect themselves, right? And it's not anything easy or simple, but fundamentally, can they reorient, re-architect themselves to put, again, going back to Srikanth, the customer experience, the CX part of it, front and center, content as a key element of it, then the entire ball game changes, right? Then they suddenly wrest the power from so-called digital natives and others. To me, that's an opportunity. How it will unfold is something that's anybody's guess, but it's a fantastic opportunity to get back control of the consumer that they lost probably for the better part of last decade. And I think just one point to add is the pandemic has actually acted as a fantastic accelerator, right? I don't think we are seeing something that nobody thought would happen, but all of us thought that this would happen 2, 3, 5 years down the line. Now, in a sink or swim scenario, if you have to swim, then you are forced to make those changes, right? So, which is again a fantastic opportunity where a lot of these changes are enforced and will force us to move in a certain direction. So, those dynamics also will play out or are playing out as we speak.
And just to add, Biren, I think one of the most pressing lessons to the world actually is coming from India, right? And just to add to Manoj's point, if you subtly notice, or not so subtly, right? It's very obviously there. Geo does not call itself a telco. It calls itself a platform, right? And there's a very big reason to that. That's because and that's why Geo probably is a lesson out to the world to know how you can really monetize being a monetize your network than just being a dumb pipe, right? And which is the point that Manoj mentioned, that you cannot just get used to providing as an infrastructure, whereas someone else is eating your lunch, right? Now with 5G, one of the biggest things that our clients are asking us, and we are helping our clients as well, is in understanding and helping them how do they really devise their business model as well as the monetization, so that they don't merely become a commodity. 5G does not become a commodity, and there are several sort of plays at it, right? There's a consumer angle as to how do they provide services which are much elevated with EMBB, or the additional bandwidth that comes in with 5G, or the near zero latency, which will help a lot more on the on the manufacturing or on the industrial IoT side. But 5G for media, of course, is going to be exciting, because what it will bring is several of newer experiences. And just to touch upon one of the things that Manoj mentioned, the anecdote that he mentioned around the studios trying to sort of release first day first show on a streaming. They are also asking, some of our clients that we're talking, they're also asking, while you watching alone is good, but people are really also missing those experiences of being together, right? How do you bring in virtual environments of watching together? How can you not just be watching but also bring in experiences around shopping, around dining? Because movie going is not just about just going and watching a movie, but everything around it, right? And they are looking at this space, and this connects back to the theme that I mentioned about how you can become an ecosystem player around providing all those services along with content. And 5G is going to enable that.
Yeah, I'm going to request the CII team helping us here to field any questions and feed them into the chat box if that's if there are some good questions. We have about 1150 or 1200 people that are logged in, so that's a fantastic response. I think it shows the power of the three panelists that we have here together with me, that this is going to be a topic for future of great present and future relevance. Mr. Sai, I'd like to ask you a theoretical question about whether we can look together with the government at a possibility of a large infrastructure platform play for the country. Because when we talked about the clients approaching these, two stalwarts here at individual company capacities, they're global clients, some of them are local clients. But I think what Geo will bring about is fantastic, because it will create a lot of independent content creators, independent gamers coming on to it, not waiting only for the big publishers to bring content. And right from our Prime Minister to the Minister and Mr. Khare have talked about the fact that Indian gaming, I think, is going to be a very different story. To the point made by our panelists about things like the stadiums of the future are today virtual, right? And Google's acquisition of Stadia, and there are 3-4 others who've done it before. This is the shared experience. I mean, I think Manoj and Shrikant referred to it in one sector. But if you look today at esports, there are people who follow esports specialists, not just play themselves. They follow. There are people who follow the top esports player in 94 competitions has won $3.5 million till now, and people go to watch him because he's so good at that game. So it's changing the way in which I think this happens. But back to the question, sir. If we were to create a very strong infrastructure with 4 or 5 hubs, and we mentioned this also at the inauguration to Mr. Khare, and I know that's also a consideration within the ministry to some extent. The digital players in India will be able to use this as a platform for growth. So, for example, in the AVGC sector, 75 to 80% of all our revenues come from exports. And of course, the local market is picking up with the experience that we gain from the global play. But the global play that we are in right now is not even 1% of the market. So we should be competitive as a nation, and companies individually, except for the large ones like Reliance, can't afford the capex that's involved in creating this platform. But similar to how other ministries look at creating roads and highways and railway and ports, this is the hubs are our equivalent of those highways and ports and so on and so forth, where basically we will be in a position to leverage that and get several participants from the small, medium, and large sector. And today, with the hybrid model of what we've learned through the pandemic, where people are working at home and collaborating on creating content, which did not happen before, those hubs will open up a huge hub and spoke model for tier 2, tier 3 towns in the length and breadth of India, sir. So if there's any way of us coming forward together as a whole industry, together with yourself, with a CII as a platform, for example, to create this the port, as I would call it, the port and the highways, right, of creating a much larger play that would enable us to even exceed what we are looking at as a 4 times growth. Because if you look at AVGC, it has grown at 35 to 45% consistently for 10 years, but it started as only 2% of India's M&E. And today it's 11% of India's M&E. So I think while the domestic market is going to have these fantastic opportunities, we shouldn't lose our eye on the fact that the tailwinds today, from a job creation point of view, from so on and so on, we had these conversations that our industry came into the STPI kind of phase at the sunset time of that industry. When STPI's reliefs for the IT industry were already reached its sunset period. So can we not think of those kinds of, once again, the new STPI, and they have the infrastructure to enable us to work with you to put the capex together for these hubs and really make a play, because that's the convergence is all about a platform that people can come in and build their shops on and their offerings on in a much bigger way. So would you like to give us some thoughts on that?
I mean, you're absolutely correct, and we would really welcome this, that industry comes together and we create in a very facilitating role. The government just for a while forgets what is regulation and what is laws, and we work upon a system in a collaborative manner, and a system or what you call a platform where a large number of players can participate, and gives a platform not only for the big players but also for the small and medium players who can come together and try to tell the entire world about the type of talent which we have. Already OTT, we know that because of the large number of small or short films or big films that have been produced, or web series which have been produced and shown on OTT, has shown the potential of a large number of producers, writers, directors, actors, singers, and so many other technicians. So the possibilities are unbound, the potential is unbound, and we are making a beginning in terms of having a center of excellence, and we are working towards that in animation, gaming, and comics. And I think there the participation of the industry will be very, very important. And these online gaming and online digital platforms have now, now that is something which is there for us to work together. And I think that's a very, very welcome step, and we would definitely work towards it. Yeah.
Thank you. We have a question from the audience that I'd like any of the panel members to pick up. I think we partly covered it. So you talked about 5G and the kind of convergence that it could bring, but there's a specific question from the audience. It says, and I'll read it: how long will we have to wait for this convergence being talked about that has been a distant dream to become a reality, and for actually that to be there amongst all of us in a usable form?
So if I can take a stab, I think convergence is upon us, right? I mean, if we see it all around.
Yes.
how much in the past did we imagine watching at least 20 OTT platforms on our television screens, right? That's really the proof. The kind of content that gets served on mobile screens, the internet users in India, right now, this is so many things coming together as convergence, right? I mean, there are various ways in which you can define convergence, but this is clearly one of them. And I think, the point that you made earlier around Mr. Madhavan talking about that 4x growth really stems from the fact that the industry is confident that the direction is right. I mean, if you look at even 3, 4, 5 years back, how many companies, large or small, were willing to invest their bottom dollar on a direct to consumer business? Today, there are, as many as you can count, right? So that's clearly a testament, and that's only going to accelerate. So there is no like a fixed, kind of milestone that convergence has started. It's happened and it's accelerated. That's the way at least I see it.
I'd like, thank you very much. I'd like Shrikant to talk about, how this has enabled the, library competition, if that's the word I could use, and you're seeing that from your technology business, right? As you consult with clients, maybe you can talk about how that's already arrived thanks to 5G and stuff happening. You're on mute.
Sorry. Convergence is already upon us, right? I mean, rightly said by Manoj, I mean, it's already playing. I mean, how much did you anticipate that just to watch your OTT, you will not pay the OTT subscription? You're actually paying your telco, right? It's already there, right? It's already happening, right? Moment you recharge your mobile phone, you're getting OTT subscriptions, right? Now that's already a convergence at play. And apart from that, just to touch upon, the library competition that I say, right? And this is something that the media has realized, and at least in India, they've realized early, much early, whereas in the US and Europe, they have realized it a little late, in terms of going directly to the consumer, right? When I say library competition, the studios and the broadcaster really, thought that they're really the differentiation or the moat, as I call, is really the content, right? And their library, large library, and the unique library that they possess. The moment actually the shift and turning point was House of Cards, that Netflix put on, and there's a long story behind it as to, House of Cards was supposed to go to a studio and then it went to Netflix. But that pretty much changed everything, and original content itself, right? From 2020, this year, right, and this we predicted in our research almost in 2018, right? The amount of investment that's happening on original content is equally by digital natives as it is by a traditional studio. In fact, it's going to surpass in 2022. They'll be investing much more than a traditional, studio or a broadcaster, which means that library no longer is your moat or a differentiation, right? And hence you need to compete more on technology, and comes back to all those parts that we said, as to how do you have an edge using technology to provide better experience. How do you really leverage ecosystem enabled by technology to expand your horizon, your partnerships, and your, including your certain business models, because that's where, what I anticipate and see is that media especially is not just going to derive its revenue from advertising and subscription, but there will be at least 2 to 3 more, ways of revenue that will add them, in the near future, that we will see, especially powered by the ecosystem. And that's where much of the revenue is going to come from, with all the, regulatory stranglehold, truly so, that comes in with privacy and everything else. Already advertising is seeing a stress, right? And much of those, newer streams of revenue is what is going to come, and aid this 4x growth.
Before I come to Mr. Sahay again, I was thinking about the fact that, we have a lot of, and we talked about this in our opening comments also. There is a censorship when it comes to user-generated content or content. There is snooping when it comes to content, and there is compliance when it comes to content. Now, these give course to a lot of healthy and unhealthy debate. Can we use technology in order to generate, these answers for us? That hey, we will allow people to do what we want, but we will have technology creeping over it to tell us that here are the red flags and here is what we should. And since you guys are in the business of helping to create these enabling technologies for content creators, studios, etc., can you not, for industry and the government jointly, come up with technology that makes sure that it is safe and the snooping is not happening? Can you make sure that it is, not violating some of the four corners of the censorship or whatever you want to call it? Yeah. And also that it complies with, certain things like children's content. Automatically, you can have something creeping over it to make sure that or bad language or whatever the case. Technology can easily do this. I mean, why has it not happened, and what can you guys suggest to Mr. Sahay about how it should?
Surely, I can pick up two things that you mentioned. One is, how do we disable or strangle the bad actors, right? There are always, good actors and bad actors in the market. And how do we, dissuade and block the bad actors, right? And here, what we've definitely seen is that an industry plays a really vital role, and not just as an organization. I'll just take an example, right? We've seen, people like Facebook and other large platforms coming together, right? Including the Microsoft, Bing, and others, right? Where they rely on a collaborated way of looking and flagging, the CSAM, right, which is around child pornography and all the bad stuff around child pornography, and they pretty much exchange, using the data that they've seen to flag others, right? So that it's a collaborated way of trying to filter out such content so that it doesn't hit the user. The second aspect that I want to talk, and you can start looking at an industry wide way, and there are effective ways today enabled with blockchain where you don't have to really expose every, the fear is I don't want to expose my good content along with the bad content, right? So, how do we use, technologies like blockchain to really enable sort of distributed ledger to really have a hashing mechanism around videos to flag the video that you have seen moment the same video hits, let's say, a user generated content on another platform. It sort of flags that this has already been seen and it may seem to be violating. Then it at least, then people are not repetitively doing that and helping them plug the, bad content out. Now, the other part that is around the user data and privacy, and there are much, stringent laws that we've seen, whether it's GDPR and other, there are data regulations that are coming to India as well, and these are good things to have, right? While that said, when we look at entertainment and especially advertising being a core source of revenue, personalization together with this becomes very important. How do we look at providing personalization without invading the privacy, right? There can be personalization, but they need not have to be, indulging into, invading on your privacy. And especially with cookies, being going away, there will be a lot of, walls, I would say, to really provide that. And we are working on several of our own assets and accelerators to look at how do we sort of bring in personalization without having to invade privacy. And there are several discussions that we're having where how do we anonymize data, not just by storing it, but also when you're sort of serving a recommendation or personalizing it, how do you make it much more nearest to the user? At the same time, you're not involving in any sort of a data privacy that's being compromised.
Thank you. Mr. Sahay, would you like to comment on whether you think this is the right time to look at technology to help us to reduce the noise sometimes on debate and who does what and what the censors are right, or the filmmaker is right, or the storyteller's rights are. I mean, there is a lot of. We can understand the legitimacy of the argument on both sides, but sometimes it would be easier to just create a rule-based technology-enabled thing so that 70% of it is just happening automatically, and 10, 20, 30%, which is maybe in a gray area, or somebody has a right to appeal, and we can fast track that, and it can be either agreed or disagreed. Do you think that this is the right time, with the explosion of data and number of people who create contents, no longer in the tens or hundreds or thousands, now it's going to be in the millions, tens of millions, and shortly hundreds of millions. So it can't be a manual effort. It's like when people have to move away from Excel sheets, they have to move away from it. So similarly here, we have to move away from the way of recording or arbitrating each of these things. What is your view, sir?
Well, this is a very, very serious issue, I can tell you. Up till now, we have been, whether any type of regulation we had on print or TV was for a very limited space and for a very limited numbers. And there can be various ways of looking at it, how well the government has done it or not done it. That is not the issue. Right. Issue is today when you are looking at digital media, which has a universal reach. And as Shrikant was mentioning, how do we differentiate between good, bad, and ugly? Yeah. And if technology can do it, I think government would be the happiest as far as we are concerned. Because we also feel that it may be very good to prepare law. It is the easiest is to have a law. That's right. The most difficult part is how do you implement a law which is perceived in a manner where everybody feels, well, the law is being properly implemented and it is equitous for everybody. It is not that the law is trying to favor one over the other, big over the smaller. If you're able to use a technology which is agnostic to all these big, small, big and small and medium, it would be the best thing which can happen, where a technology can very well decipher whether this is in prohibition of law, whether it is in compliant to law. If that can be done, if you can send some alarms, it will be very good. I just saw today a friend of mine posted a few pictures of an honorable MP, honorable member of parliament, on Facebook with some very snide, indecent remarks. Now, probably unofficially I can tell you what happened. Now, if I were Facebook, I would have questioned that user. Why do we have still so many bots on Twitter? Why do we have some of the OTT platforms which have no age rating, and yet they are showing contents whose titles are unmentionable? We have to, as industry, if a technology offer is there, the government would be happiest to take it. Please offer this technology, whether it is Tech Mahindra or anybody else. The other important aspect is when you are trying to work on a technology or a law, there has to be no information asymmetry. Everybody from the top to the bottom should be equally understandable about the law. The other day you saw we gave out some advisory on online gaming advertisements. Now, when we went to ASCI and ASCI said we do not understand what is a violation of law or what is compliant to law. It is an organization, but it says we cannot differentiate. Now, this is a challenge for self-regulation or co-regulatory model. Can industry itself understand what is law, compliance to law in terms of content? If it is able to understand and use technology to sheen out those, it would be wonderful. And we can work it out. And I just put it as a proposal. Please work it out. Let there be blinkers. Let there be red flags. Let there be an automatic takedown. By use of technology, we would not require to put it in print in black and white. Or to that extent, there will be no requirement of black and white. So, so that is my take on it, and we would be very happy if we work towards that.
So thank you. You've given us the idea to have a specific working group and maybe a workshop dedicated to this, and we'll try to do that in the Q1 of next year. It's, I mean, the first 3 months of
and this can be an action, Viren, of course. You know,
we'll come back to you once we finish an internal workshop, and we will come back with a wider industry support of a set of recommendations on the subject. So thank you very much for accepting that thought as something to come back to you, and thank you for that. I'd like to come to the closing remarks, if I may, and I will start with Manoj. Manoj, if you wanted the audience to go away from this conversation with 1 or 2 takeaways or thoughts to think about, that, okay, I came to this future of operating systems and entertainment, and I heard the 3 gentlemen, talk about this future. What should they be thinking about uppermost in their mind, and what do you think is the takeaway that you have from this conversation that we had?
So, firstly, I think very interesting, and I really appreciate the fact that Mr. Sahai mentioning extremely proactive and willing approach to governance, if I were to put a simpler word rather than regulation or any such thing. And it's something very critical. I mean, we see the challenges all around us. But if I go back and look at, what is it that is the way forward, I think from the theme of the session, I would call it, reimagining pretty much everything. And I'm just trying to sum and distill the conversation in a manner where to sort of thrive and succeed, reimagining is critical. I mean, you have to reimagine your business model, your operating model. You have to become an asset-light company, right? These are paradigm shifts in a sense. And like I said earlier, some of it accelerated by the pandemic, but there's no going back. There is no going back to where we were 12 months back. It's only forward. And companies who will take advantage of this, I think becoming asset light or lighter also means moving faster. So they will actually take advantage of moving to the white spaces and take up majority of the pie, will be really the way to go forward for a lot of us and all of us, right? So I've taken a slightly different sort of still view, but I think that's probably my sort of summary from the session.
That's really thoughtful, and thank you for that. I think it's a good take from the conversation that we've had. If I can come to Srikanth we've had a great conversation. We already have agreed to some takeaways for us to follow up on. But I think from the point of view of the larger audience, what would you like people to think about as they leave this session?
I think, one is the convergence is already at play, right? So you don't have to think that, it's going to come sometime in the future, right? Convergence is already at play. There will be much more, converged play that we will see, with several of the new forms of players that will come into the arena. We didn't even touch upon how things like because one of the mediums of entertainment consumption is also WhatsApp today, right? I mean, it's not just a mode of communication. You are consuming so much more, and I bet probably you're watching more videos on WhatsApp than probably even OTT, right? But there will be newer forms of such plays that will come converge together with and for some of the audience who may be from traditional broadcast and media is to watch out. Don't just watch them as competition. How can you watch them as your partner, right? The more you watch as a partner, and that's another lesson from Geo as to how they've seen some of the digital natives, how do they partner with them. So don't just watch as your competitor. I think the world of brutal to be seen as a rival and a competition is reducing by the day. I think everyone is seeing every other as a partner where they can probably grow together, win together. I think that's the true meaning of convergence, where the convergence is, we're not just talking about just telco and a media coming together and converging, There will be a larger parts of convergence that will play out, and this is just the beginning.
Thank you very much. I think before I ask Mr. Sai for comments, I'd just like to say that one of the things that has occurred to me from the conversation with the three of you here is been, I think that, and I've said this before, we are all talking about technology, but I have often said this very disrespectfully, that technology never invented anything. It was always invented by the power of ideas. Technology brought those ideas to life, and I think we talked about a few things today, right from can we create a platform, the country as a platform, and give opportunity? Can we look at technology in order to help with the governance, as it was summarized at? Can we look at many things? But these require ideas, and I think it's all about the idea factor. Even content, by the way, comes from the best ideas. The films that work come from ideas. The films that don't work come from ideas. So I think that's the conversation we are having, which I think this is really a conversation about ideas more than convergence, because it's the power of these new ideas, new thoughts and our audience today, as we've been fortunate in developing India into a country that has a larger lifespan. Our audience comprises of 3-4 different generations, and all of them have completely different outlook to expectations and in fact even codes of conduct, including morality. So where do we put the minimum level, right? I mean, do we cater to everybody? Do we cater to 85%? And how will that today's framework change in 5 or 10 years? The other point I wanted to make to you, Mr. Sai, is also that in our industry today, we are looking at, we no longer can make any investments in media and entertainment as any company in any space that we can make a 3, 5, 7 year payback on, because the technology changes. So our hardware changes, every 2 years or 3 years, and our software changes annually at least. And therefore, I think the way in which we need to have financial models, I think that come into helping converging entities like media and entertainment, we need to figure out methods of media financing, media technology financing that is completely different, and that the traditional rules of how we look at depreciation and how we look at amortization and so on, they no longer apply. And this is the quandary that actually is affecting our small and medium sector, because they can neither afford the capex today, especially pandemic and post-pandemic, neither they can afford to change it as quickly as it is required to change. So I think convergence has other issues that maybe it's too short a time on one panel to discuss. But so we welcome the listening mode that your ministry has. We've always had an open door to have that access, and we want to thank you not only for your presence here today, but for the fact that we continue to dialogue with you, and had the pleasure of seeing you at a few of the CII Big Picture Summits. And next year, whether it's virtual or whether we have the real banner behind you, I think one of the benefits of this CII Big Picture 2020 is that maybe everybody who signed up to be on all the panels in these 3 days would not have been able to make the flight to Delhi or Bombay or Goa, as the case might be. So in a sense, it is richer by our participation, and hopefully even more enriched by the fact that we are looking ahead, not just in the 2 amazing reports that were released this morning, but in the quality of this conversation. So the last word appropriately, sir, to you, in terms of what are you taking away from this afternoon's conversation, and how would you like us to proceed further in the dialogue with yourself?
Thank you so much. I mean, every such session is a learning for me, and I cannot imagine how much. And I thank all of you for giving me such a good understanding of the technological world and what all things are happening and what is the perception of the corporate. Usually, what happens traditionally, regulation changes technology, and that is where the problem lies. Now we should come out of it and work on a co-facilitating, co-regulatory technological solution. That is how we should have to proceed. And I would urge upon CII and all its members to try to get a technology solution for ensuring to differentiate between the bad, good, and ugly. But my only worry is, because you are working in a world which is beyond your Indian boundaries, it should also get accepted globally, because your major intermediary platforms are global players. So when you try to bring technology for monitoring or for trying to bring some of these things, there should be greater acceptability. You need to take them along when we do it. And we would be very happy if Indian industry is able to take the lead, which is not there in any other country, to get this thing done. And thank you so much.
So I must, on behalf of CII, and thank the panelists for a wonderful sharing of ideas. I think we've got the seeds of future conversations that were planted this afternoon. A great way to kick off day one with a balanced view on all of the elements of what will drive M&E in the future. And I think we not only talked about the operating systems, but I think we went into a larger context of how this can happen. So I wish all of you a very good afternoon, and thank you wholeheartedly for a very invigorating discussion. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sahai. Thank you, Biren. Thank you, Shrikant, and thank you, Manoj, for that wonderful session. What interesting action points, what interesting ideas have come out of this, and a lot of action points for us at CII to work on, and we'll definitely take this forward. I would like to announce that we are going to start our next session, which is on Indian consumer in digital subscription world at 4 o'clock. The next session is coming up in 10 minutes. I request all our viewers, and we have over 1,200 of them tuned in. I request all of them to please stay tuned in. You can take a bio break if you need, but some very, very interesting speakers are going to come up in this next session. Plus, at 5 o'clock, we have an interesting conversation with APAC President of Discovery. He'll be in conversation with a very renowned environmental journalist, Mr. Anand Banerjee. At 5:45, we'll have a celebrity talk coming up with the Ms. Shefali Shah, actor of Delhi Crime, which recently won an award in an international award. Then in the evening, there will be a special feature on the future of international film markets and festivals, where we will be featuring a curtain raiser on the upcoming India International Film Festival 2021. I request all the viewers to please stay tuned in for the next session, which is beginning at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Mr. Manwani.
Hi,
Good to
Dolly.
see you. Hi, Dolly.
Hi, Nirja.
Hi.
Hi, Yogesh. Hi,
Am
Nisha.
I audible?
Yes, you're clear.
You're audible. Yes. All the other panelists are joining, so we will wait for them. So we still have about 9 minutes to go. So we'll wait for all of them to come.
Sure. Nirja, how will the flow be? I believe there is Sunil who is going to do a keynote, right? Before?
In this session, we don't have a keynote. So the session moderator is, she'll be giving her opening remarks, and then there is a panel discussion when we have 5 panelists. Okay.
Hi, Akshad. Can't hear you. You're mute, I think.
Oops, sorry about that. Hi, Yogesh.
No.
Hi, Dolly.
Hi.
I love the shadows in your background, Akshad.
It's a fake virtual background, which I thought simulated reality the most. So, so I chose this.
It does look very real.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to choose one of those giveaway backgrounds. You know, you're on the beach. You're clearly not on the beach having a call. So this one simulates your reality a lot more.
Which part of the country are you at right now, physically?
Mumbai.
Oh, okay.
How about you?
Mumbai, very much. Dolly, thank you for sharing the questions. I think all good.
Yeah. Yeah. I will. And what I just do is that we will ensure that we sort of spread the questions, so not that everybody answers all the questions. Otherwise, it can just be a little long and yeah.
Agree. I was just listening to one of the recent content on your platform, the Dosa King.
Oh yeah, that's one of our newer releases.
Nicely produced.
Thank you.
Nicely produced. I heard one app I couldn't find. I'm assuming it's a weekly release or something because
It's a weekly release schedule.
Yeah, I heard the first.
It just came out.
It's quite interesting. I mean the topic was very intriguing, so then I decided to kind of have a listen, and I thought it was very nicely produced.
Yeah, I think that entire story is a little bit mind blowing.
It is absolutely. It is.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the next app.
I'll let my production team know. They'll be happy to hear that feedback.
No, generally it is really nice. I really enjoyed it. I've heard couple. I've been listening to some podcasts, and I found this almost like a docu space, the way it's been done, but and some bit of recreated or scripted parts as such. I thought, but done very well. Took you, I think the biggest challenge in audio is that it captures you and takes you into that world. I think, and then kind of keeps you engaged. I think this did that very well. But a lot of interesting podcasts coming out, I must say, across platforms in the scripted space now, slowly and steadily.
Yeah, lot of content coming up, and when we look at our charts, sometimes the results just surprise us. What we think will do well versus what actually does well. Sometimes you're just surprised. For example, there is a podcast in Telugu which has been in our top 10 for a few months now. And it's by a film director. He just talks about life, reflections on life, love, ambition, those kind of things, meaning of life, 5-minute snippets.
Oh, nice.
It just blows the charts. And, local language, short form, so not a classic podcast format, right? It's usually podcasts are 30 minutes, 1 hour, even more in the West. And we were very surprised when we looked at that, what's going on. But clearly, sort of from a users don't care what a classic podcast format is, right? Because yeah.
While you were talking, I was just thinking because I obviously think video first, and I was thinking, okay, Telugu, and I said in video you can you can widen the appeal by subtitling or stuff, but in audio you can't do that, right? So in audio you're restricted to the comprehension of the language as such.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have to do it's a little bit, I'd say a lot less hard work than text, but a lot more hard work than video for a user. Right, you have to do a bit of comprehension. Having said that, we've also experimented with video in podcasts in certain settings, and we're still sort of figuring it out whether it works or not.
Oh, interesting. Would be happy to understand that, because then suddenly opens up a wider audience base, no?
It does. We're look from our perspective, we are not operating in the video space per se, right? But as long as it complements the audio experience for a listener, so it's very much in the space of, for us, it's like an experiment. We're trying to figure out like how this works. What do users find valuable here? Because the tech around it can be built. So we're seeing that.
Has it happened in any other market, or you're doing it in India right now?
No, it's more outside of India. We're also so it's more of a global phenomena.
Okay.
We are at 4 o'clock, so we can formally start this session. Let me welcome all the panelists, all the speakers of the session on Indian consumer in digital subscription world. The session is being moderated by Ms. Dolly Jha. She is the country head of Nielsen iMedia India. Panelists in this session are Akshat Harbala, head of market strategy and operations at Spotify India. We have Mr. Isaac John, APAC digital head of Discovery India. Mr. Yogesh Anwani, head of marketing and revenue at Applause Entertainment. Mr. Vishnu Mohta, co-founder of Hoichoi and executive director of SVF, and Ms. Nimisha Jain, managing director and partner at Boston Consulting Group. I hand over now to Ms. Dolly Jha.
Thank you, Nija. Thanks for the introduction. Hi, everyone. Welcome all the panelists. We have a great and a hot topic, which really, and it would be really great to hear views of this panel on this topic of subscription. Before we get on to the panel, what I would really want to start with is that during the COVID lockdown period, we actually saw a huge surge in media consumption, right? A lot of published data, we would have seen that how consumption of multiple platforms has grown, what has happened to TV viewing despite original content not being there, and newer behaviors being really discovered or upcoming amongst consumers. So I think what I would really want to start this panel with is that we really saw a surge happening during the COVID times on media consumption. And Akshat, I'd like to start with you. What has been your experience? There has been a lot of stuff that OTT consumption definitely grew. Specific to audio platforms, could you just enlighten us a little in terms of what was the experience during the COVID period? Did you see interactions? Did you see gains coming from other quarters? How has the movement really been like as far as audio as a category is concerned? Actually.
Sure, I'll jump in. So I'm getting a lot of echo. Can everybody go on mute, please? That'll help me. Thank you. Dolly, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So look, when 2020 has seen the subscriptions ecosystem definitely accelerate when it comes to audio. Right? So no question about it. People were locked down, and digital entertainment widely was sort of like a lifeline for a lot of the people. So subscription has increased as a direct fallout of that. And the story, however, played out a little bit differently when it comes to audio, right? So the story is a little bit nuanced. So I'd say there was a general acceleration. However, the curve has not been completely bent when it comes to audio. So we see an acceleration, but you won't see the kind of numbers we're seeing in video yet. And there are many sort of reasons why we're not at the scale that video is at this point in time, which I'll not get into. However, one big sort of challenge that the industry is always trying to get over is get high engagement on free platforms that are available to users. Right? So one big learning we have from all of the markets we've been live in at Spotify is that you need to have a certain critical threshold of engagement, time spent on the platform before subscriptions hit a critical mass. Right? And that number was historically low in India across all platforms. Right? So the time spent, even though Spotify was the market leader when it comes to time spent on the platform, it was still sort of below our global benchmark. What the pandemic has done is increase engagement manifold. Right? And we see it in many different ways. new content got discovered. So, a lot of people who were just dependent on their dose of Bollywood music releasing Friday after Friday, they're now discovering independent music. They're discovering international music partly because there was a gap, right? No movies were being released, music was not being released, and therefore there were just more scope to discovering new things. And so I think that's one big thing we've seen. The second big thing we saw was a lot of feature engagement or platform engagement, right? So people coming in and exploring parts of the platform which they would never otherwise have explored, creating their own playlists, getting into group listening sessions. Now that you're locked down, how do you get into a listening session with your family and friends who are in different parts of the country or in different parts of the world? So that was the second one. And the third thing we saw was podcasts becoming a bit more of a mainstream phenomena than it has been in the past. In hyper niche, and I think it's starting to break into mainstream conversations, and people are taking interest, creators are taking interest, users are taking interest. So I think as a result of all of those three things, which is more podcasts, more new kind of music being discovered, more sort of platform interaction from the users, we've just seen a lot more engagement, which we believe sort of is a leading indicator for higher subscription growth, right? So sort of coming back to your main question, there was an acceleration, and we, because of where the industry is, those numbers are pretty sustainable. I don't think we're going to go back to pre-COVID sort of levels.
Thanks, Akshat. And I think that was a great insight. And intuitively, I mean, it resonates very well that, you need to have a certain level of engagement built up prior to consumers actually getting into the subscription fold. So thanks for that. Isaac, over to you. How has your journey been? What is the kind of momentum that you have seen on your platform?
So interestingly enough, we actually launched the platform on March 17th of this year. So we practically launched on the eve of the lockdown. So we actually do not have pre and post-COVID figures. We actually have only post-COVID figures to go by, right? And I think what we are seeing, at least so far, 9 months, into this journey, is that consumer appetite is there for the taking, especially for differentiated content, right? And I think our proposition was always very simple in terms of saying that you can watch every other OTT for entertainment if you want to know about interesting things and win those big moments in life, because you know about those little things. Then Discovery Plus is the platform to come through, and in that, irrespective of whether new shows were launched or not, we have continuously seen a spike in our viewership and subscriptions month on month. The other thing that we did on the back of that spike that we saw is actually fast-tracked our Discovery Plus originals this year itself, because we got a lot of signals from consumers between March to June that this is what consumers are really consuming, this is what they are paying for, this is what they are coming to the platform for. And just earlier this month, we actually launched Discovery Plus Originals, first of its kind, unprecedented all access into 3 stories, never told before. So I think for us, it's been an upward journey so far. I do agree with Akshat that I think in many ways, this is the levels at which consumption will stay. We are building habits, especially with the kind of product we have, and I think it's going to continue. We do not see those, subsiding and coming back to pre-COVID numbers, as we call it.
Okay. Since you did not have a benchmark in pre, but just in terms of your own estimates that you people would have, in terms of your own forecast,
Right.
Did your launch numbers actually meet those forecasts? A tricky question, but if you could just answer that.
No, happy to answer that. Way ahead of our expectations. And I've in fact gone on record before and said that, our subscription space was very encouraging. We've grown 60% month on month since launch. That's not something that we anticipated would happen. And again, our initial thesis was always that, we'd go into the market, we'd establish the proposition, and then we'd, for 2021 is when we'd, really come back and dial up the content even further. But what we really saw was that consumer adoption was so strong, we felt like a real need to actually double down on the momentum that we were carrying into the consumption ecosystem.
Super, super. That's really nice to know. Vishnu, I will move over to you now. Can you talk to us a little about what has been Hoichoi's experience during the pandemic? How has it gained, and where do you see the numbers now? How do you see the numbers now?
Hi everyone. I'm not sure if my video is visible, but somehow I think there might be some issue with that. But regardless, I guess I think there was a massive change between February and March. So as a background, we've been available for the last 3.5 years now, and I think the numbers between February and March was almost 3x. And I'm talking about March 22nd onwards or so, and that continued till about June mid. And I think it from that point on, when some industries started to sort of open up and things like that, things started to taper off. But what we do realize is that some of those habits that have been built during that time period would have taken the entire digital ecosystem, in our opinion, the best part of another 2 years or so, maybe. So the number of people who sort of became digital video consumers or digital video paid consumers for the first time got accelerated as a result of that phenomenon at the time, because obviously there were no movies, television was not showing fresh content every day at the time. And I think OTT was the only, because of being video on demand largely, was able to churn out fresh content. And we were also thrown in at the deep end of trying to figure out how do we actually continuously on a week-on-week basis keep adding new content to the platform. So I think it was a very interesting time, and I think it caught all of us by surprise. But I think we were very happy with the way it turned out in the end, I guess.
Super. Very nice to know that. Vishnu, staying on with you, what are some of the things that you are doing to build your subscriber base? Right, you have a great USP, you're a great platform offering vernacular content, right? So can you just enlighten us a little in terms of what are some of the specific things that you are really doing to grow your subscriber base?
I guess it's trying out new things by the day, I guess, and I'll give you a couple of examples, which is more recent. So a couple of things we've started doing. We've tied up with something called, as an example, Shrey Sahaj, which not a lot may be knowing about, but it's actually a widely distributed tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 kind of Chopal kind of setup, run by a company called Shrey, which is a large financial services company, especially in East India. And what they do is actually on the last mile, they sort of offer various services to people in those areas where they take payments for electricity bills, they do mobile recharges, they would do top ups for any cable provider and that. So very large insurance, very deep rooted in the country, and I think to sort of activate that network where we've gone live with 1,000 odd of their touch points, if you like, across the east, if you like. So that's one example. The other example that I can think off the top of my head is in the next week or two, we'll be launching something called referral marketing. So the simple idea is that in a lot of cases today, purchase behavior is triggered by people recommending something to you, right? And if someone likes it, it becomes an easier choice for you to make that happen. So what we're doing is we've partnered with a company called Get Social, which is providing us a lot of that deep the technical end of this activity. And what we're doing is any current subscriber can refer as many friends on Facebook or Google or WhatsApp or whatever, and for every person who subscribes as a result of that referral, using that referral code, would get a 20% discount, and the person who's referring will get 1 month extra subscription. And that's a additive number. So if you refer, I don't know, 20 people, it's okay for us if you have 20 months extra added to your subscription at the end of your expiry, because probably that is one of the most legit way to market, and most we want to incentivize people to make that happen. Probably one of the easiest way or cheapest way to acquire a customer, if you like.
Okay. So essentially, one route that you talked about was tying up with Shrey.
Shrey, yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware of that company,
Right.
which is you are taking on the utilities route, and the
Right.
second one that you're talking about is the referral marketing. Okay, all right. Isaac, just wanted to know from you that you offer differentiated content, right? Which will have its own draw of consumers. So, what is the modality that you have seen, which is, if you have to give a little sense of consumers coming by themselves and getting onto the subscription thing versus they getting tagged by some activation which has been running or some promo which has been running. So can you give us a little flavor of that which has been a bigger draw, and how have this really panned out in terms of building your consumer base for a differentiated content platform?
Hey, that's a great question, Dolly. I'll actually differentiate that by saying that there are actually two kinds of consumers who come and watch videos on our platform. One is actually the set of lifelong learners, which is like families who want to actually have a great product, a safe, trusted product for their kids. People who just want to actually have a product in their mobile which tells them about the world, tells them about places that they have never been, recipes that they would love to cook. Right? There's basically like an innate lifelong learner in almost like I think everyone, and some people have that tendency enough to actually come and pay for a product. The second set of consumers who really love watching our content are passionate communities of people who want to actually know the next best thing that's coming on four wheels, right? Or the next season of Top Gear, or the next the latest season of Cutthroat Kitchen. So I think within those two, the set of consumers who come to us organically are actually those from the first set. They will have this product irrespective of whatever else they have on their mobile phone. Like, we are in many ways a complementary OTT app. We do not compete for space on the mobile phone with anyone else, because if you have got a lifelong learner in you and you want like that kind of a trusted product for your family, you will have Discovery Plus on your mobile phone, no matter which part of India
Yeah.
and what kind of demographic and socioeconomic status you
Yeah.
come from. The second set of consumers is where we actually sort of the pool gets like even more interesting, and there are taste clusters which are formed. So I think it's actually in the second kind of customers who come in for specific kind of shows. So when we've already done like two big Bear Grylls tentpoles this year, one with Akshay Kumar and one with Rajnikant. So obviously when there are Bear Grylls fans who come in. There are fans of like mainstream stars that Akshay Kumar who have come in, and they want to know that where is Bear really going next to with these special local superstars. So I think those are the two kind of customers who come in through different channels, and how their tastes and their needs from the platform are different. One comes in for real life entertainment, and the other one is more for satiating their innate need for learning.
And if you have to sort of, give a sense of what is the franchise construct currently, would it be like 60-40 in favor of learners versus the entertainers?
We're actually pretty evenly balanced there. We have a lot of science and travel and adventure content.
Okay.
But we also have actually amplified. We in fact added approximately like I think 70 to 80 BBC titles from the library. So all of that essentially
Okay.
comes from the lifelong learners pool. And at the same time, we've also been augmenting our strengths on the passionate communities. One that I can definitely give an example of, for example, is we've suddenly gotten like a whole host of sports fans who come on the platform because they want to know what when Roger Federer was reflecting on the great 2008 final, what state of mind he was in, how did Nadal beat him, and things like that. We've got stuff for soccer fans, we've got stuff for Messi fans, we've got stuff for boxing fans. So the split is actually pretty even, right? When we began, I would say that we were skewing a little bit more towards the learners part. But right
Learners.
now,
Okay.
yeah. But right now, we've actually taken care to ensure that there is enough of real life entertainment in there as well.
Okay. All right. All right. So I think I'll move to Akshat. Akshat, I just wanted, to have your reaction that there was this, very well publicized Netflix promo which ran over one of the weekend, right? Which was about watching it free. Just wanted your reaction to that. What do you think what do you think about an initiative like that, and how much do you think an initiative like that would really uh, titillate or bring subscribers on board?
Yeah, I think it's great. So I would congratulate Netflix on rolling that out. I know in that system it's not easy to completely open up the funnel.
Yeah.
So my expectation would be that it'll give a significant bump to sort of some of their plans which are mobile only, right? Just looking at it outside in. The way we look at it at Spotify is sort of a little bit different, where we almost run this as an always on process, right? So just being a freemium platform and not a subscription only platform, we just make this process almost like a year-long always on process, where we're continuously trying to interact with the free user and get them converted onto the paid tier.
Okay. All right. All right. I think I'll move to Nimisha now. Nimisha, hi. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, I can.
Okay. Nimisha, we are connecting here because we couldn't connect on the group. So, I'll just shoot my question straight.
Go for it.
What's the model of subscription that you think will India evolve to? Right. So even when we're talking about subscription, do we really expect it to be like a low-cost subscription with some bit of ads coming in, or do we believe that it is going to be a completely ad-free, high-price subscription model? And in terms of, if you have to just give a little sense of, do we see it like 40, 60, 80, 80, 20? What is your sense in terms of what is the kind of subscription model will India graduate into?
Sure. Firstly, thank you for having me. I've been tracking the Indian digital consumer for about 10 years now, and we've been researching how people spend time online, and what their willingness to spend for different offerings. I think let me answer your question in two parts. Right, one is on the back of better smartphones, cheaper data, we have today an absolute explosion in people consuming OTT. A lot of that is AVOD, which is the free content. And it's not just on YouTube, but it's also now people downloading apps and watching a lot of free content across the. What's interesting that our research shows is actually that over time, as people spend time on consuming content, the habit gets formed and their willingness to spend for paid content actually grows quite significantly. In fact, over the last 9 months of COVID, we've seen a massive increase in people's both actual spend, and many people spoke about that on their different apps, whether it was Discovery Plus or Hoi Choi and the others. But we've seen a massive increase in willingness to spend as well. Our estimate, at least, is that if you take the next 5 years, we'll see about a 50-50 breakup between people from a revenue standpoint in terms of a paid as well as a non-paid. From a consumer standpoint and a subscriber standpoint, that's more likely 80-20. So about 20% of people who consume OTT content will pay for it. But of course, they will pay a lot more, which is why from a revenue standpoint, it's 50%. I think the other point I would say is that, look, India is a country, the continent of many countries, and not, where nothing in India is really homogeneous. So there are different segments, and you will find different segments of consumers choosing to either consume free content, choosing to consume, partially paid with some ads, and then fully paid. I think that varies both by type of consumer, but also type of content. So I wouldn't necessarily say that it's going to be, that we're going to swing in one direction. I think it's going to be a mix of both. And we'll actually see different models coexisting. One of the models we haven't seen come to India yet in a large manner is what's called TVOD, which is the transaction base where you only pay specifically for byte spec. So far, I think the economics have not made sense. But again, that's another, a sachetization of content is another approach that could actually work with consumers in it.
So I think there are different models, and we will actually see a market where all these coexist. We're not going to see one becoming more predominant.
Thank you, Nimisha. Thanks. Okay. Akshat, I want to have your take on Nimisha's views in terms of how the subscriber space will pan out, right? So she makes a very valid point that it's a large country. It's a different. We will have different segments of consumers, and therefore there is going to be different kinds of offerings which will have takers. But if we really have to sort of do a bit of future gazing and really call out that in terms of the various avatars of digital subscription. So what will be those avatars of digital subscription be? Can you just give us a little bit of perspective on that, Akshat?
Sure. So fundamentally, I agree with what Nimisha just said, that the future is going to be multiple different tracks almost running at the same time, because there are India being the continent with multiple markets in it, there are just too many different audience segments we're trying to serve here, right? So it's just basic logic that you'll have multiple models here serving. It's like retail, right, where you have a kirana store and then you have a really fancy store in a mall, essentially selling the same clothes or grocery to those particular users. I think similar patterns are going to be seen in the subscription space as well. So in particular, from an audio perspective, the way I see it is you can expect two directions of evolution. One is packing additional value, and the other is what we can call unpacking the value. So packing additional value would be you have a subscription product, but the consumer is always hungry. They are ready to pay, they're willing to pay, but how do you maximize the bang for the buck or value for money for your subscribers? So additional content, additional features, additional sort of offers, all of those things getting added to the subscription. Unpacking sort of works in the almost like the opposite direction, where you have a subscription product, but maybe you're accessing a particular piece of content behind the paywall, but you're not accessing everything, right? You have a certain ability to offline content, but you can't offline all the content that you want. So there is a bit of a guardrail created around your experience, and the more you pay, the more it gets unlocked. So I think those are the two fundamental directions I see things evolving towards: packing additional value and then unpacking the value. And I think both will happen in parallel because, like I said earlier, the consumer segments they're targeting exist in parallel in the market.
Thank you. Thanks, Akshat, for that perspective. Yogesh, I'll move to you now, please. We're keen to hear from you your views on content. Essentially, what I'm very keen to understand is that what is the big change that you've seen in dynamics, on the content front, particularly in the last 1 year, right? Given the kind of growth that we are seeing in subscriber base, given the kind of we are seeing various kinds of content being produced, which are essentially catering to taste of various kinds of consumers. Can you talk to us a little about the dynamics that we have seen unfold in the content space? Has the content supply been able to keep pace with demands of the market? What is really happening there?
Thank you, Dolly, first of all, and thank you for having me here. Coming back to what we started with, that the pandemic really has accelerated the inevitable, right? Which is that a large community of consumers who were possibly sitting on the fence adopted the digital life, right? And while adopting the digital life, we've seen also a big growth in the streaming universe. So a lot of consumers have entered the streaming universe. And what helped at that time also is that most of these streaming platforms had a wide depth of content that was available for these consumers to keep them engaged, and also a lot of new content that was being made available to them. At Applause, we ourselves, we follow a 12 to 18 month development cycle. So we had about 9 shows that we have launched across various partner platforms over the 9 months. right? But the critical question, like you rightly said, is that consumers have accelerated, right, and the adoption has happened faster. Now the challenge for all these streaming services, right, is to how do you engage this audience and prevent churn, right? I don't think the behavior is going to be undone. We will remain in this new normal as such. I think the consumers are here to stay. They have adopted this life. The demand is really accelerated. The challenge now is how do you serve these consumers, and which is where investment in premium quality content and a wide variety of content is basically that's going to be the answer. The good thing is that when we are talking to all our streaming partners, everyone is cognizant of this, and everyone is rising up to the challenge. And we are seeing a big change that is happening also in the kind of content that is being produced. A lot of it is already out there. A recent show that we released called Scam 1992 is a great example, right? It came at a point in time where the space has been proliferated with crime thrillers, but here is a show that's come and without a single bullet being fired in the entire show or even a gruesome murder happening, it's kind of caught the fancy and the length and breadth of the entire country. So I think services, all streaming services are realizing the need. And I think we're seeing a definite change in the kind of content that is being served to various audience clusters. Like our CEO keeps saying, this is a mass of niches, right? So all kinds of content and streaming platforms are appealing to all kinds of, taste clusters. And we're seeing that happening. So we ourselves, for example, are producing not only thrillers, we're also producing comedies, we're producing dramedies. So whether it's a criminal justice or a scam or a call my agent or a fodder or a Luther, we're producing all kinds of content and different kinds of content to cater to these differentiating needs. So we're very clearly seeing that that shift is happening, and the medium itself is offering this in a differentiated manner. And the services which are realizing this and are adopting to this will obviously stand to gain the maximum of this opportunity.
Thanks, Yogesh. Thanks for that perspective. I want some from this panel. I'm very keen to have a perspective on how do they see the user base moving. And essentially what I'm really looking for from each one of you very quickly is that we've heard about India's internet audience base today being around 500 million, 600 million, right? There are different estimates which really talk about these kinds of numbers. What I really want to know is that what is your sense of where will the digital subscription market be in terms of million users at the end of 2022, right? Let's start with you, Yogesh. If you have to take a guess at that, and let's just move around the panel. Let's see, if you have to give me a number, what would be that number? And of course, we'll go to Nimisha because she's doing all the forecasting for us. So we'll go to her then at the end.
She'll clearly be having all the numbers. I don't want to play Oracle over here, and I can't. But I mean, I think what we truly believe is that the spends on entertainment, right? We think the Indian consumer today, and even if you look at just the cable and satellite homes, which is almost started the start of the century, we were 20 million homes. Today we're almost 200 million cable and satellite homes. And today consumers are accessing entertainment through their phones, through smart devices. And if you total all of that, every household is spending close to 1,000 to 2,000 rupees a month, right, to access this entertainment. We believe that what's going to happen over a period of time is definitely there's going to be households that are going to migrate and shift to the streaming universe, and we'll see the spends, the wallet share of these mediums changing. In our view, possibly maybe on the lower side, about 100 million households, even on an average, spending about $3 to $5 a month is what the shift could be at, and which is almost $1 billion, $500 million a month is what it could be in the near term immediately. That's the opportunity that's there. And services that provide that kind of offering and that content to this audience, I think can capitalize on this opportunity.
Okay. Thanks, Yogesh. I dispute some of those numbers, but I'll move on. Right. Akshay, what is your, tell me how many 100 million users or subscription consumers are we really talking about at the end of 2022?
I'm conservative by nature, so So I'll just stay at 100 million, not multiples of 100 million. And looking at it from a very audio perspective for a moment, I think the big opportunity in front of the music and the broader audio industry is to get into firm double-digit millions, is what I would say. So numbers like 20, 25 million are going to be success when it comes to paid subscriptions, right? People actually paying directly to the not bundles, not sort of other kind of ways of representing it, direct sort of consumers paying. So I'd say sort of 100 and 2025 would be sort of my comfort zone of prediction.
Thank you, Akshay. Good to see somebody conservative like me on the panel. I always regarded myself as very conservative. Okay, Isaac, what is your sense? Can't hear you. You're on mute.
I would say that it seems realistic to me that over the next couple of years, I think one can expect a 35 to 40% growth over the current base of subscriptions. So if let's say we say give or take 40 to 50 million, I think we will land closer to the 100 plus kind of million mark by 2022.
Okay. Thank you. Vishnu, what is the number that you are throwing for us?
I'll align with the numbers that is shared so far by Akshat and Isaac. I mean, but what I one take I wanna present is when we say bundling, I think it's globally accepted that a telco or a ISP bundling, and I mean bundling, not syndication or another form of licensing of content. I mean pure play bundling, whether the customer is paying directly or as part of a accumulation of services. I would still consider that to be a paid subscriber personally. If we layer for that, I think all the telcos in India are 200 billion plus, right? So if one fine day any or all of them decide to bundle, and we've seen that happen for that matter, to make a large part of their community or customer base have any of the OTT subscriptions along with the data pack, along with other things, I think that number is 100 million will turn out to be conservative, to be honest. I think to an OTT platform, it will make literally no difference. I mean, beyond the fact that the ARPUs might be a little bit lesser, but you sort of have massive reach very early on in that ecosystem. It's almost like making it available for sampling for a very, very wide customer base who at some point in time will then again have a bigger incentive to become even direct paid customers, let's put it this way.
So what will be the number? 100 million was the base number. So what will be this bundled number? And with bundled number, you need to have, so obviously I have got all the bundled offers, but I don't use any of them, right? So you tell me what is the active bundled number? How much will that add on top of 100? Let's hear your views.
It's difficult to hazard that guess. As I said, I mean, the only thing is, like I said, all the three telcos in India, I'm taking telcos, it could be ISPs, etc. and all that. But each of the telcos have 200 million plus customers, right? It's just a decision ultimately, and someone decides to bundle it for everybody who's above a certain data pack, and you suddenly have 100 million extra customers who are part of that pool, if you like. So it's not a. I mean, I don't think it's a direct customer behavior change that will happen as a result of that. But at the same time, the number of people who will be exposed to behind a paywall content will be much large, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, I think 100 million is a safe assumption from a direct consumer point of view, direct paid customer point of view, for sure.
Okay, all right. I will stay with that, Vishnu. Nimisha, so we've got some panelists who really talked about numbers. We are hearing a number of 100 million paid consumers end of 2022. We are very keen to hear from you. What is your estimate of paid consumers end of 2022?
And I feel like I feel like you're in an exam where, I mean, or a quiz where then finally the answer is revealed. No, hard estimate right now, and I'll actually break it up exactly the way the other panelists did into directly paid by consumer versus bundled, with a telco or another alliance partner. I think our estimate is that create a 5-year view. Direct paid by consumers to buy about 2025. There's a lot of disturbance on the call. I don't know if it's just me. Okay, as long as you can hear me, that's fine. Our estimate is that in a 5-year time frame, direct paid by consumers could be as much as 200 to 250 million. So by 2022, I'm actually in the boat of in the 120 million mark. Not much more than that. But I do think, exactly as Vishnu said, that there is an upswing on that can come depending on how bold the telcos are willing to be. We've seen wide variation in the telcos as well in terms of bundling for almost free to the consumer versus actually charging. And if they actually provide like really attractive bundles and provide certain things for free, then that number of 100 could go as high as 150 to 200 million by 22 itself. But I do think that distinction is important, not so much from an OTT standpoint where you'll still get the consumers and you'll get the revenue, but I think from a consumer behavior standpoint, because there's a big difference in a consumer who's willing to pay and puts out the 99 rupees or the 299 or the 399 for the year versus somebody who's actually receiving the content just as part of a bundle. So I think it's helpful to create that separation. But having said that, I think the numbers can vary somewhere between 100 to 150 to 200, depending on the kind of bundles out there. But 100, I would say, would be the conservative estimate. So we're all aligning on this one. Yeah.
So super, Nimisha. So Akshat and Isaac, your base numbers are really matching well with the biggest forecasters in the country. So Nimisha, that was a great perspective, and I really like the gradation that you gave us, right? 100 to 150 to 200. As you're looking at different things. Nimisha, my last question is to you. If you to really call out one challenge, one or two challenges, something that you think can really derail this, right? So the obvious one, obviously, is that if data costs change drastically, if you really have to call out that something which can really derail this phenomena, or something, or some watch outs that the industry really needs to bear in mind just to ensure that this growth continues, what will be some of those things?
So, no, I think that's a great question. I think I'm an eternal optimist. So and especially as I've been looking at, at the digital consumer in India and across emerging markets, every time I put out a forecast, I can tell you 5 years later, the forecast has been, the actual trend has been higher than that forecast. So I have over the years learned to be a lot more optimistic when it comes to digital consumer in India. But having said that, I think as I look ahead, this is not going to be an easy battle. And the reason for that, I think, is while there is huge demand and huge opportunity, there's also a lot of supply and a lot of competition. And the consumer is actually very discerning. So while consumers are hungry for content, while they are willing to spend, we know that the Indian consumer in many ways is actually one of the toughest and most discerning, because he or she wants great content at very attractive price, very seamless product experience, needs to be able to view it at low data speeds without buffering, and so on and so forth, right? So combining that content experience and price point is not an easy one. And I think that's going to be a big challenge to see who really comes out as being strong. My sense is we're going to have, somewhere between 2 to 3 really large sort of broad-based players in the market, but then we will see a set of very interesting niche players, either regionally strong, in 1 or 2 languages, or with a very different kind of content. I mean, you've got on the panel Discovery, you've got Hoichoi, they're actually already starting to make moves in exactly those directions. So I think we will see a market evolving where we'll have about these 2, 3 very large broad-based players, but then we'll have a set of other players who are quite niche, and then really winning within their target audience. The other challenge, I think, is really going to be the battle for content. Because at the end of the day, there is only so much, and Yogesh spoke about the fact that they're widening the nature of content, but the reality is the content supply in the country is, despite all the investments, is the biggest constraint. And in media, I always say more is more, where the more content you provide, the more people watch. And I think our ability as a country to keep pace with just the variety and the quality of content the consumer started to expect is going to be the other big constraint. Now, I'm not talking about things like censorships and and other things. Some of that is bound to come at the right time. But I think we're already starting to see a trend where consumers online are not watching only the edgy content. There's actually a much more, much greater democratization, both in terms of the consumer, but also in terms of what they're looking to watch. So I think some of those will actually pan themselves out, and we'll start to see, greater mirroring to mass media like TV than we've seen.
Thank you, Nimisha. Thank you. That was very, very useful perspective. I'm tempted to ask you one last question if you're okay with that, which is
Sure.
that, this is on connected TVs, right? So a lot of content consumption in India continues to happen on smartphones, right? But for example, in US, we've seen that households which are enabled with connected TV, 25% of time is actually happening on streaming, right? Do you really expect connected TVs to become a big phenomena in India? And more importantly, in what kind of time frame? Are we really looking at that growing in, say, next 2 years, or it's like a 5-year thing that we're talking about?
That's an important question, and I think there are a couple of nuances to it, right? You look at a market like the US, the cost of pay TV was 10x of the cost of a Netflix subscription, right? In the monthly cost. In India, the cost of a pay TV subscription is actually equal to that of a Netflix or an Amazon Prime, and in fact, maybe just double the cost of what you would pay on for many of the other OTT apps. So the price differential is very different, right? There you saw massive cord cutting because you were getting high quality content at 1/10 the price, and even if you got 3 or 4 apps, you were still going to be spending half with a much wider content base, and you could actually you could watch on demand, and you could do catch up TV and so on, so that all your use cases were met. In India, that's not the case. So we actually feel that cord cutting is not going to happen at the pace that it did in the rest of the world. We will see pockets of cord cutting, but it will not happen. What we will start to see, of course, is more sort of triple play, quad play kind of situations where consumers will start to stream or to mirror some of the content that they're watching on their phones onto TV. I think we're not going to see, our estimates are it's going to be somewhere in the range of 10 to 20% of households. It's not going to be as rapid over the next 4 to 5 years. And our reason for that is because one of the primary reasons that OTT is taken off is that people want to use their personal screen for individual content. And the use case of watching with the family is only 20% of what you watch. It's sports, it's Mahabharat, there are select things you watch with the family, but there's a lot you want to watch on your own. And I think even as you can start to stream it on your TV, not all of the content will be consumed that. So I think this one's not going to be as steep a trend as some of the others that we talked about.
Thank you, Nimisha. Thanks for that perspective. With that, we come to the end of this panel discussion. Thank you very much, panelists, for your perspective. Nija, over to you, please.
Thank you, Dolly. Thank you for that wonderful session. And thank you all the panelists for very useful and very interesting insights. With that, we come to the end of this session on digital subscriptions. The next session will start at 5 o'clock. And it's a special session with the President APAC and Chief Transformation Officer of Discovery Inc., Mr. Simon Robinson. I request you all to please stay tuned and join us at 5 o'clock for the session with Discovery. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Hi, Karan.
Hi, sir.
Morning, Simon.
Don't have things small. Biggest thing in everything. It's forever. Take it to the windows. Think of it as smart. Hit refresh. Inspire imaginations. Z brings magic of cinema to millions across the country. Introducing Zplex. Cinema lights to watch the latest movies. Magic of performance with soft drinks in theaters. Well, let the bus down, leave you reminiscing with Z. Nights from
WhatsApp friends.
with new releases every month. Pick between two interests. Choose your show time. Book your ticket. Come on, come. Lights. Because the show is about to begin. Zplex is about people you see. Watch it with family and friends. Cinema ticket. And immediate Zplex.
तुमने यूट्यूब का लिंक दिया था बहुत वीडियो वानी को देवानी वानी and Levani promotion for their people to see YouTube.
Introducing Zplex.
Yeah. No. Ladies come.
That's good. Stop. Yeah, sharing. Sharing stop.
Good evening and welcome. Good evening and welcome to this session, a special session with discovery on scaling up and standing out, differentiation, collaboration, and growth across APAC. We have Mr. Simon Robinson, President APAC and Chief Transformation Officer of Discovery Inc., who will be in a conversation with Mr. Anand Banerjee, who is an environmental journalist, author, graphic artist, and communications specialist. I request Mr. Anand Banerjee to take over the conversation from here, please. Mr. Anand Banerjee.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another session of the CII Big Picture Summit. And good morning, Simon. Good to see you. I know it's very early in New York, but good to have you with us.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's an honor to be invited to participate in this prestigious summit. And unfortunately, with my responsibilities covering APAC, this is not an early start for me. I've been up for a while already. I tend to work the night shift from a New York time zone. I look forward to the world opening up again and being able to get on a plane and be with you in person.
Good to know this. So let me begin by asking you, this year, 2020, has been quite an extraordinary year. It also marks 35 years of Discovery Channel. And you launched Discovery Plus in March earlier this year, just when India was going into a lockdown. So tell us, how has been the journey so far?
I'll answer the big journey and the shorter journey as part of that. And obviously Discovery's had an incredible 35 years of history, building an unrivaled platform around the world for our industry leading, market leading provider of real life entertainment to people in markets everywhere. And that long journey has done a couple of things for us. It's left us being the sort of with a great set of capabilities with regard to storytelling in this space, with a fantastic library of incredible content that we own fully around the world and that people engage with in multiple ways. And it's left us with we have boots on the ground in markets everywhere. Discovery wasn't built as sort of a US export business where everyone sits in the US and sends everything out around the world. We opened offices everywhere we could. We have built great relationships with our partners, both distribution and ad sales partners in markets all over the world. We've built creative teams who have a great understanding of the audiences that they're reaching in each of the markets. And I think this has positioned us in a great place in the middle of this sort of maelstrom of disruption that we see across our ecosystem today. We are not the first to rush out into the market with our direct-to-consumer products, although in Europe we've had streaming products in the marketplace for some time. Eurosport product for sports fans, and primarily in the Nordics, where we have a bunch of free-to-air markets, a companion product has been in the marketplace. But we think we're now ideally placed to really join the streaming world. We saw our announcement a couple of weeks ago in New York about the global launch of Discovery Plus. India obviously was a pioneer in that area. There were specific reasons why we wanted to get out in the marketplace earlier versus the global launch there. But the big journey that Discovery's been on has been fantastic for us so far, and we're excited and I'd say invigorated about the next stage of the journey. We've evolved as a company in that time. We launched, originally we were the pioneer in factual entertainment in cable TV. We were the first to broadcast in HD anywhere in the world. In Europe, we evolved to be a free-to-air broadcaster and evolved into many different genres. We're also a big sports brand in Europe. We own the exclusive rights to the Olympics. And we think this next couple of years are going to be the next evolution of our journey, and Discovery Plus is a big part of that. That is an exciting time for us.
So coming back to Discovery Plus, and you mentioned disruption in our ecosystem and all. So, and because of the disruption, a lot of people are at home and a lot of people are basically hooked onto streaming platforms, and there's much video consumption across, not only in India, but across the APIC countries. But in hindsight, you just got into the Indian part of the original content. You just launched 3 shows. So in hindsight, do you think you could have done a little better on this?
Look, so we think that we've been very deliberate about the way we've approached this. Ananda, I think the first thing, let's talk about the disruption we've seen this year, not just from technology, but from COVID and the impact that's had on people's viewing habits. There are, people are spending more time at home. They're consuming content on linear TV, on their tablets, on streaming services. We have lent into that. One of the things I think has been a success for us during this period is our ability to continue to create content during this time, at a time when a lot of the big studios are shut down and can't produce content. The nature of some of the genres we work in and some of the places that we work in have allowed us to actually produce as many hours of new and original content during this period of global lockdown as we would during a normal time. And that's paid off for us in terms of our online, our linear viewing. Our audiences are at higher levels than they've been for many, many years. So we've seen kind of resurgence of consumption of our content on the traditional TV platform. So pivoting to get your question, talk around Discovery Plus and the content that was on it. So, we launched in India earlier than the global launch for a variety of reasons. One, India is obviously a mature and quite sophisticated streaming market already. There's as many scaled products in India alone as there probably are around the rest of the world, including some really strong local players. So it was important for us to get into the market and learn a bit about the market with our product. There are also feature functionalities that are specific to India and some other parts of Asia that were not going to get developed for the products that are launched in the US or Europe. So again, another reason for us to pioneer in India. So there were some of the deliberate reasons behind us going earlier in India. Knowing that we had a bigger strategy globally and that content is a biggest driver of consumption on streaming platforms, you've got to have the great content. We didn't want to rush out and sort of put everything out on the India product before we launched globally. So I think if for those of you who were able to participate or watch or read anything about the launch a couple of weeks ago, we've got a massive slate of new exclusive original content coming, both local and international. And I think that's really going to help supersize our offerings. So, would I've loved to have come out with Isaac and the team have done a fantastic job in India. Love to come out with a lot more originals on day one. Of course they would, but we were intentional about what we did. We pre-premiered some big shows on the app to see how it would work and if it impacted linear viewing at all. Great to report that we didn't see any sort of pollution of the two. People were happy to consume it on Discovery Plus and still turn up in the levels we'd expect on the linear platform. But we will be bringing exclusive content to the platform, and we will be making more
Simon,
content.
India, just to interrupt you, Simon, India is a very large market for you. Also very diverse. It's a mini continent in sort. So how have you planned out? How are you doing things differently from, say, other platforms?
I think you're right about India. There are regional markets in India that are as big as a European country. So as we think about approaching those markets, it's purely content specific, and it's obviously the localization in terms of languaging. But to come back to your question, I think there will be most of our content will be Indian centric, but we are looking at specific areas, both from a linear and a digital perspective, that we think we can target to help grow our business. And that will be content led primarily. Yeah? So you've got to go to find out what kind of content specifically resonates with different markets. What do they want it just exclusively in a language? Do they want English subtitles? Do they want different subtitles? So we're working through all of those things, and I think we have a pretty robust plan as to how to focus on it.
The dubbing market is also huge in local languages.
Yes, and we as you see, in the last year we've launched DTamil, which has been a great success for us. We've commissioned some original shows there, and you expect us to continue. In terms of how we think India will grow, for us in 2020, DTAML will be part of that, definitely.
So you are bullish on growth. What about competition?
The competition is fierce around the world in this space at the moment, and fierce in India too. So let's, I was talking earlier about the number of hours we're going to make and the number of original content we're going to bring. Let's be honest about this. For those of you who watched the Disney presentation last week, I think, hats off to them. What an incredible sort of shock and awe presentation in terms of the sheer weight and quality of scripted entertainment they're going to bring to the marketplace. We don't position ourselves, and if I was in the scripted marketplace, I would be thinking, oh my goodness, there's a Netflix, Disney, and they just raised the bar incredibly. Equally, if you look at the things like sports rights and how much IPL drove Hotstar and helps them, we are in Europe. We are a sports player. We have a sports business in India, but I don't think you'd expect us to be competing for IPL rights in India. So we're playing a different game. Yeah, I think we position our product as a companion really to all of the scripted shows. If you think about people's consumption of video and what they do with their free time, I think the way we look at it, you see people really go to scripted content to lose themselves, and then are thinking about our world as they come to Discovery to find themselves, to learn something, to be entertained by and informed by something about the world around them. And we're not so arrogant as to think that we don't have competitors. There are lots of people making similar content, but we believe we have a powerful track record and a great capability in terms of telling stories in that space. And we think we've got a compelling proposition for our viewers. We also think that we built this business, as you referenced at the top, and over 35 years of being in market and working closely with distributors. So yes, we are offering a direct-to-consumer product, but also we believe that there's a great opportunity for us to do that in partnership with our traditional distribution partners and help work through this period of disruption together and still provide great content to their customers, to our viewers. So yes, fierce competition. Discovery's never been afraid of that, and we believe we're well placed to compete both from a content and a capabilities perspective.
Simon, lots of people in India, especially the young target audience, they watch streaming OTT on their phones, basically. So say Netflix has a special plan for them, kind of thing. So do you have any specific plans for the mobile-only audience kind of thing? There's a lot of youngsters watching on their phone in the metros, in the public transport.
Definitely. So I think that there's some basic functionalities that are important in different markets. Yeah. So one is the bandwidth consumption. How hungry is the app in terms of consuming people's data plans? Yeah, we have to be conscious of that. And part of our development in India was making sure that we had that optimized correctly. The ability to download product content and watch it online. Not online, offline, effectively, so you can download it at home or at work on the work Wi-Fi, and then sit on the phone while you're commuting and watch it on your phone. So we felt that was important. We developed those capabilities. But also, I think the evidence we're seeing is, our content works well on the small phone. It's consumable in bytes, but it also giving the people the opportunity to use things like Chromecast or to access via Fire Stick on their big screen when they're back at home is important as well, because some of our content just looks spectacular on those big 4K screens. So I think we solve for both. We also, particularly in India, invested a lot in shorter form content, which was not originating lots of user-generated content, but really looking through our library and saying, which of these shows can we boil down to 3-minute or 4-minute sort of bite-sized episodes that we can make available in front of a paywall to get people entertained and interested in and informed about our content. And that's been relatively successful as well. I'm not sure it's a strategy that will work in every market, but for India, and certainly if we look at some other parts of Southeast Asia, it will be a strategy we pursue.
So what about partnerships? Are you looking at partnerships?
100%. I think this is for us. We will go direct to consumer in some markets on our own, but mostly partnering with people is exactly the way to go, and that will be partnering with our traditional distribution partners, traditionally with telcos who have their own objectives around what they need to make their product sticky for clients, and maybe partnering with new kind of distribution partners that we've not worked with before. In the telcos, you saw in the announcement that we partnered with Verizon, and we have some other big partnerships working on in Europe, and we're obviously discussing with some of the major players in India, and we hope to be able to announce those early in the new year. And you'd see that around the world consistently, that it's a key strategy for us.
One of our discoveries, also key USP, is your natural history programming or wildlife kind of thing. And I'm personally a big fan of that content. But things on the environment front has also changed a lot, kind of thing. So just want to know how this market is playing out for you, and will there be more programs on issue-based kind of, like we are in two big crises, to say one, the extinction crisis, where we have population decline of 60% of species, and also the climate crisis. So just want to know what Discovery is planning on this.
Yeah, so I think this is a super interesting question, and it speaks to how we've evolved as a company. Yeah? So Discovery, obviously, our core DNA is the natural history world, and those sort of magnificent shows that take 2 or 3 years to make out in the wild and are fascinating, and I can watch over and over again. And that will always be part of who we are as a company, and you can expect us to continue to make more of those. In fact, one of the originals that will be coming up for the D+ platform in the new year we'll be putting David Attenborough back on our screens with a brand new show, which I'm super excited about and can't wait to see. But so expanding beyond that, we're a purposeful company. I think part of what makes Discovery who it is what attracts people to come and work at it, and what attracts people to the brand is the social good and being purposeful and intentional about what we do is core to who we are. And that has, as we've grown as a company and our brands grow beyond just Discovery, and in the US we're the major provider of female lifestyle entertainment. And in Europe, we're a mix of male and female and sports-based and news-based. There are a broader range of issues that are relevant to us and our audiences. You can see during the course of this year, I think the India team actually recently won an award for a documentary around the Me Too topic. During last year, this year actually, we commissioned and worked with Steven Spielberg on an incredible piece of documentary filmmaking around the psychology and the understanding of hate and what hate means in the world and what causes it. And outside of our broadcasting, what we put on air, being practicing social good is important to us. We do a wide range of things. Whether in the natural history world, we have an initiative called Project CAT, which stands for Conserving Acres for Tigers, which is a non-profit joint venture with the World Wildlife Fund, where our objective is to double the number of tigers in the wild by 2022. And that's not linked to that's not something we do for programming and has a sort of charitable side benefit. It's just what we do as a company. We have a global initiative within the organization called RISE, which is really about reducing inequality and supporting equity around the world, which is linked to a lot of the social justice movement. So it's obviously initiated as a Black Lives movement in the US, but the fundamental issue is inequality and equity, and that affects many different markets. And we a global initiative, but each market does whatever thinks is appropriate to match against that work, and that sometimes that leads into our programming. Sometimes it's just about who we are as a company. So a long answer to your question: yes, you can expect to see more natural history content, and yes, Discovery will continue to be a purposeful company, and we'll make documentaries around all sorts of current topics that we believe are relevant to our audiences.
Your show with Bear Grylls had a huge impact on the Indian market, with Prime Minister Modi and then with the actor Rajnikant. So tell us how you planned that.
Oh, no, that was very exciting. The Bear Grylls' status in India is obviously incredible. He's a warrior, almost, and which I think fits nicely with the Indian culture. And I can still remember, the Modi event. I can still remember getting the call from the leadership in India, and I was elsewhere in the region at the time, and they were super excited. We've got to talk to you about this. We've got the opportunity to do something with the Prime Minister, but we've got to move really quickly. And that's one of the joys about working at Discovery is we are a big global company, but we are very agile, and we make decisions quickly. And I took all the details down. I phoned my bosses in New York, and within 24 hours we'd turned around a commitment to make the show, and then it had to be kept very quiet for a long period of time. So that was fantastic. But clearly it struck a chord, pairing Bear, who's already very popular in India, with true leaders and characters and personalities from within India is a great mix. So the two follow-ups were easy decisions to make, and the two people we paired with Bill were obvious candidates. And you can be sure that we're currently working on plans to bring more of that to the screens during 2021. So if anyone's watching who wants to apply to spend some time with Bear, put your hand up, get in touch with Mega and the team, and we'll do an audition tape and see what works out. But it's a great show for us. I couldn't be happier with it. Record audiences, and definitely something we'll be repeating. So
you are springing more surprises on us in the coming year.
That will certainly be the intent, and I'm not going to steal Mega's thunder by telling you who some of the people we're talking to are. But I think it will be just as much fun to watch and just as exciting. And what I've challenged the team to do is that I would love who's going to be the Indian Bear Grylls. Like, it's great that Bear Grylls is such a hero there, but we need a homegrown star to front this franchise and to take us into the wild. So that's another mission I've set them.
Absolutely. One last question for you is your vision for Discovery, both for Discovery and Discovery Plus, not only in India, but in this whole APEC region. And what is the key focus going forward?
Okay, so there's a bunch of things in there. And so I think talking about Asia specifically, so it's no secret why there's this feeding frenzy across the market for all the global media companies. If you want to increase your scale of subs, India, Indonesia, Southeast Asia, these are the markets you're going to build that scale in most quickly. So we've all got to play in there. But I think the way we're approaching it is going to be product-led, and by product I mean two things. I mean the content. It's about making great content that people want to watch, and then the other side of product is by having great technology that allows people to really engage with the show seamlessly, get served up more of what they like to watch, and to do that in partnership with the platforms that they're used to using already. So if you think about the content specifically, Discovery makes content all over the world that travels all over the world, and increasingly that's a multi-directional flow. We've made shows in in India, in China, in Australia this year that have aired all over the world and including on prime time on the US flagship channel. So I'd expect us to continue to do that, to be making great content in each of our markets, but understanding that it's also content that has core Discovery DNA that will travel around the world. So we'll be putting more money to work and making more shows on a market-by-market basis. I also think, and we'll be leaning into Discovery Plus, launching that very strategically during the course of the year, and hopefully early in the new year we can share some more plans with you about where and when we'll be doing that. And then also I think that the whole of Asia is also an area where Discovery has not traditionally exercised one of our other core skills. You know, we've grown as well as growing organically, we've grown through M&A work and through corporate development. We recently closed our deal in New Zealand to acquire the TV assets from MediaWorks. This will now put us at about 30% share of viewing with the assets we've acquired and the operations we already have in New Zealand. It's our first scale free-to-air business in the market. And I think you can expect us to always be on the lookout for similar kind of deals. You know, we've bought free-to-air businesses in Europe. We invest in content and production companies. So I think you can expect us to be active in the M&A space as well as the organic space.
A quick question I have a couple of minutes is,
sure.
Okay, you're very proud of your content. You spoke quite a few times. Are you going to invest in content creation, local content creation in India? Have you kind of earmarked a figure that you will set up something in India?
Did the local team tell you to ask that question? We're in the middle of budget negotiations now. Yes, we do have money set aside to invest in India, and you could expect us to continue to make shows and more shows in the market. I would love to make. I think there's some great talent in the marketplace, some incredible storytellers, and there's some wonderful environments, some great places we could do shows. So, and we have a lot of franchises that could work incredibly well within India, I believe. So yes, there will be more content made in India.
Thank you, Simon. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Likewise.
Have a good day ahead.
Thank you very much.
See you soon. You stay safe.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson, and thank you, Anand, for that wonderful conversation. It's really exciting to know about the plans of Discovery, and we are all looking forward to the new content which Discovery is going to bring for us. The next session is going to be, again, a celebratory talk, which is going to be titled Made in India, Watched by the World. We'll have as panelists Ms. Shefali Shah, who's a very popular Indian, and Ms. Srishti Arya, Director of International Original Film India. And the session is going to be moderated by a very popular radio jockey, Rishikesh Kannan. I request you all to please stay tuned in. The next session is going to start at 5:45. See you. Hi, Shafali. You're on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you
But
now.
I can't see anybody.
Yes, because the other panelists are going to join. We're going to start in another 15 minutes. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So do you want me to connect in again in 15?
No, it's okay. Stay connected. You can switch off your video if you want. And we'll just run a film for 15 minutes and we'll come back again.
Okay. So I can get off right now and then join you in 15, right?
Yeah, but do stay logged in.
Yeah. I am logged in.
Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. And change how they see life. Take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people talk about something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't have everything small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. Be the biggest season small filters. Be the prime mover on prime time. Or any other time. Step one every time. After you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just feel it. Build the country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, without the investment needed. Take it as far as a vision takes. Add content. And content they've never seen before. Keep refreshing. Again, and again, and again. Keep connecting the stories they want, deserve. The lesson thing for everyone. Change the game. Reinvent the experience. Reward them for it. Just entertain. Smart. Imaginations. Celebrates magic of cinema. Is a
No, it's not charging. Yeah, my camera is on.
choice.
Karan, can you hear me? Karan?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Siblings.
We could hear you, Rishikesh.
You can hear me, ma'am? Because everything is buffering, all these videos that are playing. And secondly, when you speak, I'm getting an echo.
Okay.
Like I'm hearing Rishikesh, four times.
Hello. Is it better now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
And the video that's playing is all, going in fast motion. That's okay, no?
Yeah, that's the bandwidth issue. There's nothing we can do.
I mean, we have nothing to play in any case. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the questions will be here on this right bar.
The right bar actually panelists.
Sorry, can't hear you, ma'am.
The right bar shows the names of the panelists.
No, I've got something saying Q&A, and it's a large open window.
Okay, you can just close.
You want me to close that? Okay.
Yeah, you'll be then able to see the names of the panelists.
Now that I'm getting when I'm clicking on participants.
Okay.
But
okay.
I need to keep the question thing open, because last 10 minutes we are taking questions.
We will be taking questions, but you won't see any questions in the Q&A box here. I'll post get any in the virtual auditorium. So you won't see any Q&A questions popping up in that box.
Okay, so where will I find the question? Sorry, where is the virtual auditorium?
You are actually on WebEx platform. This platform, this video is being beamed into a virtual auditorium. So all the questions are coming to auditorium chat box. So from there, if we see any question, I will post them in the chat to you.
So where is that chat? Here. Okay, this one here.
Yeah, you'll see a chat box.
Okay. Got it.
Guys, are we anywhere close to on?
Shefali, we're waiting for Shishti's come. Superb. Mrs. Bhatia, Shrishti is logged on. So
Yeah.
whenever you want us to start, you can. I believe you're making the introduction and then I take over, isn't it?
Yes, yes, yes. So
So so Shrishti and Shefali are both here. So whenever you're ready, ma'am, you can just do an intro and away we'll go. Yeah.
Great, great. So everybody is here. So we start this session formally. So welcome Shufali, welcome Srishti, and welcome Rishikesh to this session on Made in India, Watched by the World. I hand over the podium now to Rishikesh to start the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, a few years ago, when the wave of OTT platforms hit this planet and then subsequently hit India, it changed many things for filmmakers, for content creators, as well as people like you and me who are audience members. I mean, think of this. A Spanish language show called Narcos is watched in dubbed versions as well as language dubbed versions in Kanpur, in Madurai, and people love it. And that's when a lot of Indian content creators ask the vital question: why can't it be the other way around? Why can't we make in India and let the world watch? Cut to today, when an Indian drama series has won the biggest prize there is on the planet to win. This is, well, the Oscars and the Grammys combined of the OTT and television world, which is called the International Emmys. And we've done it, and we shall continue to do it, which is why the focus of our discussion today is going to be Make in India and Watched by the World. I have two ladies with me who are really catalysts for this incredible change, catalysts for this movement that has taken over globally. One of them has won that very award that I talked about, which is the International Emmy. And the other is Director International Originals Films at Netflix India. And she pretty much handholds a lot of us into enjoying this content, creators to create this content, and which is why this is going to be a powerhouse session. Welcome, Shefali Shah and Shrishti Arya. Hi, ladies. Looking lovely as always. How are you?
Good. Hi, Rishi. You're looking like you're in complete Christmas spirit.
Totally. I don't have your good looks, my dear. So I have to spruce up the background of the shirt and things like that. Hi, Shrishti. How are you?
Hi, Rishi. Hi, Chipali. Very nice to be here. Excited to be at CII always.
Lovely. I want you to start, Shrishti, because really take off from that point. Here are we today with Sacred Games having gone global. Delhi Crime goes and wins an international Emmy. It must make you feel so satisfied. Do you make in India and then say, will it work for the globe? Or do you just end up making for the globe? Let's start with that.
We make in India for India first. It's never happened in the world that you make content that doesn't work in its original place where it comes from, and but works outside of that region. Certain authenticity, and what makes it exciting when it travels, it means it's connected with people across geographies. So the idea is always India first, but the world is watching. We have some of the most talented creators and artists in this country, and we are privileged to be able to take them across for more people to enjoy their work.
Lovely. I'm going to come to DCP Vartika Chaturvedi. They always say an actor becomes that character. I hope not completely for Shefali, considering how stressed that character was through most of the show, but really doffing her heart to this phenomenal actress who's just, worked her way all these years, giving us the joy that she gives us. And now, for those of you who are living under a rock and do not know, the best drama series winner for Delhi Crime on Netflix, Shefali Shah, just playing DCP Vartika Chaturvedi. I know it's changed you in many, many ways, in subliminal ways, direct ways. And, the complexity of that particular situation. Talk about that, Shefali.
So when the incident happened, all of us, at least I know for myself, I can speak for myself. I was sitting on the sidelines, feeling the anger and frustration and just pain and hurt. And there was a cry for justice. There was a need for justice. And we asked one question: why is no one doing anything about this? When I heard Delhi Crime, that version of the story, which was untold, which was actually a lot of people were unaware of it. And I realized there was somebody who was doing something about it. And it was a woman, and she cracked it and got those culprits in 5 days flat. So when I got down to doing it, it was a sense of dread, because that incident has left a scar on us, which will never ever go away. But it was also a sense of justice. And it's a very strange juxtapose of one woman being wronged and the other woman fighting for her. So it was all of it together. And Vartika, she felt exactly what we all felt. Exactly what we all felt. The only difference is she channelized all her anger and frustration into a single-minded focus of getting those guys. So it's a culmination of what we felt and what she did. And it was a sense of empowerment, probably is a wrong word, but at least it felt, okay, we could do something about it.
True that.
Did I answer your question right? I don't even know what you asked me.
No, it just exactly answers what I asked you, which is, change in society and change in personality. And that's what Vartika was, and that's what she made out of that particular situation. Shishti, isn't this just the golden age of entertainment? The best time to be a creator, consumer of great stories. I mean, you get a perspective. I mean, you also get a perspective of hard data and analytics in your chair, because one is creating the content and then seeing it get amplified and the impact it has globally. Since we're talking make in India and abroad, I just briefly touched about Sacred Games, but there's so many other shows, movies that have had an impact outside of India.
Yeah, it's really very encouraging, the kind of responses we've had to a lot. 2 out of every 3 viewers of Sacred Games, 1 came from outside of the country. We recently launched, a film called Ludo on us that was popping in the top 10 lists across 12 or 13 countries. We saw the same happen when we had Gunjan Saxena. We saw Rata Keli Hai. Bollywood Wives, Fabulous Lives of Bollywood Wives is another show that has popped in like the most unexpected countries. And you just find that, we do have the talent, we have the ability, and now we have a service like Netflix that's across 190 countries and enables everybody to see it, because we have extensive dubbing and subtitling for everything that we do. So people can have the choice of watching what it is that they want at the time they want and in the manner that they choose to.
Yes. All of you who are watching this particular broadcast that we have with Shefali as well as Shrishti, if you have any questions for Shrishti or Shefali, please put it in the Q&A box and we'll address it. The last 10 minutes are going to be devoted to questions. Depending on the number of questions that we get, we'll try and take them as many as we can. So please do put in your questions. I'm happy to moderate and bring them up for you. Shefali, the impact that streaming services, I mean, it's wonderful to ask you this question because you've straddled both worlds in that sense. You've had your mainstream blockbusters like the Dil Dhadakne Do as well as the Waqt. And here you doing what you're doing with Delhi Crime and all the stuff that you're doing on OTT platforms. The impact of streaming services on storytelling and the creative community. And actors are a happy lot, especially good actors like you, aren't you?
Oh, it's an amazing, amazing time right now for all creators, not just actors, whether it's directors, writers, DOPs, costume designers, musicians, composers. It's a fantastic time. Also, and it has a lot to do with streaming platforms. It's opened a completely new horizon. It's content driven. It's not TRP driven as TV used to be, or it's not restricted to the kind of money the film will make or the success of it over a weekend. What goes onto the OTT is for posterity. So if nobody watched it over the weekend, they'll still watch it. And the content is so strong and powerful. For once, we are not focusing on the just the paraphernalia or the surface of it. we're focusing in storytelling, in actually what goes into creating something which becomes special. It's not determined by the financial situation or the popularity of actors, or let's put a song and let's put a dance number. It's not that. It's just being extremely true to the content. And like I said, like for example, Delhi Crime, it could not have been a film, because it needed 8 hours of film to tell a story like that with all its intricacies. And I don't think you get an opportunity like that besides an OTT. Also, when DC dropped on Netflix, it dropped in 191 countries at a go,
Wow.
which is huge, which is just huge. And the exposure, going back to what Srishti said earlier about, yes, of course we create content for India. I mean, how can you not? But I think this is exactly the platform where you just create content because it's creatively driven, and then you put it out in the world and say, go lap it up. And it's not for one person or one country or one continent. It's just for the entire world to lap it up. And if it's good, they will. So it's a fantastic, absolutely fantastic time. And look at the stories, the characters. I mean, there are female-driven characters. And, yes, as an actress, being 47, actresses in films have a shelf life, which is unfortunately exactly like, you get a shelf life for cheese, like 3 months or 2 months or something like that.
I'm sorry
They
to
get
interrupt
2
it.
years.
And actresses don't also openly talk about their age, which is why we love you. Which is why we love you so much, Shefali. Continue. Shelf life, yeah.
Yeah. So unfortunately, actresses had a shelf life. They were just there because, I mean, they were there till they were young and pretty and not married, etc., etc., etc. And honestly, they didn't know what to do with actresses beyond 30. But that has changed. In fact, I cannot complain because that has changed in films as well now. You can see women-oriented films. But on OTT, every character is the hero or the heroine. There is no box of the hero and the heroine. Like, for example, in DC, all the actors, everyone had their moment. And every character was, I mean, every character was important.
True that. Yes.
So
Yes.
this happens on OTT. It can't happen in a 3-hour film. And they're ready to take chances. What we're making, like what Netflix is making, it's not just pampering taste buds. It's going out there and saying, let's experiment. Let's just go all out there and create and indulge the creativity that we all feel. There's no restriction holding it back.
Ladies and gentlemen, these ladies know what they're talking about because, I might have mentioned a couple of Bollywood productions, but Shefali's worked in a bona fide Hollywood motion picture, major motion picture called Monsoon Wedding. I mean, which might have been directed by a lady of Indian descent, but it was a Hollywood production. And likewise for Shrishti, I mean, before she took over as director, original films, international originals at Netflix, I mean, she's had a legacy. Her father, the great man, was an incredible producer, a director, filmmaker. Her brother is an accomplished filmmaker. She herself has produced film, television, serials. So really, these are what I call the Sachin Tendulkars and the Rahul Dravids of their particular arena.
That's very
they
tall.
know
That's
they,
a very
they know
tall
what they're
order.
talking about. I want to come to just some fun stuff. I mean, it couldn't be anything less than exciting, Shrishti. I mean, you work with accomplished masters like Dada, Anurag Basu, Sudhir Mishra, a cult filmmaker like Vikramaditya Motwane, a commercial pasha like Karan Johar, and then you give filmmakers their debut like Sharan Sharma and Hanit Rehan. And you're also adapting books into cinema, which is, Serious Men and Delhi Crime, Sacred Games. You're doing short stories like Lust Stories. So come on, the exciting life that you have as a professional.
No, it's a tremendous privilege. India is a land of storytellers, and we have such deep roots in storytelling. Our epics, our to sleep was always, singing a also had a story, or was just telling you a bedtime tale. So there's a privilege, and building up from what Shifali was talking about earlier as well, there's a great democratization, if I said that right, of content that has happened. The thing about us at Netflix, try to make sure that the story is always told in the best form that it needs to be told and in the most authentic way possible. So if it is a story that needs to be told like DC, which had to be told across, because the passion and the intensity of that show, it couldn't have been just wrapped into 1 2 hour or 3 hour film in one plot. And we had the characters and the ability to kind of juice it out and make you engaged at all times and feel the pain that they were all going through. Because we all, felt that horror too, and in small way felt a sense of gratification or bonding with those characters going through the similar kind of reactions that we had, or that you have something that's kind of plot driven or who done it, like say Rata Ke Liye Hai, that's like go start to finish. And then we had Masaba Masaba this year, which was this really sweet story where Masaba and Dina Ji kind of played versions of themselves in this really sweet show of little 20-minute bite-sized episodes. So the ability to do it in any way or form going to be best way to tell a story. I think that's a huge privilege for us. And getting to hear from fresh eyes. I mean, what can be better than that? We've been very fortunate. We've had about 8 writers debut this year. We've had directors coming in. We've had lots of female directors come on service this. Anvita Dutt also made her debut with us. Terry Samudra made her debut with us as well. We had Sunita Arapurwala direct for us, Ruchi Narayanan direct for us, and this is all just within this year. Zoya Akhtar directed for us. So it's always interesting to see. We say, and I think I think that Shefali can build on that because she actually makes us all feel those emotions, human emotions. They are limited, and the way that these directors and writers are able to kind of juice it and the same thing that they want you to feel out of you, through the medium of their actors. It's always very exciting from how like somebody like an Anurag Basu approaches it to how say Neeraj Undwani approached it in his first film, that was Maska.
I want to move to role of artistic freedom and creative expression in creating stories and connecting now the world over, since it's, make in India and the world watching. And I feel we can really pat ourselves on the back in terms of all the self-censorship that has happened. I could go on and on and on about Delhi crime, but I'm not the right person to talk about it. How, censorship came into play in such a responsible manner. And I'd like you to talk about that, Shefali, because I know that's close to your heart too.
Rishi, one of the first things that struck me when Rishi talked to me about the script.
And sorry to interrupt, the Rishi she's talking about is Rishi Mehta,
Mehta,
yes. who's the filmmaker. So just a clarification on that.
The
Continue.
director of Delhi Crime. So when he met me, one of the first things that struck me was his sensitivity. When you are dealing with a subject which has happened, which has occurred, you're talking about real life people, it requires immense amount of sensibility and responsibility. They've gone through trauma. You have no right to put them through it again. Also, when you come to self-censorship, it's a very known thing that with freedom comes responsibility. So you have to keep that in mind. And irrespective with DC, I don't think he was very clear. I mean, his script was a hardbound script where he did not want to talk. He did not want to show the episode. He did not want to show the incident. And also, in a certain way, DC is not about that incident as much as it is about what happened after it. So to simply put it, it requires, and any kind of work that you're doing, it requires extreme responsibility and sensitivity, which is paramount.
That is so very poignantly put. Ladies and gentlemen, if the filmmaker, the team, and the platform wanted, if they were so inclined, they could have shown, the rape in a very graphic manner, in a horrific manner, but it was not done so. It was shown in a, not even shown, but even referred to in such a sensitive manner, so as not to shock the senses. And I think that was a tremendous example of self-regulation from both the platform as well as the creators, to be able to do that. If you haven't seen Delhi Crime yet, you must go and see, to understand what I'm talking about here. Shrishti, I want you to add to this, please. I know that there's a self-regulation code, and from Netflix's perspective, if you could fill us in.
To add to what Ali was saying, regulation is something that we take very, very seriously. More so at Netflix, we've always been, very aware that we would like to be giving all our consumers the choice of what they want to see and how they want to see it. We have pin controls for parents as well. And there's always a clarification of what you're going to see. We have age ratings as well. And there are, I think, 19 streaming services, 18 streaming services that have come together to come up with a self-regulation code to make sure that we all have some sort of guidelines. We want to be responsible always, and still allow people their creative freedom to tell the story in the best form that they believe is right for the content.
Yeah. Ladies, this discussion is going to be incomplete if we don't talk about ladies in series and ladies in cinema. I mean, just, you see people of the ilk of Shefali Shah, Rasika Duggal, Jaya Bhattacharya, Abhilasha Singh, and you know that what they're doing is leaving such a strong message for that young little kid out there who's in school thinking of taking up a performing career, or being in the performing arts, or being in the creative sphere. So from a woman, I mean, you see so many creators. Shrishti mentioned a few of them, Shefali, being a woman in this point of time with this OTT movement.
Fantastic. I'm so happy I'm at this place. Or I would, I'm finally doing the kind of work I've always desired and aspired for. And if it wasn't for this platform that opened up horizons for actresses my age, I would have been put into a box of a character actor. I mean, either she could be a mother, or she could be a neighbor, or, and I have no issues about being a mom. I mean, I have 2 kids myself. But they don't have, I mean, it's amazing. Like I said before, it's how important, on OTT, it's not about a hero and a heroine. It's about characters, and extremely layered characters. And today, there are women-oriented stories. I mean, there are so many shows that are led by women. Whether you talk of DC, or like recently, I was watching Crown, and what an array of women. It is mind-blowing. From Gillian Anderson to Olivia Colman to Emma Corrin. I mean, what amazing actresses. And the whole show, if you see it, is driven by all these women, which is just incredible. Some of the directors of episodes are women. So it's really, it's weird that we even need to talk about the fact that, oh, finally we've arrived. Because we never went nowhere. We really went nowhere. It's just that people woke up and smelled the coffee a little late in life. Let's put it that way.
Chaliye, der aaya, durust aaya, like they say. Shrishti, I add to that. I know that you don't commission projects based on the gender of a person, but it's just wonderful to see at every level, cinematographers, editors, creators, ladies. Talk about that.
No, it's a great time to be a content creator. It's an even better time to be a female content creator, because your voice is finally being heard, irrespective of your gender. Your story is what's speaking to you. I think we've had an advantage of working on a male, but not only about women. Getting a female gaze from various perspectives, whether it's a producerial one or a writer's or director's. What's been really fascinating is the kind of stories that they want to bring, and just the different perspective. We are very used to looking at things from kind of a gaze, and now we have another option to look at it. It's a huge privilege that women are coming out and sharing their stories with services ourselves. I think it kind of helps that we ourselves have a very gender balanced office at Netflix, and my boss is a woman, and I have women reporting into me
Yeah.
as well as some boys. So I think that kind of creates an atmosphere where things are open. And I think the other thing about our service is that we do have a fantastic product that reaches the right audience for the content, and we don't look at it as a one size fits all. So, like to what Shefali was saying earlier, we don't necessarily need to have any one particular trope that we need to follow to, because not only can you do it in any way that you want, the right people will connect, agnostic of the region that you come from, just based on how many people are enjoying your show or your film.
Okay, we're at the 6:11 mark, so I'm going to go into questions now. The first one is from Mr. Deepak Sharma. Several students are logged into this session. This is a question for Shrishti, says Mr. Deepak Sharma. Thank you, Netflix, for giving us 2 days free on the 5th and 6th of December. Shrishti, what was the idea behind that? And will we see any more such free days?
It's so cute.
Well, I think that, we just had such a interesting year. We so much of love for so much of our content that it was more for kind of end of year give back, about saying that, hey guys, come on in, come and see what we have. If you're not already on the service, we'd love for you to be part of our Netflix family and pick up with the rest of us. So I think we're going to make it more and more compelling for people to come in. It's not very high at $199 a mobile only plan, and it's a great advantage to be there and come and tell us how we're doing and keep us honest.
Okay, the next question is from Shikhar Kant. Shikhar says, Shrishti, do directors approach Netflix with their ideas, or does Netflix reach out to specific writers? Just a process-driven question.
Well, I think that when across film and series, it's different. We film culture already, and people have a film inside them that they want to come and tell us. So sometimes they come to us through the producer, sometimes through a director, and oftentimes through writers themselves. So usually people have come and pitched to us. On the series side, however, I do know that because there are so many writers involved and multiple directors involved as well. There's sometimes a process that the production house works on collectively with the service as well. So there's no one way of doing it. We look at things at different stages, and depending on what we need to bring to it, we kind of married Neeraj Undwani with these two amazing producers, Seher and Shivani. I put them together because he didn't have a producer to it. Whereas on other occasions, we've managing to kind of support the production house, get the right director for it, or these are all that wherever we can facilitate, or if we're required to facilitate it at all. But there's no particular stage at which we look at a film, especially, and even at the series, it doesn't matter who approached who, as long as the content is compelling and everybody's next favorite show or film. That's the only thing that we have in mind.
I have a question for Shefali. Given your vast expertise, I mean, you're smart, you're witty, you're such a phenomenal actress. Given that you have so much command over even subject material, like scripts that you work upon, have you ever thought of directing? Or have you directed before?
I just directed.
You did? What have you directed? You have to tell everybody what.
I made 2 short films. I've been wanting to direct since ever, but I just couldn't dive into it because direction is a big responsibility.
It is.
And there are people who are putting their blood and sweat and hard work and belief in you. So to be able to carry it off, I didn't know whether I was prepared for it. And then during the lockdown, there were certain things that were really bothering me. And I just needed to write about it. And then I just directed it. It was really as simple as it. So I directed these 2 films. The first one is called Someday. And they're both, yes, based, it's in this time that we are all facing in terms of the pandemic, but it's more about isolation. So someday, if I had to say, if I had to explain what that film is in one line, is something that disturbed me throughout isolation, basically being home and whatever, is that if the disease doesn't kill you, the distance will. And it really bothered me. I mean, that is what I miss the most. And the second film I did is called Happy Birthday, Mummy Ji. So it's also about isolation, but it's a very different take on it. So yeah, I've done these two films, very excited. And I'm hoping to make it like an anthology. So I'm really excited about it.
Wonderful. So we're past the 6:15 mark, and got to say bye-bye. Thank you so much for joining us at the CII Big Picture Summit. I have to say, Shrishti and Shefali, I remain a huge admirer of your abilities individually and collectively. And for all of you watching, you know that Indian content creation is in safe hands when ladies like this are taking the message across to the entire world. So make in India, watched by the world. From me, Rishike, and the three of us on the panel, thank you very much for being with us. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shefali. Thank you, Shrishti. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Srishti. Thank you, Shefali. Thank you, Rishi.
Thank you for
Thank you for
having
that lovely
us.
session. It was pleasure listening to the three of you. Thank you. Thank you so much for taking
Thank
up
you
the
so
time.
much.
Yeah. So for our viewers, the next session is coming up in half an hour's time at 6:45. We have a special feature coming up on the future of international film festivals and film markets, where we'll have the curtain raiser of India International Film Festival. We'll have Mr. Chaitanya Prasad, Additional Director General of the Directorate of Film Festivals from the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, joining us for that session. And we'll have Mr. Jerome Payak, Executive Director of Cannes Film Festival, Mr. Sharbat Chatterjee, film critic, and Ms. Meenakshi Shede, South Asia Delegate for Berlin Film Festival, joining us for the next session at 6:45. Do stay tuned in. Thank you.
Much deeper roots. And not just which I was recently on the jury of something called COSAF, the Coalition of South Asian Film Festivals in North America, some 7 festivals, including Tasveer in Seattle, Chicago Festival, and several festivals also in Montreal, Mississauga got together. And I think, I can't remember the exact figures, I could be mistaken. I think it's like for 22 years, pre-selecting their films, South Asian films, pre-selecting their films for 22 years based on Bombay.
Hello.
Hi, Karan. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hello. Hello, this is Jerome.
Hi, Jerome. We can hear you. Hello and welcome to the
Hello.
summit. Hi, Meenakshi. We can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome, Mr. Prasad. We're just waiting for one more panelist to join, Mr. Shaibal Chatterjee.
Hi,
and
Meenakshi
then-
ji, how are you?
Stay. Pleasure to see you, sir.
I'm fine. Nice to see you.
Great pleasure, sir. Not since Berlin. First time we are meeting after Berlin.
Yeah, virtually.
Yeah.
Hi, Jerome. My name is Chaitanya Prasad. I work for the Directorate of Film Festival. We've not met in person, but I've heard a lot about you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to
Well,
meet you.
pleasure is mine. Cannes has always eluded me for some strange reason. So I've not been lucky to come to Cannes. So
you have to.
well, fingers crossed. If you have a physical festival, maybe this year, next year.
Yeah, we should.
Well, we are having IFFI as a physical festival this time. Physical and virtual, yeah. This time it is, yes. We have taken the courage and liberty and liberty to have it as a hybrid festival. So let's see. Next month, 16th to 24th. So that's how it is. So let's see. So how is
So
it
we
going
are,
for you, Jake?
yeah, so we are at 6:45. I thought we could formally start this session, and Mr. Chatterjee will join. He'll be joining in a minute. Meanwhile, we could have the introductions. So welcome everybody to this special session of the Big Picture Summit, the 9th edition of the Big Picture Summit. And this is a special feature today is on the future of international film festivals and festivals. We have with us Mr. Chaitanya Prasad, Additional Director General of Directorate of Film Festivals, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Welcome, Mr. Prasad. We have with us Mr. Jerome Payak, Executive Director of Cannes Film Festival. Welcome, Jerome.
Thank you.
Shede, South Asia Delegate of Berlin Film Festival. Welcome, Meenakshi. And
Namaste.
shortly, we'll have Shabal Chatterjee joining us. He is a film critic, and he'll be, of course, talking from a critic's perspective. But let me invite Mr. Chaitanya Prasad first to give an overview of the upcoming India International Film Festival in Goa. Over to you, Mr. Prasad.
Good evening, namaste. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak with professionals and experts in the field of cinema. So when I look at my co-panelists, if I may be permitted to say, I think I have a lot to learn from them. With their years of experience and exposure as far as organizing film festivals and facilitating the same. I would begin with that IFI, the 51st edition, which is taking place next month from the 16th to the 24th. It's a very bold move, thanks to my key principals in the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, my Honorable Minister, Mr. Javadekar, and my Secretary, Mr. Amit Khare, who have given us the go-ahead to organize this festival in hybrid form. Now, the hybrid form means that we would have certain segments which would be in the virtual category, and there would be certain segments which would be in the physical mode. I'm happy to inform everyone who's watching this that we are being overwhelmed by the kind of response that we have received in terms of the delegate registration, in terms of the cinemas that have come to us from different parts of the world, the kind of participation that we are seeing. Because we thought it would be difficult to get things moving here, but we are absolutely overwhelmed. We have the Indian Panorama section, which has its own quality and platform of Indian cinema. But as far as world cinema is concerned, and I'm happy Saibal has joined because he's been one of our key facilitators in the whole process, and he has watched IFI evolve in terms of getting cinema across to the platform. But this year, I would say, is that we've been overwhelmed. I'm using the word repeatedly because of the number of films that have come for the India premiere, the world premiere, the international premiere, etc. So, I mean, that way it's very good. We are in the planning process. We are trying to get as many people on for the festival to take place. And yes, in November this year, next year rather, we would again be having an edition of IFI. So festival editions in 1 year, which is again very unusual. I'll just like to add a few more points that we are trying to get or capture the new narratives that have emerged in cinema today, thanks to the COVID-19 crisis, whether it is in for storytelling or it is for storytellers, or whether it's business models, or we talk of what we call as the role and use of technology. So content versus technology, technology versus creativity, creativity with the kind of audience taste that we have. And what we are looking at is a kind of a convergence model which is coming in. And I think IFI is a very bold step as far as the international film circuit is concerned, because we are trying to bring forth the balance between the virtual and the real, because people do ask me this question as to how are you trying to do it. We are taking into account all the possible COVID protocols as far as viewing, screening, etc. is concerned. And what is very heartening to note is that the delegate registration response has been wonderful. And the government, that is the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, as well as the Entertainment Society of Goa, has been working as far as the format is concerned, the style, presentation. So we would be having the usual of the opening and the closing ceremonies in both virtual as well as real, keeping into account the COVID platform, the COVID protocols rather. As far as cinema viewing is concerned, before I end, roughly about 224 movies are being screened across, which is much less than what we had. That includes about 47 movies that we go in as far as the Indian panorama is concerned, 26 for the feature section and 21 for the non-feature section. And then the rest is the wave that has come in as far as the world cinema is concerned. And as far as IFFI is concerned, I would just like to add one more point of view, is that it's going to be a great experience for us as far as curating the festival is concerned. And my request is that people across the world should definitely look at the way by which we are trying to balance between the macro and the micro. One thing which is a little, which is good in a sense, is that people are wanting to come to India. I mean, we have received a number of requests for travel, but now we just have to make sure as to what are the kind of COVID protocols which give us the international travel option. But what I'm just trying to say in a nutshell is it's an overwhelming experience to organize the 51st edition of the International Film Festival from the 16th to 24th January. It's been a great experience putting the jigsaw puzzle together because of the ifs and buts that come in. We are absolutely inspired by the kind of response that we have received from all stakeholders across the world. And we have done, I would say, if I would give some marks to myself, we've done fairly well to come on to the mapping of hosting of international festivals. Thank you very much for this opportunity, CII. Big picture, it's a big opportunity, and it's a wonderful platform to tell the world as to what IFFI is all about as far as India is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. It's really heartening to know that IFFI has shaped up so well. The response has been so overwhelming, and especially that we are going to have 2 festivals in the same year, which is a first of its kind. So very, very exciting to hear that. We next move to Mr. Jerome Payak. Jerome, that was the view from India. Now you take us through the upcoming Cannes Film Festival. How is it shaping up? Unmute, Jerome.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, we of course last year we had to move very fast to react to the situation, and in the first time we were thinking to do something which was hybrid. So we expected to have the festival moved with less people, and people will get online. At the end, finally, we had to have an event which was only digital, the online market, which was actually, I have to say, quite successful. In terms of the figures, it was almost the same than the real Cannes. We had more than 10,000 participants and 1,500 screenings, etc. So it was huge. Of course, in terms of business, it was not as like in the real Cannes. And now we take all that experience to think what we do this year. So hopefully this year the event will be physical in May, or maybe in June. We are just checking what would be the best, but we can expect that some people will not be able to travel, and then we want to take the best of the physical and the online to do that new hybrid event. We discovered that part of the positive aspects of being digital was the possibility to offer to participants who are never able to travel to join the event, and we got a lot of very positive feedbacks from people who say it's so marvelous that that time we have been part of Cannes, and we felt a little bit the ambience of Cannes, with the online platform. So of course, we want to keep that. I would say that also the good surprise is that many networking events, some conferences, but also some small groups networking events, the equivalent we have in Cannes of the breakfast, we have 20 people around different tables, that we have been able to recreate that event, and it's something which works quite well. So that's part of the elements we want to keep in the hybrid version of Cannes. The conferences, that it will be easy to have conferences where some of the participants may be on stage, some other may be on the screen, and some people can watch the conference in streaming. So that's, I would say, the easy part. The screenings, it's also interesting to see how we will do. And we are not sure if we will have screenings at the same time in the theater in Cannes and online. Maybe we will have a little shift, and maybe some films will be only physical and some will be both. I would say that the most difficult part is really everything which is more about the conviviality and the buzz. And that's what we cannot reproduce online. So it's why I'm quite confident that people, if they can travel, people will be very positively coming to Cannes to get, again, the real experience.
Sure, thank you. So another hybrid model is what we are looking at for the next edition of Cannes. I come to Mr. Shebal Chatterjee, and welcome to the session, Mr. Chatterjee. Before I come to you, I would like to have a perspective from Meenakshi on what is the Berlin Film Festival going to be like this time.
So thank you very much, CII and Nirja and your team, for giving me this opportunity to be on this panel with really eminent senior colleagues in the field. The Berlin Festival, today, in fact, 16 December is the day that Germany has gone into a new national lockdown that goes on at least till 10th of January. So it's thrown a lot of things out of gear. And we wait for the festival to make an official announcement about its new shape, dates, what formats, and so on. There will be an official statement soon. But what I can say is what I've observed of festivals throughout the year affected by the pandemic, I think a couple of things. And first of all, I'd also like to acknowledge my very senior colleague, Dennis Roux, who is the new director of the European Film Market, which is part of the Berlin International Film Festival. Unfortunately, could not join us. I think there was some technical problem with the links that went out, but I'm really sorry he can't join us. And we had a discussion about what he would like to share as well. And I think one of the things he mentioned was that he felt that the pandemic is evolving so quickly, forcing everyone, festivals worldwide, to respond. So he felt that there can't be just one plan, but I think he meant like a domino plan strategy. So if this happens, then this goes into place. If that happens, then that plan goes into place. So we need to have, I think, multiple contingency plans that go into place depending on what, for example, the Sundance and Rotterdam festivals have already announced that they will be hybrid. The Sundance Festival is planning to be in Utah, of course, but with maybe 20 new independent cinemas around. The Rotterdam Festival is already in 2 parts. They've announced in February and in June with different parts. The competition part will be in Feb, but also a lot of events will be moved to June, for example. But I think there's no way to avoid this hybrid. Hybrid festival is definitely the buzzword. I think the main challenges of this is, of course, this unheard of visibility and participation, eyeballs across the globe, which were unheard of during physical festivals. For example, earlier I was on the jury of something called COSAF, the Coalition of South Asian Film Festivals of North America. There were 7 festivals, including the Tasveer Festival in Seattle, the Chicago Festival, festivals in Canada, etc. And I think, I can't remember, I could be mistaken about the numbers. I think they said something like 45,000 views of the FinCEE screen, which is unheard of for any single festival. So online gives you incredible access. But I think the question remains of how sustainable is this? How does a producer recover money through online, very minimal ticket or free screenings? And it's becoming a very bad habit to audiences worldwide to see very good quality films for free. And are they now going to pay good money to see it in the theaters is the big question. And I think, of course, you always miss the social glue of festivals, both from the festival side and the market side, right? When the buzz of being on the red carpet, hanging out with friends, arguing about a movie, it's a social experience of going out to see a movie. But also the festival side to do with, it's building relationships. It's not just buying one film, but knowing whether you can trust somebody or have confidence. And that typically comes from meeting someone. So I think there are pros and cons to both sides. And I think the final key factor I'd like to add is the pandemic has exposed how vulnerable festivals are who only exist primarily for 10 days or a week or so, and revealed that we really have to build year-round activities, building the communities, building diverse communities, etc. So those are some of the ways forward.
Sure. Thank you, Meenakshi. You've raised some very important points about, first of all, the audience becoming spoiled for choice. So many of them can view these festivals online and a lot of free content is available. But then there is also the other side of the coin, that how do businesses recover their money? I now would like to bring in Mr. Shabal Chatterjee, who's a film critic, to give his perspective of some of the points, maybe which Meenakshi has raised. You could throw a light on some of the answers.
Sorry, can I just react very shortly?
Yeah.
Because, of course, in my position, I was talking only about the Marché du Film, not the Festival de Cannes. And of course, and I totally reach what you say. On the festival side, the position is very different. First, because in Cannes, we don't really have audience compared to Berlin, where Berlin, there is a real audience because it's a big city. In Cannes, the festival is mostly for professionals. And there is absolutely no intention from Thierry Frémaux for the festival to do any kind of hybrid or online festival. It's something which is very clear. So I wanted to assert that because in my position, I'm only talking about the Marché du Film.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Thank you. Shabal. Shabal, you're on mute. Well, you are. Can you speak now? You are not on mute now. You may please start. Hello? Shabal, can you come in for your comments? We are not able to hear you. We are not able to hear you, Shabal. Can you hear us? You can.
Connection problem.
I think I'll ask Karan to check into that. But till we get that issue sorted out, Mr. Shabal is not able to
ask him to re-log in.
Maybe we could till the time Mr. Shabal is able to connect again. Maybe there's some technical issue with the link. I would like to ask Mr. Prasad. Mr. Prasad, in light of the fact that this, most festivals are now going hybrid and audience is logging in, but then how do you kind of recover some of the costs which are going into the organization of this festival? Also, how does industry recover the money?
Well, first of all, as far as the cost, etc., is concerned, I think this is one of the very few festivals in the world which is kind of funded by the government. All right, so there is a kind of there's a partnership between the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting as well as the Entertainment Society of Goa. So that business model is between co-partnering as far as the funds are concerned, you see. So, I mean, unfortunately or fortunately, we don't have to, I mean, in terms of getting the money back as if it would be a business model for other festivals, because this being funded by the two key principles, whether it's the central government or the state government, the money factor comes in. What is going to happen this year? I just want to make sure, I mean, because unfortunately due to the pandemic, is that we're going to get scaled down operation of activities, right? If we had a full-fledged screening of films, etc., we're going to restrict it to about 4 films across 7 theaters, so roughly 28 films in a day, which is covering the entire spectrum. That is number one. Number two, as far as people getting their money back, distributors or agents, etc., we are sourcing the films as per the normal protocol that we have been following in the last so many years. So somebody, if we are taking a movie from someone XYZ across the world, there is a price to it, and definitely that price is being paid. Now, one thing which is being put forth, that because we are a hybrid festival this time, is the registration. As of today, the registration has been for the physical festival, and there's been a fairly sizable number, though the number of physical registrations would be less than what it was last year. Roughly, it was about 10,000 last year. So this time, in terms of social distancing and physical norms, etc., the numbers would come down. Now, before I end, the virtual segment. Now, the virtual segment, we'll be opening it up for people to participate now. Is there going to be a fee to that? Most probably, yes. We are just getting the platform together. Because it is first time that we are doing it, we are taking baby steps to put that principle and process in place. And that's the reason why we first of all thought of screening of movies. There'll be some movies that would definitely be screened, because when we took the acceptance from the filmmakers or the distributors, producers, etc., from across the world, we gave them the option that it could be a physical screening or a virtual screening, or the consent for both. And there was a fairly good response as far as screening virtually was concerned. But we are just working that out. We are just a month away, but we are fairly confident of putting that thing in place, for the simple reason that the response has been very good. And so that has added a kind of energized our ability to get things moving very well. So, I mean, that enthusiasm is there to watch movies. The physical attendance is very good. I'm sure we will open it within a couple of days, where people can log in, etc., and watch the virtual reality of master classes and in conversation, and also some aspects of cinema, whether it is homages or it is retrospectives, etc. All that is being worked on. So I think I've answered your question. If not, you could tell me.
Yeah.
Expand.
No, you have pretty much answered my question. So my next question to all three of you is, now going by the success of the hybrid format, now the number of viewers, as Meenakshi mentioned, 45,000 viewers, witness one of the festivals. Do you think the future is now going to be hybrid? Or is it going to be digital, or is hybrid is here to stay?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah, please.
Okay. No, for me, I'm not sure I would like to use the word hybrid too much, because I think it's not really what we envision. I think that anyway, the world was starting an evolution also for other reasons, that like the sustainability, where a lot of people, and maybe more even the young generations, were really considering if they have to travel or not, or to travel so often. So anyway, I think this is something which was already arriving. And I think, of course, it will be interesting to enlarge the audience of the market with opening alternatives I was mentioning for the conferences or for some networking events. But maybe at some point we will have a little bit two events at the same time. And I'm not sure it's one hybrid event. It's a physical event, and in our case it will be in Cannes, and we will have the complement, which can be conferences with streaming, maybe online screenings, maybe some different and maybe at a different time, maybe not on the same days, some opportunities for people who are not attending physically to be able to some networking online. Because I think for the people who will be working during the event in Cannes all the day, it's very difficult at the same time to be open to online. And you cannot, after a full day of working at your office in Cannes, start to have virtual conferences at night. And at night, you want to go to screenings and you have some cocktail parties. So for me, the answer would be that, yes, we will have an online component, but maybe it will be not in the form of an hybrid event, but maybe more two connected events.
Sure, that's another interesting concept. Shaibal, are you able to now? Can you? Hello, Shaibal. Can you hear us? Yeah. Meenakshi, can I have your thoughts on what do you see the future as? Is it going to be hybrid or?
That's hard for me to speculate because primarily I'm a film programmer, I'm a curator, so I work with festivals worldwide and mainly with Berlin, pre-selecting for like 22 years now. So that is really my specialization. I'm not really a futurist, but I imagine I agree with Monsieur Payar because I think the online component is so convenient to a lot of people that it makes a lot of things possible which were not possible earlier. And I think it's really important also to see the larger picture, which means that already the film industry is a huge machinery. The entertainment, media and entertainment industry is a massive part of economies worldwide. But I think it's also important to have the perspective and see that film festivals are also a real driver of economic growth in that whole region. So, for example, in Berlin, when you have thousands of people descending for 10 days, it's also the giving business to the hotels, to the food and hospitality industry, to a whole lot of allied jobs. A lot of economic growth is accelerated. The tourism industries benefit big time. So I think it's also important to have that larger perspective. And so I don't think we can ever abandon because of how the costs are tremendously cut from not having to travel, and the tickets and hospitality so much cheaper. So there is that one component which I think will never go away. As Mr. Payar said, there may be elements of online that will always be there and which can hugely expand the audience. But I think just sheer economic force of film festivals and the film industry are really big drivers of the larger economic picture. And I think that's why my gut instinct says that whenever a vaccine is found, that, I don't see the pandemic as forever until we're all dead and for the next 5 generations. I see it as a temporary thing which we are dealing with. So I'm assuming that once it has been dealt with in a safe manner worldwide, we will go back to physical theaters with an online component. That's my reading of it.
Sure. Shaibal, are you able to come in now? There seems to be some problem because of which we are not able to hear Shaibal, what he is saying.
May I add something, Nirja?
Yeah, please.
Sorry, I just wanted to add a small thing which actually came out of a conversation with my colleague Dennis Roux yesterday, the head of the European film market. One of the things he mentioned was that, because festivals to me, they've never been just events by themselves. To me, festivals are a huge opportunity to expand the business and audience for a film worldwide beyond its traditional market. Like if an Indian film is at Berlin or any festival, normally it would get an Indian audience, or not even that. But a festival gives it a chance. The selection, their showcases, gets media from around the world, buyers, producers, all kinds of sales agents, television stations from around the world who can buy the film. And when there's a buzz, then it can also get a domestic release in India, whereas otherwise an indie film might just be dead meat on the water and not be picked up and distributed in India, for example, right? So the role of festivals are not an end in itself, but a means to expanding your audience and your business worldwide. So in this context, I think there's also concern about how with theaters, as part of the lockdown, most theaters are still shut. They're just tiny bits of a few theaters opening in India now, but that's not the case everywhere in the world. And that a lot of even big, very, very big Bollywood films, the tentpole films, a lot of them are all going online and on, to Netflix, Amazon, Hotstar, and some of these, the online viewing options, streaming options. And I think Mr. Dennis Rue mentioned that in Germany, there is a not only like worldwide, there's a huge stampede to these big platforms. So I think there's a danger. There's something to be a little concerned about, a possible, down the line, a kind of a monopolistic situation with mergers and acquisitions, about a few big players controlling the larger circuit. But what Mr. Dennis said was that in Germany, the German producers, a lot of them for films and series, are keen to work with Netflix and Amazon, not only for what they offer, but specifically in the case of commissioned films and series, that they actually offer insurance against corona-related losses. Now that, if it's studios shut or your staff, if somebody has got corona, they're in hospital, they're infecting others, those are huge losses for a producer. And if that is covered, that means a great protection. It's very valuable for a producer to do that. And that's an additional huge incentive in Germany, at least, for producers to work with some of these big giants. And I just thought I'd add that into the mix because it affects what happens at festivals, but also beyond festivals and looking at the larger picture beyond.
Sure. Thank you for adding that, Meenakshi. On that wonderful note that festivals are not an end in themselves, but they provide huge business opportunities. We come to an end of this session because we couldn't bring in Shabal. He was facing problems. Thank you, Mr. Prasad. Thank you. And thank you, Meenakshi, for joining us in this session. Thank you all. With that, we come to...
And it was a pleasure.
Pleasure is mine. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
With that, we come to the end of this first day's sessions of the 9th CII Big Picture Summit. We thank all our partners who made this possible for us. This conference is powered by STAR. We have gold partner Z, and we have several partners. These are Applause Entertainment, Discovery, MX Player, Netflix, Prasar Bharati. Bronze partners are Accenture, BARC, Motion Picture Association, Times Network. Corporate contributors are Jet Synthesis and UFO, and the report partner is BCG. Thank you all for staying with us till the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Prasad. Good night, and see you tomorrow for the second day. Thank you. Bye-bye.